Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Happy New Year to everyone. Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honorable Hazel Backus and Senator Anil Roberts, who are ill, and to Senator David Naked and Senator Evans Welch, who are out of the country. Honorable Senators, I will ask that we revert to this item of business later in the proceedings. Honorable Senators, former Senator Alwyn Chow passed away on Thursday, December the 9th, 2021. I now invite members to offer tributes. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as a long-standing member of this Honorable Senate, I never had the privilege or opportunity of meeting the former Senator Alwyn Chow. I know of him based on my trade union background, representing the workers at the Trinidad Guardian as a managing director of that said company. A professional chartered accountant by profession, Alwyn Chow served not only at the level of the Trinidad Broadcasting Company, but also at the Trinidad Express and as the CEO of Trinity Housing Limited. I believe it was between November 27th, 1981 to October 29th, 1986, that he served as an independent senator. I know from the records provided to us, he made sterling contributions during the various sessions of that parliament where he served in a very positive way, being a member of the Public Accounts Committee and contributing, Madam President, to several important measures, several important budgets and bills that were brought to this Parliament during the period of his service to our country. A very frank, no-holds-barred individual. Alwyn Chow, to me, was a very good soul. He was a very powerful individual when he made his contributions according to the records before us. And I really, on behalf of the United National Congress, would like to record our sadness over his passing. We would like to extend to his family, to his wife, to his friends and associates, our collective condolences on the passing of Alwyn Chow, a son of the soil, a gentleman, and an individual who made and recorded sterling contributions during his period as he served as a senator. May his soul rest in peace, Madam President.
Senator Lizama Singh.
Thank you, Madam President. Trinidad and Tobago lost a giant in the media industry upon the passing of the late Alwyn Stephen Chow. Upon his passing on December the 9th, 2021 in New York, media veterans, current practitioners, former colleagues, his mentees, his associates, his friends, and all of those in the media and in the wider national community were all plunged into great mourning. It was a colossal loss for his family, the industry, and the country. According to Jones P. Madeira, Alwyn Chow was the person responsible for rejuvenating the idea of the freedom of press in Trinidad and Tobago. He was regarded as the consummate media man. His was an illustrious professional career. He was a certified chartered accountant, the managing director of Trinidad Guardian Media Limited, the general manager of the Trinidad Express, and the CEO of Trinity Housing. Although being a distinguished captain of industry, he was appointed as an independent senator during the second Republican Parliament from 1981 to 1986. All records show that he served on numerous parliamentary committees with distinction and debated robustly in numerous debates on many bills and on many motions. Senator Chow was, of course, the husband of our former Miss Universe, Janelle Penny Commission. His family is a very prominent family from the eastern community of Sangre Grande, a family that produced the likes of Arlene Chow, Mary Moore, and even Felice Aisha Chow, National Olympic rower. But Arlene and Mary were stalwarts in the energy industry, and they were among other siblings, children, and grandchildren of the Chow family. Alwyn Chow was noted as an innovative and entrepreneurial spirit who introduced UWI grads into the Trinidad Guardian as management trainees, and these grads would go on to be seasoned journalists. His was a tremendous contribution on the national landscape. On behalf of the government and the People's National Movement, we extend our sincerest condolences to his wife, to his adopted daughter Sasha, and to his entire family. We thank them for helping let his light shine on Trinidad and Tobago. May his soul find eternal peace. Thank you.
Senator Richards.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Madam President. It's my deep honor to pay tribute to a media giant, Alwyn Stephen Chow, who served in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago as an independent senator. He was married, as my colleagues have indicated, to Janelle Penny Commission Chow, and has a daughter, Sasha. Mr. Chow was fastidious in his belief that the media, as the fourth estate, was one of the most important pillars for development in Trinidad and Tobago. And in his roles as a chartered accountant, managing director of the Trinidad Publishing Company, now Guardian Media Limited, GML, and chairman of the Trinidad Broadcasting Company, he upheld the ideals of professional and important media practice. He was also the CEO of Trinity Housing Limited. Mr. Chow served in the Senate between 1981 and 1986 and contributed to several important bills with great detail and profundity. He contributed on the Dental Professionals Bill, Finance Amendment Bill, the Finance Institutions Non-Banking Bill, the Income Tax Amendment Bill, Supplementary Appropriation Bill between 1979 and 1980. Between 1980 and 81, he contributed to the Chattel Buildings Bill, Education Amendment Bill, Health Services Bill, and the Tobago House of Assembly Bill, among many others. He also, between 1980 and 81, he contributed to the Integrity Commission legislation, the Petroleum Taxes Amendment Bill, the Securities Industry Bill, Supplementary Appropriation Bill, and the Unit Trust Corporation. Of course, his contributions went way beyond those I've identified. He was a mentor to many in the media, and I myself had the distinct honor of interfacing with him on many occasions, and having the opportunity and the honor to visit his home. His wife's carnival fete had become legendary, and he was the consummate host and always interfaced with members of the media, his friends and family, with great dignity. He was also a great sporting enthusiast, many may not know that, and for his entire life, professionally and otherwise, supported Trinidad and Tobago as a patriot. On behalf of the members of the independent bench, I convey my deepest condolences to his wife, Penny, whom I am honored to call a friend, and his daughter, Sasha. May his soul rest in peace. At this time, I'd also like to take the opportunity to pass condolences to the family and colleagues of Dion Lendor, who we learned passed away tragically early yesterday. Thank you, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, a life like former Senator Chow's isn't easy to encapsulate in a few words, and I am immensely grateful for the tributes that have come before mine and that have added invaluable reflections on his life. A chartered accountant by profession, he took on the additional responsibilities of being an independent senator. Such was his devotion to his country. And as if serving in this capacity in the nation's democracy wasn't enough, former Senator Chow also dedicated his life to another critical bastion of democracy, the press. Among his many accomplishments there, he was credited with modernizing the nation's press rooms with the introduction of game-changing technology. In no small way, he helped usher the nation's press into the modern technological world. For his service to democracy, former Senator Chow has a nation's gratitude. Honourable Senators, former Senator Bashrat Ali passed away on Friday, December the 24th, 2021. I now invite members to offer tributes. Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the government bench, I humbly wish to pay tribute and thank former independent senator and statesman, the late Mr. Bashrat Ali, who physically left us on December 24th, 2021. Born on the 10th June 1933 to a simple farming family in Arangwes, and having 13 siblings who all contributed to the success of Mr. Bashrat Ali. A true family man, Mr. Ali was married to Joyce Ali and had 2 daughters, Nazmeen and Yasmin. With a passion for academia and the energy sector, Mr. Ali attended St. Mary's College on a government scholarship, where he pursued his studies and excelled. He later won a Shell scholarship to study chemical engineering. As a giant himself, he had peers with intellects like Lloyd Best and Ken Julian. Mr. Ali earned the title and status of an energy expert after working with Shell for over 30 years. He also worked at the National Energy Corporation, Ministry of Petroleum, lectured part-time at the University of the West Indies, just to name a few. Distinguishing himself in all capacities professionally and socially, he was appointed to act temporarily as an independent senator on June 10, 2003. He was later appointed an independent senator in December 2003, 2007, and 2010. From all research, readings, and conversations with my peers, Madam President, Mr. Ali can truly be described as nonpartisan, brilliant, humble, hardworking, always prepared for debate, and a true gentleman. His vision and contribution to the development of Trinidad and Tobago is worthy of recognition, and being awarded the Shakonia Medal Silver was well-deserved and welcoming. Today, we are called upon to recognize Mr. Basirat Ali and sincerely thank him, his family, and Almighty for loaning him for the greater good of our country and humanity. May his soul find eternal peace, and may his family, friends, and loved ones find the strength to continue on. May his name and legacy live on. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, where I sit today as leader of opposition business in this honorable Senate, just behind me, a row down after Senator Richards, sat Senator Basirat Ali. At times he sat where Senator Richard is sitting today to hold the fort. I recall him, Madam President, as a very humble, decent, honest, civil individual. And when you read his story, his beginnings, his struggles as a young man, leaving the shores of this country on a scholarship to study at the Manchester University and emerging as a chemical engineer. What that demonstrated is that even though he came from a very huge family, the record would show that with the support of his parents, Basirat was able to shine. He was a scholar, a teacher, a lecturer. And as my colleague said, he was completely non-partisan, a professional making his contributions in this parliament towards the genuine development of our nation. We had several discussions, several exchanges while he sat as an independent senator. And I can always remember, Madam President, his very quiet, unassuming spirit and his willingness to offer advice whenever requested, even though he was an independent senator. So I myself was a bit shocked when I heard of his passing. So on this very sad occasion, I would like to, on behalf of the United National Congress, offer our sincerest and deepest condolences to his wife, Jearlean, and his children, his family, his friends, and associates. May Basirat Ali receive the peace and rest that he deserves. And may he, like his ancestors, rise in perpetual glory. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Timal.
Thank you, Madam President. It is indeed an honor for me to be asked to pay tribute to former independent Senator Basharat Ali. Mr. Ali hailed from Arangwes, and when he departed this worldly realm, he was 88 years of age. And he has left among his wife, Joyce Ali, and two children, Nazmeen and Yasmin. Basharat Ali graduated from the University of Manchester in the year 1957 with a degree in chemical engineering and shaped his professional career afterwards by serving Shell Trinidad Limited on overseas assignments, working at the Ministry of Petroleum and Mines, also the National Energy Corporation, and also served as a board member of the IDC. From 1990 onwards, he was chairman of Joyce E. Ali and Company Limited. Mr. Basharat Ali first entered Parliament as a temporary senator, independent, in the 8th Parliament on June 10, 2003, and he was later appointed an independent senator by His Excellency Professor George Maxwell Richards. He thus served as an independent senator temporary in 2003 and was appointed independent senator from December 2003 to September 2007. He also served from December 2007 to April 2010 and from June 2010 to August 2012. Mr. Basharat Ali was a very important member of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee, and what is of note that he attended all the sessions of that committee of the Parliament. He also served on the Committee of Privileges in the first session of the Senate. His maiden contribution was on the Kidnapping Bill 2003, and he contributed to at least 19 other bills, including the Anti-Gang Bill of 2010, the Bail Amendment Bill of 2010, the Interception of Communications Bill 2010, and the Trafficking in Persons Bill 2011. Mr. Basharat Ali also made significant contributions to motions that were debated, some including a motion to adopt the second interim report on Public Procurement and Central Tenders Board, motion to affirm the Census 2011 order, and a motion on the state of the economy. A Newsday article on December 28, 2021 by Elizabeth Gonzalez remembered Mr. Basharat Ali as an energy giant and a gentleman. And he also engaged and was an avid enthusiast of local art and culture, classical music, preservation of the environment, and a keen interest in the national heritage of Trinidad and Tobago. On behalf of all senators on the independent bench, past and present, deepest condolences to the family of Basharat Ali, and we salute this genuine son of the soil for his contributions to the development of the nation of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, former Senator Basharat Ali was, in this chamber and in his life, what all of us would do well to aspire to become. He was a giant in his field. His voice on energy matters carried enormous sway. There were few who could match his in-depth knowledge of the matters about which he spoke. Had he chosen, he could have spoken and carried himself in a manner that declared his obvious superiority in these areas. Yet he wore the crown of knowledge and authority so lightly that the crown itself was almost imperceptible. His was a quiet and unassuming manner that belied the passion and the power that lay beneath his gentle and dignified surface. When our nation's youth go in search of examples of how to blend achievement with humility, of how to combine conviction with class, and of how to integrate intensity with utter lack of pretension, they need look no further than to the life and the example of former Senator Ali. Honorable Senators, that example is not only for our youth, but for all of us. The Senate is grateful beyond measure for former Senator Ali's contribution and example. For both, he has a nation's thanks. Honorable Senators, I'll ask you to please stand so that we can observe a minute of silence in honor of both former Senator Alwyn Chow and former Senator Basharat Ali. Thank you, and please be seated. Honorable Senators, the Clerk of the Senate will convey to the family of Mr. Alwyn Chow and the family of Mr. Basharat Ali all the sentiments that have been expressed here today. Honorable Senators, we shall now revert to the earlier item of business. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Paula Mae Weeks, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Ndale Young. Whereas Senator the Honorable Hazel Bacchus is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness. Now, therefore, I, Paula Mae Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndale Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 11th of January 2022, and continuing during the absence of Senator the Honorable Hazel Bacchus by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President St. Anne's this 11th day of January 2022. To Mr. Sean Sobers. Whereas Senator David Naked is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Paula Mae Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Sean Sobers, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 11th of January 2022 and continuing during the absence of Senator David Nakid from Trinidad and Tobago. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the Presidents and Anns this 11th day of January 2022. To Ms. Marsha Walker. Whereas Senator Anil Roberts is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness. Now, therefore, I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Marsha Walker, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 11th of January 2022 and continuing during the absence of Senator Anil Roberts by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the Presidents and Anns this 11th day of January 2022. To Dr. Margaret Burgess. Whereas Senator Evans Welsh is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Margaret Burgess, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 11th of January 2022 and continuing during the absence of Senator Evans Welsh from Trinidad and Tobago. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the Presidents and Anns this 11th day of January 2022. Honourable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Ndala Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Sean Sobers, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Marsha Walker, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
I, Margaret Burgess, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter. Papers.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Education, and the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. The annual audited financial statements of the Rural Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. The annual audited financial statements of National Information and Communication Technology Company Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. The audited financial statements of the National Training Agency for the financial year ended September 30th, 2012. The audited financial statements of Caroni 1975 Limited for the financial year ended June 30th, 2020. The audited financial statements of the PowerGen Company Limited, Company of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended December 31st, 2010. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the consolidated financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Unit Trust Corporation for the year ended December 30th, 2020. The annual report of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2021. The annual administrative reports of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the periods October 1st, 2015 to September 30th, 2016, and October 1st, 2018 to September 30th, 2019. And the annual administrative reports of the PowerGen Company of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the years 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2013. Thank you, Madam President.
Questions?
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, given the rising costs of funerals, is the government prepared to provide financial support, including an increase in the number of funeral grants to assist vulnerable families who have lost loved ones due to COVID-19?
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, there is no cap on the number of grants that is provided for persons, vulnerable persons. The funeral grant is paid by the ministry and provides financial support for the burial of persons where families have difficulty providing for the full cost. It is therefore intended to supplement resources. And this grant is usually issued to needy families whose means are determined by a means test.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate to this Honorable Senate whether she's aware that families are being called upon to pay exorbitant costs associated with burials for their families in the region of $10, $15, $20, $30,000? Is the Minister aware of these high costs associated with funeral and burials and cremation?
That question isn't allowed.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister if she can identify the additional grants she mentioned a short while ago that the vulnerable, the poor, can access in assisting their families in their burial or cremation costs?
Senator Mark, what's the question?
I'm asking the Honourable Minister, she said that there are several additional grants available to families. I'm asking the Honourable Minister if she can share with this Honourable Senate those additional grants so that the families of these loved ones can access them for purposes of burying or cremating their loved ones.
Minister.
Madam President, I didn't speak of additional grants. I spoke about the funeral grants, which is available to persons in need, and this is granted when an assessment is done.
Next question, Senator Mark.
To the Minister of Health. In light of the increase in the number of COVID-19 deaths and the long waiting period for the release of bodies, can the Minister indicate what measures are being implemented by the government to address this issue?
Health.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and may I say Happy New Year to you and honorable members of this chamber. Madam President, in checking with the RHAs this morning, the average storage time for bodies of the deceased, and condolences to all, varies from about 1 to 5 days. At Southwest, at Eastern, there is no undue delay. North Central, it's about 1 to 5 days again. And Northwest, there is no undue delay. However, most of the cases where bodies are delayed outside of this average time of 1 to 5 days unquestionably does happen. And when we investigate the reasons, it is because the next of kin listed on the admission form is now in quarantine for 14 days. So that has thrown up a problem. It is the fault of no one, not the deceased, not the next of kin, not the RHA. It is just because the listed next of kin is in quarantine. And legally, we cannot release the body to anyone else, even though other family members may be asking for that release. What we have done so far is, knowing that the Ministry of Health has an overarching responsibility in executing that responsibility, we are liaising with local government, the Funeral Home Association, and the RHAs. We do morning body checks at all the mortuaries. We call relatives as much as possible. We liaise with the wards where the persons come from, so all proper documentation is in place, so that when the funeral homes do come for the bodies, there is not that administrative delay. So that is what we are doing, and that is the main reason. The main reason is when persons are waiting for their PCR test to come out for quarantines, and we are dealing with that holistically with all the stakeholders. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator.
To indicate, in light of these delays that may arise from what he has just indicated, is the Minister aware that there is an associated cost being borne by families?
Minister.
Yes, we do, and I think that question was recently answered by the Minister of Social Development and Family Services. But we don't charge, the RHAs don't charge persons for storing the bodies.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, having regard to the fact that these bodies have to be tested via the PCR arrangement. The question that I'd like to ask the minister, has the government given any consideration to engage in private laboratories in that exercise in terms of PCR testing in conjunction with the funeral homes?
Minister?
The delays which happen mainly at Southwest has nothing to do with testing. It has to do with the next of kin being quarantined. So the application of the solution you are proposing doesn't find a problem. The problem is the next of kin is in quarantine. It has nothing to do with testing the deceased. So what you are suggesting doesn't find a problem. The problem is with the next of kin, and we could only release the body to the listed next of kin for legal reasons, as we could appreciate.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, we have 8 questions for oral response today and 2 for written response. The government will respond to 7 out of the 8 for oral response, and we are asking for a deferral respectfully of number 53 for 2 weeks. We are also asking for deferral of the 2 written questions for response, also 2 weeks. Thank you.
So question number 53 and questions number 45 and 46 are deferred for 2 weeks. Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Question number 20 to the Honorable Minister of National Security.
Madam President, regretful as I am to leave my busy schedule to answer this, what I consider to be very empty and banal question, I must respond to you in answer to question 20. The Minister of National Security certainly does not propose to retract this statement in view of the fact that it was not designed or intended to be a criticism, but rather an observation by this minister.
Madam President, can the Honorable Minister indicate what were the factors that informed his observations as it relates to condemning police officers in the context of his statement?
That question doesn't arise from the question that was posed and the answer given.
Well, Madam President, can the Minister share with this Senate whether his statement that 40% of the members of the protective services seem to be doing all the work, can the Minister indicate how he arrived at this particular position?
Senator Mark, that question too does not arise.
So, Madam President, can I ask, therefore, is the Minister prepared to apologize to the police service for that very outrageous statement that he made in condemnation of the police service of this country?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Well, I would ask the Minister in future, do not attack the police service he has done. Madam President, may I go on, please? Another question, please.
Senator Mark, the last statement was just that, a statement.
Yes, so I'm going on to the next question.
Well, yes, you should.
Question number 21 to the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Public Administration.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the government does not intend to suspend the gathering and the filing of returns of property, as it would result in a wastage of scarce resources, time, and effort. Further, as evidenced by Clause 78 of the Local Government Reform Bill, currently before the Parliament, it is the intention of the government to empower local government corporations, regardless of their political affiliation, to collect and retain residential property tax. This measure is designed to provide local government corporations with a significant and sustainable income stream for their projects and programs. Any move to suspend the process of population of the valuation rolls would therefore undermine this initiative and weaken the local government reform process. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can I ask the Honourable Minister whether it is the intention of the government to allocate 100% of the property tax to local government bodies as enunciated by the Honourable Minister a short while ago?
Minister.
Madam President, I didn't enunciate a percentage, but as the government would have indicated during the debates on this matter, the intention is to allocate residential property tax to local government.
Senator
Madam President, can I ask the Honourable Minister, what time frame does the government anticipate for the completion of the population of the valuation roll, Madam President?
Senator Mark, that question doesn't arise.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate what will it take for the government to reconsider its position in seeking to impose this draconian property tax, which the people cannot afford to bear? Can the Minister give this Parliament an undertaking that the government will review its position?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed.
How many more do I have?
Well, you have one more.
That is allowed?
That
will be allowed?
You can raise one more question, and hopefully it'll be relevant to the question that was posed and the answer that was given.
Yes. Well, can I ask the Minister, seeing that the government does not intend to suspend this whole thrust to populate the valuation roll, can the Minister provide to this Honourable Parliament, through you, the time frame that will be required to have this population roll, the valuation population roll, completed, Madam President, through you?
Minister.
Madam President, I'm unable to provide that information at this time. We have a current exercise ongoing, and at the end of that period, we'll be in a better position to indicate when we think we would have attained the minimum number of valuations required to commence the collection of property tax.
Next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 27 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Number 22.
22, I beg your pardon.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Works and Transport has no control over or responsibility for matters relating to the relocation of or payment of compensation to persons adversely affected by activities of quarry operators. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, is the Minister aware of this development that took place at this particular community, given the important role that his ministry has to play in this matter?
That question is not allowed.
Is the Minister liaising with the relevant ministries to provide some assistance to these families who are adversely affected by this quarrying activity being carried out by a company well known to the minister?
That question is also not allowed.
Can the minister indicate, Madam President, through you, whether he intends, given what I've asked, to liaise with the appropriate minister with a view to getting to the bottom of this matter?
Minister.
Madam President, I don't know what role the Honourable Senator sees the Ministry of Works playing in this matter. We have absolutely no role in this matter. So I don't know what role the Honourable Senator is asking me about. We have no role to play in this matter. We are not responsible for quarries or for relocation or compensation. So,
Senator Mark.
Madam President, may I go on, please?
Yes.
Question number 34 to the Minister of Health.
Yes. Could you just indicate that you're asking this on behalf of Senator John?
Oh, yes. Madam President, I beg your pardon. On behalf of Senator Jearlean John, I'm asking question number 34 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much again, Madam President. Initially, public communication regarding the benefits of vaccination was based on findings of a vaccine hesitancy study, or some studies, conducted by the University of the West Indies, Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, and Market Facts and Opinion. However, over time, our strategy has been adjusted to deal with different segments of the population in accordance with their particular needs. The overall strategy has been to continuously reassure the public that COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective and have been tested and trialed in all phases 1 to 4 and are subject to World Health Organization SAGE approval process. The key message is aimed at reinforcing in the public mind that our child immunization program is part of our national healthcare protocol, inclusive of vaccinations against childhood diseases, such as measles, polio, and yellow fever. This has led to no known cases of these diseases in Trinidad and Tobago. Also, it must be noted that diseases such as polio and smallpox have been eradicated due to vaccinations. As the nature of the pandemic has evolved, the communication program has also evolved to reassure persons that vaccines save lives and offer the best protection against the COVID-19 virus. All these initiatives are validated based on surveys conducted and reports that provide sound technical evidence from key organizations, again, such as CARPHA, PAHO, and UE. In addition, to ensure continued uptake of our vaccination program by as many citizens, residents, and visitors as is possible, our COVID-19 vaccines have been made easily available and accessible through a national network of health centers and mass vaccination sites. As of January 9th, 2020, the number of persons who have received their first dose of a 2-dose regime is 670,713. Those who are fully vaccinated, 674,618, representing 48.2% of the population. And the number of persons who have received their booster shots is 90,315. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Mark.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. May I ask the Honourable Minister, with the upcoming, I should say, Madam President, vaccine quasi-safe zone policy, could the Minister indicate to this House whether he has witnessed, given the strategies that he has outlined, any substantial uptick in the, let's say, demand for vaccines by the population? Has the Minister seen any, positive responses coming from the population?
Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, thank you. And as I have said publicly, we have noticed a 50% increase in persons accessing vaccines, first dose, whether it's the first dose of a 2-dose regime or the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. But I think what the country needs now is some solidarity. And I think if we need to increase our rates, the saying goes, a picture paints 1,000 words. Madam President, through you, would Senator Mark agree to a collective picture of all 6 UNC senators and all 16 PNM senators displaying their vaccination cards and send a message to this population? Because we have indicated we are vaccinated. Collective leadership calls for us to put aside our swords and words and show solidarity. Would Senator Mark agree to a picture of the 6 UNC senators and the PNM senators sending a message to this country that we want vaccinations?
Senator Mark?
May I ask, I'm coming back to the relevance of this matter. Can I ask the Honourable Minister, since he has claimed in his statement that vaccines are safe and effective, is the Minister prepared and his government to indemnify individuals who take the vaccine and they have adverse reactions? Can the Minister put on the record whether the government is prepared to indemnify and stand liability for workers who may suffer adverse effects as a result of taking the vaccine?
Minister.
Thank you. So the Honorable Attorney General has spoken to that issue more than once, and he is on record as saying what that is. But I have noticed that the Honorable Senator has studiously stayed clear of my call for a collective picture, asking that the UNC 6 senators join with the PNM senators to send a signal to this country that as leaders, we encourage vaccination.
Senator Mark, Senator Leiter. Senator Mark, you asked a question and an answer is being given. Will you please wait until the minister is finished and you can ask your other question. Minister, are you finished?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You don't ask questions.
Senator Mark, you also do. Senator Mark, you also should not be engaging and saying what people can and cannot do in the chamber. Can you leave that? Thank you very much. Senator Vera has a question. Senator Vera has a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable Minister, does the Ministry of Health monitor, trace, and record adverse reactions to the vaccine?
And as we have said publicly since the start of the mass vaccination programs, all adverse events as opposed to side effects are traced, monitored, and reported to PAHO, WHO. And as the Chief Medical Officer and myself have said publicly numerous times, in the administration of over 1.3 million doses of vaccines, less than 5 to 10 known adverse events have been reported, and not one has resulted in death. So, the message is vaccines are safe, and compare that to the daily fatality count of 15, 20, 30, but not one death due to vaccines. And yes, we are bound to report these to WHO and PAHO, and which we have done. And we have stated this publicly on numerous occasions. Thank you very much.
Senator Mark?
Continue?
Sorry?
Can I continue?
You have 2 more questions.
Yes, Madam President. Can I continue?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Madam President, can the Minister share with this Honourable Senate how many public servants in this country remain unvaccinated, right, and run the risk of being furloughed?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed.
Madam President, in light of the changing environment, where one can be infected even when vaccinated and being given the booster shot, how is the minister's message going to address those persons who will make reference to this phenomena in terms of that struggle and strategy to encourage people to become vaccinated? Can the minister share with this Honourable Senate how he intends to approach that?
Minister.
Thank you very much. So I will have no figures about the public service. What I have said publicly is that since we started the 2 dedicated sites for public officers on Monday the 3rd.
No, Minister, I don't think that's the question that was posed. The question that was posed was about the strategy for persons who are vaccinated and who have gotten the booster and may still get COVID. Am I not? Yes,
okay,
that's
sorry,
the question I was
sorry.
asked.
So the strategy worldwide for people who have been boosted, who may still get breakthrough infections, is they must continue to adhere to the public health guidelines, which is wearing masks, washing of hands, social distancing, and avoiding crowds. What the vaccines and the booster promises is that even if you do get a breakthrough infection, it is going to be mild, it may not land you in a hospital, it may not land you in an ICU, and your chances of succumbing to the disease is severely, severely limited. The vaccine is not a 100% cure, but it certainly reduces significantly. And with the Omicron variant, the research is showing that you need a booster. But I still want my colleague to state whether they are willing to join with us in a collective photograph to show that all senators are vaccinated.
Thank you. Senator Mark, your time is now finished, and we move on to the next question. Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 35 to the Minister of Health.
President.
Minister of Health.
Several measures are being implemented to increase vaccination levels, including a critical review of the number of studies and reports submitted to the Ministry of Health to determine the reasons for vaccine hesitancy across the country, including 1, a survey report completed in May 2021 by Market Facts and Opinion Consumer Economic Study on Trinidad and Tobago, which indicated that only 35% of the population was willing to take the vaccines at that time. It must be noted, today we are at 48%. A report from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPHA, on vaccine acceptance among active social media users in the Caribbean, completed in July 2021, which by contrast indicated that only 15% of the sample population, that is social media users, was vaccine hesitant, and only 11% reported that they would not take the COVID-19 vaccines when they became available at that time. A journal article published on August 19, 2021, from the Lancet Regional Health of the Americas, Volume 3, entitled Public Trust, Information Sources, and Vaccine Willingness related to the COVID-19 pandemic in Trinidad and Tobago, an online cross-sectional survey, which indicated that 62% of the sample population were willing to take the vaccines. The Faculty of Social Sciences, University of the West Indies, UWI, has also been re-engaged to advise on strategies to be implemented. There are continuous education efforts by the RHAs. Further, the Ministry of Health is utilizing new spokespersons and opinion leaders. Regarding the second part of the question, several measures are being implemented to reduce the prevalence of diabetes and obesity, including 1, in 2016, the launch of the HSSP Loan Health Services Support Program with a focus on prevention, treatment, and care of non-diseases in Trinidad and Tobago. The creation of an NCD director position within the Ministry of Health to lead policy implementation. In April 2017, the prohibition of the sale of serving of sugar-sweetened non-alcoholic beverages with added sugars by manufacturers and other producers in all government and government-assisted schools. In April 2017, as part of government policy and mandate, some private sector producers voluntarily reduced their sugar levels in juices and beverages. In January 2018, the launch of an aggressive health care screening program for cancer, diabetes, heart and hypertension to reduce heart disease and hypertension to reduce their prevalence. In December 2018, and this is important, the launch of the Trinidad and Tobago Moves Initiative. In July 2019, the launch of the Hearts Initiative, another very important one in October 2020, the launch of the Gestational Diabetes Screening Program, with training being completed on the use of improved quality control procedures in laboratory management and use of an interactive online platform for medical staff within all RHAs. the procurement and installation of physical activity equipment for 11 youth facilities for the Community-Based Health Youth Wellness TT initiative. And finally, the procurement of physical activity equipment for schools, all schools, being completed with delivery of these equipment commencing by February 2022 for all government and government-assisted primary and government-assisted schools. The finalization of a national nutrition standard, increased physical activity and health education in schools to reduce childhood obesity. The development of educational campaigns promoting the benefits of locally produced alternatives to cater to lifestyles such as veganism, gluten-free, and fish to reduce the incidence of non-communicable diseases. And lastly, the re-engineering of the chronic disease program, CDAP, to make pharmaceuticals more accessible for the treatment of care of non-communicable diseases.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. With regard to part one of the question and the Minister's answer regarding the increase in vaccination levels, given the Minister's response, has the Ministry been able to garner research or initiate research to determine the main reasons for vaccine hesitancy, since our levels are about 48 to 50%, with a view to crafting different types of communication strategies to deal with those resistant persons?
Minister.
Question. Madam President, in doing all the research globally and locally, the issues of vaccine hesitancy seem to have remained the same over this past year. One, people are questioning the safety and efficacy. Two, they want to know why these vaccines were delivered so quickly. Although all World Health Organizations and spokespersons have addressed these things. And three, we have to look at the issue of social media. On Sunday, the 19th of December, the Trinidad Guardian, very good article, far right using COVID-19 theories to reach, grow their study. And it spoke about COVID-19 has served as a catalyst for radicalization. It allows conspiracy theories or extremists to create simple narratives, framing it as it does. Today, the Guardian, again on that same page, Pope on COVID vaccine says healthcare is a moral obligation. And this is where we have to go. We have to use these opinion leaders like the Pope, like our local religious leaders that we have engaged. Pope Francis suggested yesterday that getting vaccinated against COVID was a moral obligation and denounced how people had been swayed by baseless information to refuse one of the most effective measures to save lives during the pandemic. And this is what we have faced globally, that social media, especially Facebook, and the way their algorithms are set up, drives people to read more and more anti-vaccine content. So we are working, we are at 48.2%, but we are working every day, and I am glad that roughly about 1,000 to 1,500 persons a day, it could be more, I have said so publicly, are taking up the advantage of being vaccinated. Thank you very much.
Senator Richards.
President, in regards to part two of the question, related to reduction of diabetes and obesity, the Minister outlined several initiatives over the last couple of years that have been initiated to deal with the issue of tracking obesity levels in Trinidad and Tobago, particularly in children. Can the Minister indicate if the initiatives have borne fruit, with data suggesting obesity levels are falling?
So before the pandemic, I'm glad Senator Richards asked the question. When we had put the ban on sugar sweetened beverages in schools, the survey at that time, prior to the pandemic, showed that children were drinking 25% less soft drinks. That will translate into less obesity, but with the pandemic now, they went back home, they went back into an environment where we know what happens in our kitchens. I am glad that students are coming back out to school, so they are back in an environment where they get proper nutrition and where they don't have access to these sugar-sweetened beverages. We have to do what is called, Senator, something called a STEPS survey to really find out the nuts and bolts. However, over the past 2 years, the pandemic prevented us from doing that STEPS survey. I am hoping that in 2022, the latter half, assuming things go back to some degree of normalcy, we can get back into the schools and do that step survey to hopefully see that those measures had some positive effect, even though children, some of them were at home and out of the environment in the schools, which encouraged them to eat better and not drink sugar-sweetened beverages.
Senator Richards.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for the response. Given the globally available data that suasion does not tend to work, and the jurisdictions that have seen progress in reduction of general population obesity and child obesity have taken the route of mandatory reduction of sugar levels in foods available, particularly to children. Is that an option the ministry is willing to consider this time?
So at the ministry level, when I was first appointed Minister of Health, suasion did work. As I said, if you look at the packages of one of the major juice manufacturers in Trinidad and Tobago, and we spoke to them, we asked them to voluntarily reduce the levels of sugar in your drinks. And that manufacturer responded brilliantly. You will see printed on the front of their carton, no added sugar. So moral suasion did work, and that is the route we are going. Other soft drink manufacturers have, in fact, reduced their levels of sugar in their drinks, and we continue to work with them to do that. So there is a role for moral suasion before we go other routes.
Senator Richards.
I think I have one more, do I?
Yes.
Thank you. Final question, Minister. With regards to the issue of pregnant women and gestational diabetes, has the ministry done any research to see how prevalent it is in Trinidad and Tobago, one, and the impact it's having on the issues related to COVID-19 affected women who are pregnant? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. So the issue of gestational diabetes, and for the layperson, gestational, that's when a woman is pregnant. The research tells us that a pregnant woman has a 50% risk of developing type 2 diabetes, that is non-insulin dependent diabetes. And we deliver about 13 to 15,000 babies per year, 90% of which is in the public healthcare system. The research will also tell you the child of that diabetic mother, 50% of them, stand a 50% chance of being a type 2 diabetic in the long term. And in 2018, our National Standardization Diabetes in Pregnancy policy set out that to deal with both mothers who have COVID and mothers who have no COVID. Our pregnant women, COVID and non-COVID, for the first time in this country since 2018, are now being screened twice for diabetes during their pregnancy. What that does, it has helped us decrease two things. One, maternal mortality. Two, perinatal mortality rates. So the program is working, and this is one of the signature components of our NCD program, Non-Communicable Diseases Program, our gestational diabetes program, which we launched in 2018. So we are gathering the data, and I've given you some of the data about the prevalence of diabetes in our pregnant population. Thank you very much.
Senator Walker.
President, Honorable Minister, you mentioned social media as a large culprit to vaccine hesitancy. You also spoke of persons questioning the safety and efficacy of the vaccine. Would the minister consider using social media more heavily to share data such as the number of persons with side effects and even categorize those effects versus the very few that you initially mentioned who have had major adverse reactions?
Thank you. So we have made no secret of the fact that any drug, any vaccination has side effects, minor side effects. It is counterintuitive to blow that up out of proportion. You get a little pain in the injection site, a little fever. To escalate that does not make sense for any vaccine anywhere in the world. It is not done anywhere in the world. So I don't see the need for it, most respectfully.
Next question, Senator Lyder.
Question number 52 to the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam President. With respect to part one of the response, yes, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts has been engaging with Carnival stakeholders on a continual basis on this matter, including, but not limited to, the National Carnival Commission, Pan-Trinbago, TUCO, the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival Bands Association, the Trinidad and Tobago Promoters Association, representatives of Chutney Soca stakeholders, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Digital Transformation, Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, Ministry of National Security, Tourism Trinidad Limited, Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, Tobago Festivals Commission Limited. With respect to part two, following several discussions and review of proposals in the context of the rapidly changing circumstances associated with and arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, in particular the arrival of new variants and the current elevated levels of infection and hospitalization, no firm decision has yet been taken regarding the hosting of carnival-type activities in 2022. However, we expect that a decision will be forthcoming in the near future. With respect to part three, and having regard to the response in part two of the question, no budget estimate has been identified at this time for the hosting of carnival-type activities in 2022.
Leader.
Madam President, through you, can the Honourable Minister identify through his consultations and through many meetings with promoters, etc., have any promoters received or are earmarked to receive any level of sponsorship in any form by the government or any other government institution?
Senator Leader, that question does not arise.
Okay, Madam President, in the consultations and given the state of the pandemic today, has there been a decision by the government that should Carnival actually happen in 2022, will the venues used be considered safe zones? Has that arisen in the consultations?
Minister.
That has arisen in the consultations, that there be predetermined, pre-approved safe zone type venues.
Senator Leader.
Madam President, given the fact that the Minister cannot indicate that there will be much or any activity for Carnival 2022, will the Minister, and given the fact that many Carnival stakeholders will indeed not be experiencing any financial benefits, given that we have not heard any activities.
Senator Leader, if I could just ask you to pose your question, please.
Thank you. Yeah. Would the Minister come to this Senate or admit to this Senate and to the, by extension to the population, that the statement made by the Honourable Attorney General that this would be the mother of carnivals was indeed misleading?
Senator Leader, that question is not allowed.
But it was, Madam President, it was in the order paper as
that
a statement.
That supplemental question is not allowed.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam President. There's not much more for me to ask the Minister, given the lack of response. Thank you, Madam President.
Next question, Senator Leader.
Question number 54 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Public Administration.
President. Madam President, in regard to the $1.2 billion budgeted for the A&R Robinson International Airport project, the following information is provided. The estimated cost of land acquisition for the new airport terminal and associated works at the A&R Robinson International Airport is $300 million. The contract sum for clearing of land acquired and to be acquired for the project is US $1 million, that is 6.8 million TT dollars. To date, approximately 80% of this sum has been claimed via the project certification process. The cost of hoarding of the site is covered under the contractor's proposed cost for the general provisions and project requirements item of work, which is required to support the execution of the permanent works for the project. This is similar to what is commonly referred to as the preliminaries item on major projects. To date, the contractor has made no specific claim for hoarding under this item. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Leader.
President, through you, can the Honourable Minister indicate how many families have been displaced from their homes as a result of the land acquisition governed by this $1.2 billion Tobago Airport Terminal project?
Leader, that question does not arise.
Okay, thank you. Madam President, through you, can the Honourable Minister indicate whether or not in the Ministry of Works and Transport or in any ministry they are in possession of a feasibility study that has been conducted to justify the budget of this total spend of $1.2 billion of taxpayers' money on this project?
Senator Leader, that question doesn't arise based on the question that has been posed and the answer that has been given.
Okay. Madam President, can the Honourable Minister confirm to this Senate the quantity and names of international airlines who have been officially confirmed air travel to this Tobago airport to utilize this new $1.2 billion terminal?
Senator Leader, that question doesn't arise.
Madam President, can the Minister detail payments to individual contractors by name on this project thus far? And if not, will the Minister give us a government assurance that it can be provided within 2 weeks?
So you just asked for two questions there. You just asked two, and neither will be allowed.
Thank you, Madam President. I expected that.
No, Senator Leader, I call on you to make an apology for that last comment.
I apologize to you sincerely, Madam President.
Thank you very much.
Introduction of bills. The National Academy for the Performing Arts Bill 2022 in the name of the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. 2. The Southern Academy for the Performing Arts Bill 2022 in the name of the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Public Business, Government Business Bill, second reading.
Attorney General. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President, and I take this opportunity to wish you and all honourable senators a very happy new year with the expectation and hope that we can continue to do good business for the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago as we proceed to make law. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 1128, be now read a second time. Madam President, the government approaches the Honourable Senate with the fervent hope and desire that we can continue to pass law to protect our most vulnerable. The bill before us, Madam President, is one to amend the Sexual Offences Act. The Sexual Offences Act is Act number 27 of 1986. And this particular act, which is now some 69 sections long, if you look at the history of the act, coming first of all for the repeal and replacement of laws in 1986 relating to sexual crimes, procuration, abduction, and prostitution of persons, and to kindred offences. That's what the Sexual Offences Act in 1986 was said to do. if you look at the history of the development of the Sexual Offences Act, the removal of marital rape as a concept which was debated back and forth, can persons in marriage commit rape? Watching our society treat with those things, understanding how we treat with children, understanding how we treat with persons who are differently abled. If you look at the Act in its consolidated form, and I should say that the laws of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the website, we have dedicated our time to updating those laws so that the amendments are now current across all of the laws. And if you look to this, you will notice that there has been a significant reform of the Sexual Offences Act in the time that I have had as Attorney General. In 2017, then 2019, then 2021, and now in 2022, we have made major steps to protecting the vulnerable. The bill before us is seemingly short. It's 6 clauses long, including the short title, the commencement clause. We seek to amend the interpretation section of the Act, that is Section 2 of the Act. We seek to add 4 new clauses to the Sexual Offences Act. A new 22A, a new 22B, a new 22C, and a new 22D. And what is this about? Bearing in mind that we have been incapable as a parliament of passing the cybercrime laws in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, bearing in mind that we went to a joint select committee and could not get the agreement of the opposition to pass the cybercrime laws, looking at the platform of the vulnerable in Trinidad and Tobago, taking account of jurisprudence. In particular, there is a very important case that I'll put on the record, and that is a High Court case under the hand of Mr. Justice Frank Sipasad. It's CV number 2014-01949, Therese Ho versus Lendell Simmons. This case, as it was produced on the 26th of October 2015, set out material which we as a government took into account as we sought to prosecute amendments to the law to introduce cybercrime. Why? The new sections proposed by this bill treat with 2 concepts. 1, voyeurism. Voyeurism, and I'll come to its definition in a short while, as the elements of the crime are set out in the new section 22A, is one aspect, and then the second one is now referred to, and Mr. Justice Sipasad referred to it as, quite properly, what it is commonly called now, revenge pornography. That is the new sections 22B, C. So we're putting in 3 aspects into 2 topics. And we are also introducing a methodology for compensation. Why? If you read the judgment, and I really recommend this judgment to all honorable senators, if you read the judgment of Mr. Justice Sipasad, and you note that the judge has recognized that the law of confidence only goes so far in the civil realm, and that whilst we can invoke equitable remedies and even damages, the judge properly identifies the fact that there's a major lacuna in the laws of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to privacy and the criminalization of privacy. Now, on the one hand, we do have the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, which recognizes the qualified right to private life in Section 4. But if you are looking for an actionable remedy, the civil law stands apart from the criminal law, and in the criminal law, we are looking around the world, and Trinidad and Tobago is no exception, to vulnerable people, in particular children, being the victims of the most savage of criminality portrayed in the digital world. Taking an intimate image of someone, sharing an intimate image without their consent, threatening people to share intimate images, video recordings, altering images so that you are literally changing people's faces and putting them on bodies. As I saw quite interestingly on BBC this week alone, the very tragic story of an Egyptian girl, a young teenager, who was the victim of two young men altering images of her to the point where she committed suicide. Now, I've used a very far country, Egypt, but I can say with certainty that we have had children in this country who are the victims of bullying, cyberbullying, committing suicide. And whilst we could not and cannot get the opposition to support cybercrime legislation which would have dealt with this, as we had it in the legislation that we took to a joint select committee and which failed, in these circumstances we come again in the body of the Sexual Offences Act to try again. And why is that, Madam President? If we look to the statistical information available to us, I can tell you, Madam President, for the period 2017, 18, 19, 20, and 21, there have been 2,282 reported sexual offenses. Let me repeat that. 2,282, of which 647 have been detected. So reported 2,282, detected 647. We have a 28.3% detection rate. And when we looked at that bracket broadly of sexual offenses, and we looked at an examination of the current law, it is true that some aspects of the current law can touch and concern this issue. After all, we do have the Offences Against the Persons Act, Chapter 1108, in the offense of harassment, but harassment requires a course of conduct. You must do it more than once. We do have the Sexual Offences Act with the offense of indecent assault, which can perhaps capture a peeping Tom or a pervert, but again with limitations. And we do have the Constitution, again with its qualified constitutional rights. And then the issue of having to go to court and prosecute your right, as the case of Therese Ho and Lyndall Simmons set out, means that you have to pay a lawyer, ask for damages, go for aggravation, go through the indignity of an entire process at the end of the day for a dollar judgment, which may not go that far, particularly if you are vulnerable. So let's deal with the law. What are we proposing? The bill before us, as I said, has, number one, voyeurism. Number two, taking and sharing of intimate images. Number three, sharing of intimate images. And number four, a methodology for compensation in the criminal realm. The bill also goes into consequential amendments, very importantly into the Children's Act. And in the Children's Act, we are replicating the offenses of voyeurism, taking and sharing intimate images, and sharing intimate images, and compensation, but we are not removing or conflating these offenses with child pornography. Very importantly, we keep child pornography as a separate aspect. Now, at first read, I'm sure everybody in this chamber is attracted to supporting this kind of law. I'm sure of that. But I can say, Madam President, that this is quite complicated. There are some complicated issues in this bill. And I will flag it up front now. My own view is that this really ought to be referred to a special select committee of the Senate. And I'll explain why as I go through the provisions of the bill. Because we need to make sure that the particulars work themselves out right. Now, recently people are somewhat confused at taking a step for policy decisions and then coming with prescriptions. I'd like to explain that the law in some circumstances requires you to state a policy, provide a proposal. In my philosophy, and you know what I'm going to say, of just start, you ought to at least start at a point and then work your way through, where appropriate, in a consultative process in getting the details right. Madam President, we, in developing this bill, sought the assistance of many entities. I wrote to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the DPP's office, the Judiciary, the Public Defender's Department, Prisons, Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago, the Children's Authority, the Ministry of National Security, Police Complaints Authority, Criminal Bar Association, the British High Commission, Candlelight Movement, the University of the West Indies Research Department, Carryman, which is an NGO, Rape Crisis Society, Women of Substance, and Coalition of Domestic Violence. We did not receive submissions from the DPP, the Judiciary, the Prisons, the Criminal Bar Association, the Candlelight Movement, quite surprisingly, the University of the West Indies Research Department, Carryman, Women of Substance, and Coalition Against Domestic Violence. None of those entities responded. We wrote on numerous occasions asking for their submissions and inviting them to please come in and bring their submissions forward. I'd like to remind that on 2 occasions in this Senate, on June 15, 2021, and that was in the Senate, sorry, and once in the House on July 29th, 2021, forgive me, both in the Senate, June 15, 2021, and on another occasion, July 9th, 2021, that was in the House, forgive me, I indicated to the Senate and to the House that these were amendments that were being considered and that we were in the course of looking at it. We were looking at it in 3 aspects. 1, the concept of voyeurism and revenge pornography as we do today and compensation for adults and for children. 2, further amendments to the sex offenders registers. And 3, that we were looking at aspects of bail, and also in that context, we were looking at a register for sexual offenders on a charge. A very contentious issue, whether you should have someone go on a register of charges as opposed to somebody who has been convicted. And I can tell you that there was not an appetite for that from the majority of stakeholders, understandably so, but we still had to ask the question. And I'd like to say this in relation to work in general. Please understand that when we make statements of policy, it is for us to then work our way through what the ultimate result looks like. And today, as we look at this particular approach, let's start with voyeurism. So, Madam President, may I ask what time I end, Madam President, in full time?
You finish at 13 minutes past 12.
Thank you.
You have some seconds after that.
Thank you. In voyeurism, it's important, perhaps in all, let's start with the anchoring provisions of the interpretation section. Clause 4 of the bill, which amends Section 2 of the Act. You will note, Madam President, that we've introduced what computer data storage medium is, what a computer system is, and the word device jumps out at you in the computer system. And then we have a definition of device. We go to internet service provider, and in that context, I can tell you that we borrowed from the cybercrime legislation that we could not pass. We were very satisfied, based upon the expert evidence in the Joint Select Committees, that we had a broad and robust position. Bear in mind that your telephone is a device. It is a computer system in today's world. We then have the definition of intimate image. And it's a visual recording. A visual recording includes a still, because you can have a snapshot of a recording. That is an intimate image of a person engaged in a sexual act, the person in a manner or context that is sexual, or the private parts of a person. And in coming up with these definitions, I'd like to say that we looked at the laws from around the world, in particular the Commonwealth context. We looked at Australia, we looked at New Zealand, we looked at the United Kingdom. And I'd like at this moment to please express my gratitude to the hard-working team at the Office of the Attorney General, the very many persons at that team, at the Criminal Justice team led by Mrs. Farzana Nazir Mohammed and Ria Brayton, and that entire team, for really trawling all of the laws that were relevant in connection. We were very close to the English model when we look at the context of what we're describing. And what we sought to do is to capture the cybercrime aspects into this bill. We seek to disapply the law for people in lawful exercise of their function. So you see the definition of a law enforcement officer. This came from a definition which we used in the Anti-Gang Act, if you're looking for the precedent. We then described what a private act is. Private parts. And yes, this is one for concern. Have we got it right in this formula? That's open to discussion. Genitals, pubic area or buttocks of a person, or the breasts of a female person, whether or not the breasts are sexually developed. We looked at the Trinidad and Tobago context of what we call standard bareback culture amongst our males, how we treat with this issue. We looked at a sexual act. And then we went down to share. And we took all of the iterations of what sharing involves. And again, a visual recording, photograph or film, video recording, live stream. Why? We're not confined only to the electronic environment. You still have old school photographs that can happen, the naked eye and old school technology. So clause 5 is where we introduce the new 22A. That's the first one, that's voyeurism. Voyeurism as a concept we have taken is to capture, quite simply put, the peeping Tom. This is usually a precursor activity from law enforcement's observation, where observing someone so as to get sexual gratification for himself or another person, or causing humiliation or distress to the person, knowing that you are observing the person doing a private act and that they do not consent, or viewing, whether with or without equipment, because you can put cameras into places and effectively live stream persons while they're in privacy of their mind and circumstance. Looking beneath clothing, intention of enabling himself or another person to view private parts of that person, the underwear covering, without the consent of the person, without reasonably believing that the person consents or being observed. Or taking, capturing, recording, streaming, storing, publishing, or transmitting visual recording of a private parts of a person without consent in circumstances that the person has a reasonable expectation of doing a private act. All of those things have found themselves in multiple jurisdictions as activity that usually leads to rape, to violence, to humiliation, to distress. Now bear in mind, and I have to tell you this, we spent months looking at the Trinidad and Tobago context of culture. Does this apply to carnival? Well, not really, because if you are bearing your body in circumstances that you're in public, you don't have a reasonable understanding that you're in private. So our culture, we took care to make sure we were separating out from this position, because the last thing that you want to do, and hence the need for care, hence the recommendation for a special select committee, we need to make sure that the good intentions of law don't find themselves reduced to ridicule by having circumstances that are not easy to see when you look to apply the law. We're saying that these offenses are so serious in some circumstances that we ought to have both summary and indictable, that is triable either way, and that we're prescribing a heavy matter for that, $250,000, 2 years imprisonment on the summary end, and $750,000 and 5 years imprisonment on the indictable end. We are applying this to the Children's Act. We do need to contemplate in our discussions where we draw the line with children. Experimentation. How do we factor the voice of the child as opposed to the consent of the parent? How do we treat with younger children or older children? How do we balance the Romeo clause, where you accept that there's going to be sexual activity amongst children? So the balancing act in this law is, I'll say it openly, a very hard one. I'm sure the legitimate aim is clear. I'm sure the measures are proportionate, but we certainly do need the views of all senators. as to where we draw the line on some of the issues. When we look to the disapplication of voyeurism, we're making sure that law enforcement officers in the course of their duties are not caught. We're making sure that persons who are dealing with legal proceedings or preventing and investigating or prosecuting crime or something in the interest of justice is not affected. There is a very...
Thank you for giving me through you, Madam President. And the big question, how is the media impacted by this?
Sure. I'll come to it in a second. I have such little time here. There's a very large issue that I do wish to hear from honorable senators on, tied into what you've just asked, Senator Richards. You'll note that there is a section E of 22A, in the public interest. We use that expression, in the public interest, coming out of other jurisdictions, where qualifications of public interest were provided in some examples that we saw. The public interest, in essence, seeks to capture what the media may be involved in. After all, whistleblowing, quote unquote, by the media is legitimate and ought to be supported. And sometimes there may be imagery that is caught into that bracket, and it is specifically, if you look to 22, the new clause 22A in clause 5, if you look to the expression 22A subsection 2, subsection 3, if you look at subsection 3E, you will see in the public interest. What we intended by that expression, and I have to tell you that, for instance, the Law Association recommended that we delete in the public interest. Their recommendation is do not put the public interest. The English law has it. But finding that balancing line for the media or for other legitimate circumstances that we couldn't adumbrate in the law was why we included the public interest. You will see the public interest exception in taking and sharing and also in sharing. So that is something that needs a little bit of exploration. It is not an easy line. It's one of the reasons that the Media Association has been vehemently opposed to the cybercrime legislation in certain iterations. And both Senator Richards and Senator Vera served on that Joint Select Committee with me and know how hard we fought to try and find the balance. Now, the rest of the world has cybercrime law. Everywhere else in the world has cybercrime law, but Trinidad and Tobago has none other than the Computer Misuse Act, which is quite archaic. So, let's go to Section 22B. Section 22B is taking and sharing an intimate image. It is to be distinguished from 22C, which is sharing an intimate image. There is a live issue inside of this section. We have provided in 22B, in subsections 7 and 8, for the disapplication of the law for the internet service provider. Large question, should we disapply for sharing in 22C? Should that stand alone? This is why we brought it to the Senate to hear and ventilate these issues, because do we want a general aspect? It arguably doesn't apply to voyeurism because of the sexual gratification qualification in the definition of voyeurism. But if you look to taking and sharing, in the taking and sharing, the new 22B, you knowingly take and share an intimate image of another person without consent. For the purpose of causing humiliation or distress to another person, you knowingly take and share. Those are the circumstances in the Lendell Simmons and Therese Ho case. For the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification for himself or another, he takes and shares intimate image without consent, reasonably believing the person didn't consent. Not believing that the person consented, sorry. Listen to this one. He knowingly threatens to share an intimate image of another person in circumstances he intends to cause the depicted person to fear that the threat will be carried out, or is reckless as to whether the depicted person will fear. This one. He knowingly alters an image of a person to make it appear that the image of the depicted person is an intimate image and shares that altered image without consent of the depicted person. Are these alien concepts in Trinidad and Tobago? Can't we all speak to seeing ridiculous, terrifying, dangerous assassinations of character on an almost minute-by-minute basis in this country? Where do we draw the line, honorable senators? When do we begin to protect, honorable senators? How do we ensure that our most vulnerable are protected? I'm a person in public life, expected as we are all in this chamber, to have a thicker skin than others. But if you're not built with a thicker skin or expected to, this can be tragedy, because we're not all built from the same constitution or have had the same experience to learn to process the trauma that is associated with character assassination. And this bill seeks to preserve the rights of the vulnerable, because litigation on the civil front is an expensive and time-consuming aspect. A criminal law is by far more persuasive. But, honorable senators, how do we treat with the innocent infringement? How do you treat with the, I stand before you here, Madam President, I have 2,625 WhatsApp messages, and some of them have over 900 messages inside of each one. I don't know what is inside of many of the messages, as many of us find ourselves. Yes, persons in public life have to answer the phone. You answer calls from people you don't know. Your number is public, thanks to my good friend Devant Maraj, and I have no problems with that. People engage in sending you messages on a constant basis. In this country, it is an issue if you answer your phone or you don't answer your phone. But do you know what is on your phone? How do we treat with innocent infringer? How do you treat with pornography of the type captured here? And this is not meant to be prudish and say that pornography is being outlawed. No, that is not what this is. It is if a depicted person who expected to be in the privacy of their affairs finds themselves the victim. There's a careful line in the law. So the law does contemplate in its construct the innocent infringer. I'm using that term well. I know Senator Vera knows it very well. It's a concept in copyright that we use all the time in intellectual property. But you need to disapply the law in innocent infringement circumstances, which is why 22B seeks to exculpate an internet service provider, an ISP, from infringement of the law, and perhaps that ought to be expanded into 22C and put into a standalone provision as well. If we look, Madam President, to 22C, so 22B in Clause 5 is taking and sharing, recklessness, altering an image, knowing that you are doing what you are doing, Madam President. And people hide behind fake labels, fake profiles, anonymity. But you know what? This law goes so far as to say, yeah, you could be hiding behind something that is put out by a wicked soul too afraid to do it for themselves in their open name, but you go ahead and breach this law and let's see what happens. It's just like when we dealt with the law on tipping off. In amending the law for tipping off in the fashion that this government has, we stopped a lot of unnecessary publication on matters that are before the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Not because you want to suppress things, but you want to protect. And in allowing for this sharing of something, you have to think twice. You have to think twice. You have the right and remedy against a media house, because you know who the media house is. But who in today's world is a journalist, or is a commentator, or is a political activist, or just a concerned citizen? It is wide. And how we regulate ourselves is part of this law. Are all of the answers in this law? No, Madam President, all of the answers are not. And I say so openly. This is an attempt to find a fix for cybercrime law that we cannot pass because of the opposition. So, sharing. 22C. Person commits an offense if he knowingly shares an intimate image of a depicted person without the consent of the depicted person. Has this happened before? I actually recall, Madam President, standing up in this Senate in protection of somebody who is a political opponent and said to the nation, stop it. Stop sharing and savaging an innocent person's position. I was excoriated in some political circles for defending an opponent. I make no apology for that. It was wrong. And in today's world, when we recognize that every young person has a phone and has a camera, and if you read Justice C. Prasad's judgment, he introduced the common nature of another term called sexting, where it is now acceptable that you can share intimate images among some generations. How do we protect those generations from themselves? Because remember, you just don't perhaps appreciate the gravity of the circumstance you may find yourself in. And therefore, we as a parliament have to take steps to assist in protecting our vulnerable. What happens if you lose your phone? Somebody hacks your media account. Somebody gets your cloud account and downloads your private pictures. These are all very real, scary examples of what can happen to everybody in this country. But what happens if it's a child or someone, an adult, that just can't take the emotional pressure of that abuse, that embarrassment? I'm sure Senator Dr. Deyalsingh will tell us stories in his realm that he may have come across in his own professional interactions of how real the circumstance is. Perhaps Senator Thompson-Ahye, who has given her life to protecting vulnerable children, will know from the Children's Authority and other matters what this involves. My dear friend, Senator Sobers, a practicing attorney at law, Senator Lutchmedial, whomever it may be, Senator Renuka Sagramsingh. I mean, there's so many practitioners in here that have living experience of how real this matter can be. So, have we fought the line the best way possible? Do we go far enough in Section 22D? 22D allows for a court to order a person who is convicted of an offense under 22A, B, or C to pay the complainant adequate compensation, which shall be a charge on the property of the person so convicted. It's a very powerful provision. To take reasonable actions to remove, retract, recover, delete, or destroy any intimate image taken. Remember, this is ex post facto. So have we another opportunity? Should we also introduce interlocutory applications? That's where we went into the internet service providers. If you look at 22B, subsection 7, subsection 8, notwithstanding subsection 7, an ISP, an internet service provider, shall comply with any court order, injunction, writ, or other legal requirement which obliges the internet service provider to terminate or prevent an infringement based on any written law. That is a dramatic improvement of the law. A dramatic improvement of the law to locate a civil injunctive remedy inside a criminal law provision. Understand how far-reaching we wish to be. The question is a matter of balance. I confess, Madam President, we spent a lot of time looking at this law over and over and over again to where it got to the point of going to Cabinet, letting the Cabinet know some of the things that we wrestle with, and the Cabinet said, you know what, AG, we hear you, take it to the Senate, let's ventilate it, and let's take it to a special select committee so we can explore the merits, concerns, perhaps dangers of where we ought to draw the line. Now, Madam President, the consequential amendments that are contained in Clause 6 are a repeat of definitions, voyeurism, taking and sharing, or sharing. We have to apply it to the realm of the child. A child is someone under 18 years of age. Now, the children's law is a little difficult to manage because discretion and voice of the child are very real issues in children's law. The voice of the child is the fact where the child has a legitimate position, can give consent, can give reflections. We have children that drive, they're 17 years old. We have the Romeo clause in the Children's Act that allows exculpation of liability for sexual interactions amongst children or persons who are just out of childhood with a 3-year chain link. Do we divide it between the older child and the younger child? Because if you look to Section 44, there's going to be an anomaly where you're asking for the consent of the parent or guardian or person with responsibility for the child when the child can have consent that can be factored, not an alien concept. If you look to things like Gillick consent for medical treatment, above 16, our law recognizes an older child and a younger child, ages 14 and above. So we dealt with it in the cannabis decriminalization issue, where we dealt with child responsibility. We looked at over 15, we looked at over 16, etc. So perhaps Senators Deyalsingh and Senator Dillon-Remy, and of course all honorable senators, may have a view on consent and the voice of the child. Senator Thompson-Ahye, Senator Lutchmedial, Senator Sagramsingh-Sooklal, Senator Mitchell. Where do we bring Senator Brown? Where do we bring consent, informed consent? Where do we bring privacy? What if the child is traumatized in certain circumstances? These are for exploration in the consequential amendments. So, Madam Speaker, if I put it in summary, this is another step in the protection of the vulnerable. This law is brought to the fore when many people legitimately ask for protection for the vulnerable. We've seen marches, commendable advocates for protecting the vulnerable. But if you drill down to what people are asking you for, very often you can't get a submission. They say, do more, do better, protect. What have we done as a government? Sex offenders registry, domestic violence, child protection, abolition of child marriage, revenge pornography, voyeurism, restrictions on bail, anti-gang to treat with children issues, the creation of a children's court, the Family and Children Division. 5 minutes? Thank you.
Attorney General, you now have 5 minutes.
The creation of a Family and Children's Division, the anonymizing of children's records, drug treatment for children, children's proceedings rules, child advocate, public defenders, the ability to obtain a domestic violence protection order from a police station at midnight on a Sunday. We have more on deck. The amendments to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act to treat with the issue of PH is going to come to Parliament. How we treat with real-time digitization issues to have protection is coming to the Parliament. But, Madam Speaker, I respectfully believe that the pursuit of ultimate perfection can sabotage the needed protection at a point in time. And this is why, as Attorney General, my recommendation, which has been accepted by the Cabinet on 6 going on 7 years of law, has been to divide it into portions and just start. To all of the advocates, as honorable as they all are in the society, who are champions for protecting the rights of the vulnerable, I wish to say thank you for your submissions. They were well noted, and I certainly intend to share them with all persons in the Senate. But we do need to just start. A good good place to start today in protecting the vulnerable is to say that revenge pornography is wrong, threatening and abusing people, altering images, harassment, embarrassment, abuse of confidence is wrong. We must draw the line in the sand. These are not usual times, Madam Speaker. There's a peak in society. There's a fever. There's a pitch. Our country is hurting. The world is hurting. It's easy to be in despair. It is easy to be in despair because we're praying for the better days to return, the normalcy to return. I'd just like to say, the Prime Minister said this the other day. There's a saying and a song that we use in our political party. I never get weary yet. Sometimes it's dark. Sometimes it's heavy. You just need to make sure you persevere and say it will get better. I'm a glasses half full kind of guy. I genuinely look forward to the recommendations of all honourable senators today, and it is with great pleasure, Madam President, that I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 1128, be now read a second time. Senator Lutchmedial.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute on this bill before us here today, the Sexual Offences No. 3 Bill of 2021. Madam President, this bill seeks to criminalize what I call non-consensual voyeurism, also the invasion of privacy, and, well, the term that's being used is revenge pornography, but I do have an issue with that term because, and part of what I will speak about, the use of the word revenge, I find it seems to imply that the person who has committed the act of sharing an intimate image without consent is doing so as an act of revenge. And it's almost like you are saying that the victim has done something. So I do not like that term revenge pornography. I look at this and the actions that are described here, and which is it is the intention of this bill to address, as a form of sexual abuse. And that's what it is. And we must never water it down to be anything less than what it really is, and that is a form of sexual abuse. And so it is very rightly placed in the Sexual Offences Act because it is a sexual offence when some of these acts are committed. We live in this digital world, and things like peeping toms and invasion of privacy and betrayal of confidence aren't new issues, but they are made so much worse by the fact that we live in this digital world. As the saying is, everyone has a camera phone, everyone has access to the internet. The bane of my existence is something called WhatsApp forwarding. That is a regular morning aggravation to me. But it is something that has resulted in what could be the destruction of someone's life in a matter of seconds. This is a very serious issue, Madam President, and it is not one to be treated lightly. And so I would agree with the Attorney General that there are very, there are a lot of serious issues that perhaps need to be trashed out a bit more, and that perhaps this bill does belong in a special select committee so that we could specifically address our minds to the exculpatory sections and provisions of this bill and ensure that the law that is passed does what it is intended to do and accomplishes that aim that it is intended to protect those particularly, well, protect everyone, because anyone can be a victim of the crimes described here. And I think that it's, but as the Attorney General has said, there's a focus on persons who may be particularly vulnerable. And so we want to address our minds in great detail to those sorts of issues that come up. Some of the acts that are described in this legislation are still very taboo in our sort of conservative society. Even though Carnival, we see revelry on the streets and so on, we still live in a very conservative society. And so we don't discuss some of these things like the consensual and participation in the capturing of images and so on. But these things are now not as uncommon as they used to be. And so it is very important for us to protect the rights, the privacy rights of persons who may wish to engage in activity such as the AG said, and as Justice Sipasad mentioned in his judgment, sexting and other types of communication which involves capturing of images, but you do it with the expectation of your privacy not being invaded or betrayed by the person who you are engaging with. So I do feel that sometimes now we have to consider how we are going to effectively implement legislation. We stand here time and time again, and the Attorney General boasts about the major steps and the accomplishments that have been made in terms of passing laws. But as someone who stood in the criminal courts for quite some time and dealt with victims and so on, I will tell you, a law and a statute book never saved a woman's life. It never prevented the shame. It never prevented the embarrassment. It never prevented the hurt. Whether you're dealing with these types of offenses, violent sexual offenses, whatever it is, those things don't make a difference. It is implementation. And so the first question I want to ask is, do we have the capacity and the capability to really detect and convict persons of the crimes that we are seeking to address in this bill? Because it is all well and good to stand here, debate this bill, take it to committee, come back, whatever it is, and put a law into effect. But if no one is ever convicted, if we can't even detect the source or prove it in court, what are we going to do? We have a very poor detection rate in this country for crime. And I think the Attorney General mentioned some of the statistics, and I also looked at the CAPA data. Sexual offenses on the whole last year, 301 reported offenses, 91 detected. And years from now, when you are able to report on those 91 detected cases for conviction, I think in 2020 I heard of a 1% conviction rate as it related to sexual offenses. I saw it reported somewhere, but I can't quote the source at this point in time. But I know from experience it is extremely low. And there are a number of reasons for that. So passing laws in itself without taking the relevant steps to effectively implement them, to ensure that they can be detected, to ensure that they can be effectively prosecuted, really is, as we say, spinning top in mud. Yes, it's a start, but it's just not good enough. And so we need to move on from that point, and we need to see and we need to hear. And as a parliament, it is our responsibility to advocate for these things. And that's what I'm doing here today. I'm seriously advocating that we must ensure that laws are implemented and passed. Technology has posed too much of a challenge for us for too long. We still don't have the effective use of CCTV cameras to prevent violent crimes or detect violent crimes. We do not have enough CCTV cameras. We hear about things like contracts being cancelled for CCTV cameras being repaired and women being kidnapped and all of these things. Now, in a country where violent crimes take place on the streets and they cannot be detected and solved and prosecuted properly because of the lack of the use of technology, we are here debating and passing a law dealing with persons sharing intimate images, which may take place over, an encrypted site. It may be shared via a social media site, which is based and controlled outside of this jurisdiction. It may be images downloaded from the cloud. And do we have the capacity? Does our cybercrime unit, for example, in Trinidad and Tobago in the police service, have the training, the technology, and the capacity to really effectively implement this legislation? And that is what I want to hear about. Because for far too long, in my mind, there are certain things reported, and if you believe what is reported in the newspaper, which you shouldn't always, but if you do, sometimes it seems as though basic use of technology to detect crime is just not being done in this country. So what is going to be different in this case with these offenses that we are seeking to criminalize? That is the first issue that I want to raise. The second thing is that whilst getting a start in the Parliament and bringing a bill to the Parliament is the start that you want to see happening. Why does it take so long to implement the legislation? Why does it take so long sometimes to proclaim legislation? Why does it take so long to bring regulations if it is necessary? We stood here after there was a wave of public outcry about violence against women to pass the pepper spray legislation. That is something that had been raised for a very long time. It finally came, the regulations today, but up to today, not a single person in this country has a license to carry pepper spray. How many women, and again, we're talking about people who are vulnerable, and so of course men can carry pepper spray too for their own protection, but how many women might have been a victim of sexual offenses, sexual crimes, since we passed that legislation and still do not have the option of accessing pepper spray? We take too long to implement things. And again, when we set the targets in law, we have to have that level of follow-through. So, Madam President, in us trying to address the issues that arise here as well, I think part of what is necessary is to conduct awareness. An awareness campaign in the United Kingdom took place in 2015 when they criminalized some of the same issues here, the sharing of intimate images without consent and the taking of those images as well without consent. And part of the awareness campaign, because you see, when you take the awareness and you put it together with the effective implementation of the law, then you have real and meaningful change. Real and meaningful change in a society will never come from this piece of paper that will find its way into the red books one day. It will never happen. A real and meaningful change means that people must be aware of how to protect yourself, how you can be found to be infringing this law, and also they must know that they will face consequences, and that's where the effective implementation of the law comes in. But for people to understand what would constitute these offenses and how and why they should not be doing it, you need an effective awareness campaign about these things. I recall, and the Attorney General has raised that matter, in which Justice Frank Zipasad had given judgment and award compensation. $150,000, I think, was the compensation awarded to the young lady who brought a civil action for the sharing of intimate images. And one media house in Trinidad and Tobago thought it was quite clever to use a very cruel and heartless pun of the victim's, and I call her the victim because that's what she is, the victim's surname. And the headline of the front page of the newspaper was, Ho, of course referring to the complainant in that matter, Ho sues West Indies cricketer. And the media went on to report on all the detail, in greater detail than I've heard I've seen many matters reported in the media, about the details of the relationship between this woman and the person who ultimately shared her images. Why is that relevant? I still don't even know. But it was an act, a most disgraceful, disgusting act of victim shaming by a mainstream media house in this country. And that, to me, speaks volumes to how our culture still doesn't recognize some of these criminal actions that this bill includes as something that is wrong. We still ask ourselves what someone does to deserve these things. We still find it's a good bacchanal sometimes to talk about. And that's where the sharing comes in, because people like the bacchanal. And we have to, the only way we are going to have that cultural change is through awareness and through addressing some of the underlying issues that arise from time to time. So I read an editorial one time where the person described an implementation deficit in our legal system. And I think that part of addressing that implementation deficit is not just rolling out the law and ensuring that it's applied evenly and across the board and effectively, but it's in also addressing the societal change that you expect. And something like awareness and targeting the underlying causes of these crimes is very important as well. When you look at some of the crimes being committed here, it speaks a lot to issues like relationships, the breakdown of relationships, people being unable to cope with rejection and so on. And this is why they may resort to committing some of the crimes here. And again, we say time and time again that these are things that have to be addressed not through law but through other mechanisms. So I just want to get quickly now into the provisions of the bill because there are a couple of suggestions. And as I said, I endorse the requirement or the suggestion, sorry, that it go to a special select committee. And I will raise some of the things here that I will hope to have the opportunity to bring up at that point in time. With respect to the act of voyeurism, we have focused specifically about viewing, and we have done so with excluding, perhaps not intentionally, in all of these sections, audio recordings. We may think now in this day and age, everybody has a video, and so audio recordings are not so common anymore. And if the person's image isn't depicted, then it doesn't cause damage. Well, I know that some people have very distinctive voices. People in public life, for example, have very distinctive voices, which is very easily recognizable by the public. And just as sexting has become a thing, voice notes have also become a thing. And people sometimes share voice notes which may contain intimate conversation. People may record intimate conversations, and it is possible to detect someone's voice. So by excluding audio and focusing on capturing, recording, streaming, publishing visual recordings, I feel that we are missing a little bit of missing the mark there a bit, because we also need to, I think, include audio recordings. I've looked at other jurisdictions, specifically the United States, which state by state they have their own laws, and certain states, they have actually dealt with recording, broadcasting sounds or events, because it is also possible, I think, to shame, to cause, or to harass or to threaten someone with releasing an audio recording. So that's the first point I want to make in the definition section. Because of the seriousness of the offenses that we are dealing with here and the ultimate damage, psychological, emotional, and otherwise that could be done to a person who is a victim in any of these cases, I'm particularly concerned about the exculpatory sections for all three of the offenses that are created here: the voyeurism, the taking and the sharing, and then the sharing, the forwarding, as I would call it, of the intimate images. And so, for example, I think we need a little more clarity in, let's say, I'm dealing with the one that deals with voyeurism. Subclause 3, that is 22AC, yes, correct. 22AC, subclause B. An authorized person. You are not guilty, you are deemed to not be guilty of an offense if you're carried out by an authorized person for medical, forensic, scientific, or educational purposes. Who is an authorized person? I think that we need some clarification as to who an authorized person is, because it would be a tragedy if a person were to be able to raise a defense against a charge under this law, saying that they believe themselves to be authorized to do these things, and therefore there was no mens rea in the commission of the offense because they believed that they were authorized to do these things. So we need some clarification on what is an authorized person, specifically for educational purposes. I cannot contemplate circumstances, but I'm open to hearing from the Attorney General in his wind-up what was contemplated as an authorized person who could engage in voyeurism or the taking and sharing of images and so on for educational purposes. So I think we have to clarify that there. In subclause D, that in the same section, you are dealing with legal proceedings. I don't do family law. And one of the reasons I don't do family law is because I cannot stand the amount of bacchanal that people engage in when they are getting divorced. And again, video recordings, security cameras, surveillance, and simple phones have made, and social media, have made it unbearable sometimes. I do not know how sometimes the judges in the family court are able to sift through all of these things. But if you go through the average divorce petition now, it's pages and pages and pages of screenshots and videos and pictures. Legal proceedings would include, and I think we have to, I'm concerned about whether family law proceedings such as divorce and so on would be captured here, because a person should not be allowed to engage, I believe, in acts of sharing or recording or doing certain things and be able to raise a defense if the purpose is legal proceedings such as divorce proceedings, because that could get extremely, nasty, as we know that some of these proceedings tend to get, and raising a defense such as that. So I would like to see, and I'm sorry that the Attorney General said the Law Association, I think he said, didn't respond, or he did, I can't remember, but I would like to hear if they had a view on family law proceedings, not involving children, because of course that's separate, but matrimonial proceedings. I think we need to see if there would be an exculpatory provision for matrimonial proceedings and whether that should apply, because I'm very concerned about that. And he said that the Attorney General said that someone raised an objection to the public interest. I also I agree with that. I do not believe that this public interest, it is too subjective, it is too broad, and to give someone, particularly the media, a free pass or the option to raise a defense against performing or committing these acts of taking and sharing images without consent and so on, without because they believe it to be in the public interest, is to me a watering down of this legislation and defeating it. Responsible, there's absolutely no reason for us to move away from what we know to be responsible journalism in this country. I had the misfortune of having to write a very long letter to a media house in Trinidad and Tobago, which took an altered image off of a bacchanalist social media site that had to do with me. Not an intimate, let me make that clear, not an intimate image, but an altered image for some political gain. And they published it. They published it in a mainstream newspaper in this country without asking for a comment, as is common in defamation law, we know that, without asking if it was true, without doing any proper source checking or verification. So I am absolutely against, particularly if this public interest provision is geared towards protecting the media, I'm absolutely against it. Because I cannot, again, I do not feel that we need to water down this law, and it would be defeating the purpose of this legislation for giving people protection. And you see, part of this is not just about convicting the offender, but it's about protecting the victim. It is about protecting the person who will suffer at the end of the day, and no amount of money. I know people who have suffered from the sharing of their intimate images. I know someone who did not attend law school for an entire term because she was a victim of that type of malicious, conduct from an ex-boyfriend. So do not create loopholes and don't create laws that give people the option to raise defenses, which really may be the one-off circumstance. There are other things that could be done, I believe, and again, maybe it could be trashed out later on, to allow for the media to raise matters in the public interest. But what we are talking about here is private sexual conduct that people may engage in the privacy of their home or any other place. But they do so with the expectation of privacy. And 99% of the things that would be captured by this bill, or that this bill is meant to address, is nobody's business and ought not to be in the public domain. Now, as we go on to the Section 22B, I want to raise a matter here on the subclause 1, subclause C, where we deal with the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification for himself or another person. Someone knowingly takes and shares an intimate image. I don't know why the requirement is there for sharing, because a person ought to be guilty of an offense if they simply take the image and keep it for themselves, because it's for their own sexual gratification. So I think that might just be a drafting issue there, but the inclusion of and sharing, it could be or sharing, but I think the or sharing would be captured by 22C. So I would ask that that term and there, that word and be deleted from subclause C as well. The issue in subclause E deals with the altered image, and again it reads, he knowingly alters an image of a person to make it appear that the image of a depicted person is an intimate image and shares that altered image without the consent and reasonably believing to depict the person. It may be that that altered image and the threat of the share of the altered image ought to be an offense as well. You see, the threat is dealt with under subclause D, because you can have the image and a real image and threaten to share it, and that way commit an offense under this section. But it is Also, to me, if you alter the image, you can also use it for blackmail. And so that altering of the image, we have to find a way to incorporate sections, I think subsections D and E, so that it could be a real image or an altered image that is used for threat and blackmail, Madam President. Because again, these things do happen, and it is just not spoken about enough. I want to say again that I think it is replicated, the authorized person and the public interest and the legal proceedings. It's replicated in 22B and C. But there's also in a subclause 4 here in 22B that deals with, again, the legal professionals. Now, and I raise the same issue of matrimonial proceedings, and I find that creating, again, an exculpatory section for legal advice and legal proceedings, because if someone has an image, let's say of a spouse engaged and they're going through a divorce, and I'm just trying to make this as real as possible so that the viewing and listening public could understand it. You have an intimate image of your spouse engaging in sexual activity with someone else, and you use that as the basis of, let's say, an allegation of adultery and so on. And you consult with 10 different attorneys, and you provide it to them. And the attorneys have secretaries in their offices and people who go through their files, and everyone is seeing this image. So I would suggest, and again, it could be fleshed out, that if an intimate image has to be used or shared or filed as part of court proceedings or something like that, that there must be an application made. There must be some sort of notification to the person. It cannot be that I am served with divorce proceedings and one of the annexures to the affidavit of my spouse is some intimate image that was captured. I don't believe that those things in the context of legal proceedings are permissible and ought to be taken out of this piece of law. I understand the use of those types of images and why they may be relevant to proceedings and evidence and proof and all of that, but the balance of protecting a person, even people who get divorced need to be protected. Even people who are adulterers need to be protected. And so we need to strike a better balance here rather than simply saying that it does not apply to all of these persons. And as I get very quickly now to section 22C, and this is dealing strictly with the sharing. In particular, with the exculpatory section here, I am concerned about subsection 3, subclause C, that deals with carried out for the purpose of security monitoring. Again, if you are monitoring someone for security purposes, you're monitoring the premises, or there's a notification that you are monitoring a premises, then I cannot see that there's any reasonable, why would it be reasonable to share an image? Why would it be reasonable if you didn't take the image that you need to share it, unless you're sharing it with law enforcement? So I think that this exculpatory section here is far too wide, and I would suggest a balance and a more reasonable approach and a protection to be that all reasonable attempts should be made to obtain the consent of the person before it is shared, if it is that you are engaging in monitoring for the purposes of security. There's already a clause, that subclause D, that deals with preventing, detecting, and investigating and prosecuting crimes. So it's not like a security monitoring person would not be protected if it is that they've detected a crime and so they need to share the image. So this subsection C, and I'm open to hearing what was the thinking behind including it here in the sharing of an image. But if it is that it has to stay in this bill and the Attorney General is adamant that it must stay in the bill, I see that a clause asking that reasonable efforts be made to obtain consent could have and create a little more balance to be included in that section. Subsection 22D deals with the power of the court, Madam President, to order compensation. How do you really compensate someone who has been the victim of one of these crimes? It goes far beyond, I believe, monetary compensation, although that is somewhat of a start, because of course people can lose their jobs, people can suffer from, reputational damage, and if you're a professional and you are a victim of of some of the acts complained of here, you really do have an uphill battle in terms of your reputation in a very small society that we live in. And again, I know people who have been victims of those types of actions, and it has not been easy for them. But I want to go even further now, and there's something that stood out to me with respect to the power of the courts. And more we are empowering judicial officers to make a variety of orders. The Mental Health Act, under Section 13, allows the court to make an order for treatment. Voyeurism that is dealt with in this bill, not voyeurism that people consent to where they go to places that allow you to engage in that type of activity, but the non-consensual type of voyeurism, the peeping toms, that can actually be a precursor to other types of violent sexual offenses. So if someone is convicted of an offense of voyeurism, I wish to recommend that the court could also have the power here to refer someone for a psychological evaluation. Our Mental Health Act is it's in need of a revamping, I think. It is a bit outdated. And what we consider to be mental illness is not broad enough to capture, I think, persons who may engage in some of the offenses contained here. Apart from the voyeurism, if you engage in what we call the revenge pornography, although I don't like it, but if you are a person who is so malicious and you are so incapable of coping with, let's say, rejection or the end of a relationship or something like that, that you feel the need to hack or to somehow acquire images of a person and then share it to embarrass them, then I think you probably need a little bit of an evaluation. You need some treatment, you need some counseling, because all is not well with you if that is your approach to certain things. So I would like to discuss further in Section 22D, making it perhaps, I don't want to use the term mandatory, because making anything mandatory for a judicial officer is not something that I'm in favor of. But having the court, and I've seen it in other laws, including a section where the court may refer the person for a psychological evaluation before a passing sentence on them. Because some of the crimes that we are dealing with in this act really do have a psychological element to it, and we perhaps need to have that sort of evaluation done. Madam President, in the few minutes that I have left, I just want to say that we do require societal change if we want to minimize incidents like this. The media has a role to play. Our persons in public life, our citizens, our religious leaders, we don't have enough conversations about some of the things that are included here. It's still taboo. It's still, with the approach that we take to persons engaging in consensual acts which are recorded and photographed and things like that, is still that, well, it's not something we want to talk about. We don't educate our children about it. We don't educate them about the dangers of it. So do we sit in a classroom or in Sunday school or anywhere else and tell our children and our young people, when you're in love, everything is nice, but when the love is no longer there, this is what could happen to you and you could become a victim. And that's what we really need. Because all of these nice laws, which would impose very stiff penalties on an offender, would not undo the psychological damage to a victim. It would not undo the harm that may come to them professionally or personally. It certainly will not prevent or address, as the Attorney General has raised, a case of suicide where someone is so affected by what has happened to them that they may go down that road. Unfortunately, it happens. And we have to really make steps towards addressing those things if we want to see real and meaningful change. I have to reiterate that being able to remove and to take some of what is already put out there, or as challenging as it may be, we need to take a step. And if the government is serious about a thrust towards digitalization, it's not just about services to the public and so on, it's about crime as well. The digital thrust must address crime, because how you can, in some ways, mitigate against the impact that some of these crimes would have on the victim is if you are able to shut it down, if you are able to remove the image, if you are able to go to the internet service provider quickly and stop the image from being shared, or to block it, or to track the person down and be able to delete the source or something like that. Those are things that it's possible. It is possible. In fact, I believe in the United States, they have their Federal Trade Commission that actually works in tandem with local law enforcement to deal with issues such as this, because I think they regulate, the ISPs and so on. And that is really the move that we want to see, so that we would have less cases like this, that we would have less persons becoming victims, and having to deal with the onward effect of this. Lastly, I just want to mention that as with all sexual offenses, and I've said this before, specialized courts to deal with sexual offenses is a must. It is a must. Because the length of time, the circumstances in which sexual offense matters are prosecuted in this country right now is one of the main reasons why we have such a low conviction rate. People simply get fed up. No woman or man or anybody who is subjected to the type of embarrassment that would be caused by the commission of one of these offenses wants to come to a court 10 years later and give evidence and rehash the entire matter all over again. Our justice system is burdened. It is slow. But in the case of sexual offenses, the emotional and the sensitive nature of the offense requires access to speedy justice. Otherwise, we will find ourselves over and over again, even if we raise our detection rate, having a very low conviction rate as it pertains to sexual offenses. So I want to reiterate that specialized courts to deal with sexual offenses, including the offenses contemplated in this bill, including rape, including incest, or any other type of sexual offense, it really is required. Not just to create the environment of, not just for the speed of it, but also to create a more comfortable environment for the victims of crimes, because again, that would encourage it. The children's court, that was the intention of it. I can't say how well it's working. I don't practice in that arena very much, but if that same thinking, if it is that you want to raise your conviction rate with sexual offenses, it needs to be applied. You need to create the environment where the victim feels comfortable. You need to create an environment where victims feel comfortable to make reports to begin with. So again, in the implementation of laws like this, you need, you really have to have synergy amongst the various arms of law enforcement that may have to work together, and synergy with your prosecutorial bodies and so on, to ensure that justice is done for victims of these types of very dangerous and vicious crimes that may be committed against them. With respect to children and the application to children, I know one of my colleagues will focus a little bit more on that. And I just want to say that the issue of consent by children who may engage in the taking of images and participate in it is not something that I think we need to deal with, but because consent is consent, and consent to participation in any sort of sexual act should not really extend below the age of 18 years old. But a bigger issue that we have, and one that may, I don't know how it would be addressed, and it's something that popped into my mind as the Attorney General was speaking, but where the parent may suppress, or the guardian may suppress and not report something like this. Well, there is a provision in the Sexual Offences Act, and I hope that it would work together with what is included in the Children's Act, so that if these crimes are committed against children, the non-reporting or the non-consenting to disclosing the source of the material, whether it's digital or otherwise, would also constitute an offense. Because far too many times we have situations where things happen that are deemed to be embarrassing to a family, and so the crimes aren't dealt with and aren't reported and aren't treated in the manner in which they ought to be. But one of my colleagues I know will tackle more the issue of children in this bill. So with those few words, Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish also to thank the Honorable Attorney General for bringing this bill to Parliament. When I read the bill, some words came to mind from a song. It's only the beginning, it's only the beginning. And I was very pleased this morning to hear the Attorney General speak of his intention to send this bill to a special select committee. This is a short bill, a mere 6 clauses, but it will go a long way to bring relief to the suffering of mainly women and children caused by acts conceived by depraved minds and executed with fiendish delight as revenge porn. It seeks to provide protection from nefarious activities carried out with ghoulish relish to satisfy lust, for financial gain, to ruin reputation, and destroy childhood innocence. Madam President, I cannot describe this bill as timely. It is 14 years too late for my friend. She's given me permission to tell her story, with one request, that I don't call her name. I will therefore call her Jenny. Jenny is a single mother of 2 children who are now adults, and like my mother, who actually bore that name, she was a Jenny of all trades, who, unlike my dad, could fix anything electrical, plumbing, rare animals, grow crops, talented seamstress. Jenny is phenomenal at all of these things. I greatly admired her talents. I used to organize a nativity play in my garage annually on the night of the Feast of the Holy Innocents, December 28th. And one year, I was looking for some more shepherds, and someone suggested I invite Jenny's son to participate. There was no shortage of girls for angels, but the boys all wanted to be the innkeeper, to wear a long gown, carry a lighted candle, and shout, "No room," when Joseph came knocking. Jenny not only allowed her son to join the cast of the shepherd, but she also helped to sew the costume for some last-minute angels. After that, we became friends. She was truly an angel to many persons. I was living abroad when Jenny disappeared. On one of my visits to Trinidad, a mutual friend saw me calling at Jenny's home and informed me that Jenny was in jail. I was shocked. I decided to visit Jenny at the women's prison. There, she shared with me that she had been in a relationship which had ended, and the man had threatened to send to her estranged husband, her children's father, some intimate photos he had taken of her without her consent or knowledge while they were on holiday in New York. She said she had begged him not to do so, but he had insisted that he was going to do it. She said to me, I lost it. She went berserk. Armed with a cutlass, a knife, and some glass bottles, she went to his home and used all of her implements of war on him. He was severely injured. Jenny was arrested, charged, prosecuted, and sentenced to 4 years hard labor. She seemed resigned to her fate when I visited her and was grateful for my visits and reading material. Her case had taken 6 years to be determined, and for that, she was glad it was over. Now, had this law, which is being contemplated, been in place, Jenny could have reported a crime committed against her by her former lover, and he could have been charged under Clause 22B1 for the offenses. A number of offenses have been created under this section, not all of which may be applicable to Jenny's case. These offenses are that he knowingly takes and shares an intimate image of another person without the consent of the depicted person for the taking and sharing of the intimate image and without reasonably believing that the depicted person consents. B, for the purpose of causing humiliation or distress to another person, he knowingly takes and shares an intimate image of that person without the consent of the depicted person. C, for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification for himself or another person, he knowingly takes and shares an intimate image of a person without the consent of the depicted person and without reasonably believing that the depicted person consents. That is of less relevance. he knowingly threatens to share an intimate image of another person in circumstances in which he intends to cause the depicted person to fear that the threat will be carried out, or he is reckless as to whether the depicted person will fear that the threat will be carried out. Or he knowingly alters an image of a person to make it appear that the image of the depicted person is an intimate image and shares that altered image without the consent of the depicted person and without reasonably believing that the depicted person consents. Now, I see offenses under A, B, and D relevant, and C and E less relevant. Now, on summary conviction, he would have been liable to a fine of $250,000 and imprisonment for 2 years, or if convicted in the High Court, to a fine of $50,000 and imprisonment for 5 years. These severe penalties, one might think, should act as a deterrent. However, I must say that a substantial body of literature suggests that general deterrence is not effective at preventing would-be offenders for a variety of reasons. Sometimes, when the penalties are raised, they become defiant. Sometimes, because of the delay in the matter coming for trial, it becomes, less important. And at times, you find that the convicted felon didn't even know what the penalties were. So it's really a fallacy to think that when you increase the penalties, that people are generally going to become less timid about carrying out their plans. Clause 22b(3) provides some defenses. A person does not commit an offense if the acts that allegedly constitute the offense are performed by a law enforcement officer in the lawful execution of his duty, carried out by an authorized person, this is B, for medical, forensic, scientific, or educational purposes. So in Jenny's case, the perpetrator wasn't in the medical field, he was a nurse, but his authorized taking of an intimate image of her while she was asleep was not for medical purpose, but for the purpose of blackmailing her in the event which later happened that she wanted to end the relationship. Another defense is that the act was carried out for the purposes of security monitoring by a person monitoring his home or in premises where there are signs prominently displayed informing persons that the premises or designated portions of the premises are under surveillance. And in this regard, householders and business owners would be well advised to ensure as far as possible that they hire reputable companies to install security equipment on your premises. Who's going to guard the guards is not just a line in a calypso, but a real concern as we make rapid progress on the march to becoming a nation of tricksters, thieves, and fraudsters, I'm sorry to say. Another defense provided is that the actions constitute acts that a person reasonably believed were necessary for the purpose of preventing, detecting, investigating, or prosecuting crime, legal proceedings, or the administration of justice, or in the public interest. And I agree with Senator Lutchmedial that one has to be careful with these provisions. I would recommend that professional training be provided for law officers on this aspect of the legislation, as I can envisage additional work being engaged in by the Police Complaints Authority and the Professional Standards Bureau for potential breaches under this section. Under Clause 22b(4), a person does not commit an offense if he shares an intimate image with a professional legal advisor. A, in connection with the giving by the legal advisor of legal advice to the person. B, in contemplation of or in connection with legal proceedings. Or C, for the purpose of legal proceedings. Defenses provided to the legal advisor if he shares an intimate image or other matter in circumstances are detailed in Clause 22b(5). Namely, A, with or with a representative of a client of his in connection with the giving by the legal advisor of legal advice to the client. Or B, with any person in contemplation of or in connection with legal proceedings, and 2, for the purpose of those proceedings. So really, one will have to show that these things fall, that the actions fall within these provisions of the law. These offenses are new will be new when enacted, and it would be advisable that once the law is passed, that for the benefit of the law students, that they form these laws, these provisions, form part of their classes in the course on ethics, rights, and obligations of the legal profession. Arrangements will have to be made for this course to be taught, this aspect of the course, to be taught through the continuing legal education program of the Law Association for the benefit of law students who do not attend Wooding Law School but are admitted to practice under our existing law, which breached the treaty establishing legal education in the Caribbean region. Exactly 38 years ago, a gentleman that whom I knew well, stopped his car for me on Duke Street. I was standing there waiting for a taxi to take me to court at Nibdeck House. No sooner did I sit in his car than he passed me a fat envelope and said, "I have something to show you." Confused, I opened the envelope and found a number of intimate photos of him with one of my colleagues. I became quite upset and asked him to stop the car. I told him exactly what I thought of him and his behavior and flung the photos back at him. I was a lawyer, yes, but he did not want legal advice and certainly was not contemplating legal proceedings. Neither was he sharing the photos in connection with or for the purpose of legal proceedings. He was just a nasty, malicious person who exemplified the saying that hell had no fury, and it shouldn't be a woman, but a man scorned. I wish this law was on the books then, so he could have been prosecuted under Clause 22C. Clause 22C provides that subject to subsection 3, a person commits an offense if he knowingly shares an intimate image of a depicted person, A, without the consent of the depicted person and without reasonably believing that the depicted person consents, or B, in circumstances in which the depicted person has a reasonable expectation that, 1, he was doing a private act, 2, his private parts would not be visible to the public, or 3, his intimate image would not be shared without his express permission, regardless of whether the intimate image of a depicted person was taken in a public or private place. Clause 22C2 provides for a penalty for the offense, A, on summary conviction, again, to a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years, or conviction and indictment to a fine in the High Court, that is, to a fine of $750,000 and to imprisonment for 5 years. And these penalties are uniform throughout the legislation. And again, the question of deterrence must be remembered. And I will refer here to an article by David Anderson. And he wrote about the deterrence hypothesis and pickpockets at the pickpocket hanging in 2002 for subsection 2, American Law and Economics Review, page 295, C305. So in other words, here you have a pickpocketer being hanged and people coming to witness the hanging and picking pockets. So therefore, it certainly was not a deterrence. So as I said, Clause 22C3 sets out the defenses, which are identical to those provided for in Clause 22B3. The acts were performed by a law enforcement officer in the lawful execution of his duties, carried out for medical, forensic, scientific, or educational purposes, carried out by a person monitoring the premises or doing surveillance on the premises, or they were reasonably necessary for preventing, detecting, or prosecuting crime, for legal proceedings, the administration of justice, or in the public interest. And again, the area of the public interest, and I agree, needs some elucidation. Clause 22D1 provides remedies for the complainants. The court or body may order a person convicted for an offense under section 22A, 22B, and 22C to do the following: to pay the complainant adequate compensation and take reasonable actions to remove, retract, recover, delete, or destroy any intimate image taken or shared by the person within a period specified by the court. But you know when something goes on the internet, it really is there forever, sadly. Clause 22D2 preserves the right of the complainant to claim compensation in any court, save by the court that awards further compensation may take the order under subsection 1 into account when it makes a further award. And Mr. Vice President, I recall here, which has been mentioned before, the celebrated judgment of the Honorable Mr. Justice Frank C. Prasad in the case of Therese Ho and Lendl Simmons, claim number CV 2014-01949, which was delivered on the 26th of October 2015. In that case, the claimant had alleged, and I read verbatim from the judgment, that the parties were engaged in a sexual relationship, and during the course of the same, several photographs were taken by them. Some of these photographs depicted the claimant nude, and in 2 of the photographs depicted her engaged in a sexual act with the defendant. After their relationship ended, some of the photos were allegedly shown to other persons, and as a result, the claimant instituted the instant action and sought various relief, including injunctive relief, damages for breach of confidence, aggravated damages, cause, and an order for destruction of the nude photographs. The judge awarded the claimant the sum of $150,000, which was inclusive of an award for aggravated damages, costs, a perpetual injunction to restrain and or prohibit the defendant, his servants or agents from disseminating, uploading, posting and or publishing nude and or sexually explicit photograph of the claimant and or photographs that depict her performing the act of whatever, whether by way of internet, cellular phone, or any other form of social media, or by any other means whatsoever. So you see who are restrained? Specific persons. What about other persons who were not in the contemplation of the court? In the course of his judgment, the judge said, "It is rather unfortunate that a young and talented cricketer like the defendant behaved in such a manner. Upon the shoulders of those who hold positions of power, prestige, and publicity, there rests an onerous responsibility to adhere to the highest standards of moral and civilized conduct, especially since the nation's children look towards them to set the standard of acceptable conduct. As a society, we have to undertake a critical review, reprioritize, and refocus. The objectification of women continues to be viewed as being culturally acceptable, as is evident in our soca and chutney music. We must ask ourselves the question, how are we to build a developed nation when we encourage and celebrate disrespect? Respect for individuals, regardless of gender, ethnicity, sexual orientation, for the law and for authority, must define the way we live and interact with each other. Had this act been passed, Ms. Ho would have also been able to claim compensation under Section 22D1, subject to 22D2. Mr. Vice President, women are fair games for these heinous crimes. We have had instances of women who have brought glory to our country by achieving international fame, being humiliated in this way. There have been persons seeking to serve and serving in the political arena who have been brought to shame for acts of indiscretion, albeit carried out in private. When will it end? The Sexual Offences Amendment Bill, number 3, creates consequential amendments to other pieces of legislation. Thus, the Children Act, Chapter 4601, which was previously amended substantially over and over again to include several sexual offenses, now has a Part 8A, which creates a new offense of voyeurism. Section 44A1 reads as follows. Subject to subsection 3, a person commits the offense of voyeurism if for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification for himself or another person or causing humiliation or distress to a child, he knowingly A, observes, whether with or without the use of equipment, that child doing a private act. B, he views, whether with or without the use of equipment, beneath the clothing of that child, and does so with the intention of enabling himself or another person to observe, 1, the private parts of that child, whether fully or partially exposed or covered with underwear, or 2, the underwear covering the private parts of that child, or C, takes, captures, records, streams, stores, publishes, or transmits through a device or computer system a visual recording of the private parts of a child. Now, at this point, one must consider that it is not only adults who commit these crimes. Sexual crimes are also committed by children. About a century ago almost, when I was age 11, I was sent to take lessons in a boys' school. And at that time, there was a practice, I am not sure if it has now been outlawed or if it still exists, of some idle boys placing little mirrors on the floor of the classroom where the girls would pass. Really was to make them very uncomfortable. So the girls would have to try to negotiate to pass far away from the mirrors as possible so that their underwear would not be shown. A person who commits an offense, the law says, under subsection 1, is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years, or conviction on indictment to a fine of $750,000 and to imprisonment for 5 years. Now, I ask the question, are these penalties going to be subject, are children going to be subject to these penalties? Because I don't see anything here in the law which accepts children in any way or waters down the penalties or the remedies when you are dealing with child offenders. So that's certainly a matter that one will have to trash out in the committee stage, not the committee stage, but the special select committee that the Attorney General is recommending and which we heartily endorse. Subsection 3 of clause 3 says a person does not commit an offense under this section if the acts that are alleged to constitute the offense are A, performed by a law enforcement officer in the lawful execution of his duty with the consent of the child's parent, guardian, or a person with responsibility for the child, or B, carried out by an authorized person for medical, forensic, scientific, or educational purposes with the consent of the child's parent, guardian, or a person with responsibility for the child, or C, carried out for the purposes of security monitoring by a person monitoring his home or in premises where there are signs prominently displayed informing persons that the premises or designated portions of the premises are under surveillance. Or D, acts that the person reasonably believed were necessary for the purposes of preventing, detecting, investigating, or prosecuting crime for legal proceedings or the administration of justice or in the public interest. And it would be interesting to make that leap from these exceptions with the use of equipment beneath the clothing of that child. How is that, how do we marry those sections? It is a mystery to me. So I look forward to learning from the Attorney General as to how this is going to operate. And again, it talks about premises being under surveillance, acts of the person reasonably believed were necessary for the purpose of preventing, detecting, investigating, or prosecuting crime for legal proceedings, the administration of justice, or in the public interest. And subject to subsection 3, 4, and 5, a person commits the offense if for the purpose of causing humiliation or distress to a child, he knowingly takes and shares an intimate image of that child, or for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification for himself or another person, he knowingly takes and shares an intimate image of a child, or he knowingly threatens to share an intimate image of a child in circumstances in which he intends to cause the depicted child to fear that the threat will be carried out, or he is reckless as to whether the depicted child will fear that the threat will be carried out. Or D, he knowingly alters an image of a child to make it appear that the image of a depicted child is an intimate image and shares that altered image. And I remember taking my children to Disneyland or Disney World or both at some point. And there was a booth where you could go and attach any picture to your face. So they would take the picture and then you would see some very interesting, the other part, that didn't belong to you. And really you could get yourself in trouble that way. A person who commits an offense under subsection 1 is liable on a summary conviction to a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years, or B, conviction on indictment to a fine of $750,000 and to imprisonment for 5 years. And 3, a person does not commit an offense under this section. So again, you have the same sort of provisions. The acts that are alleged to constitute the offense are performed by a law enforcement officer in the lawful execution of his duty with the consent of the child's parent, guardian, or person responsible for the child. And how do you gauge consent? When there is inequality between the law officer and, in fact, the parent of the child. And sometimes you know that law officers may be acting for one of the parties unknown to you. So some strange permutations can happen here. Or carried out by an authorized person for medical, forensic, scientific, or educational purposes with the consent of the child's parent, guardian, or person responsible for the child. And even in the medical field, we have people whose actions are suspect. And this is not idle talk. It has happened that certain examinations are carried out that are totally unnecessary. Carried out for the purpose of security monitoring by a person monitoring his home or premises where the signs prominently displayed informing persons that the premises or designated portions of the premises are under surveillance, or acts that the person reasonably believed were necessary for the purpose of preventing, detecting, investigating, or prosecuting crime for legal proceedings or the administration of justice. And again, we have that phrase, in the public interest. And a person does not commit an offense, again, under this section, if he shares an intimate image with a professional legal advisor in connection with the giving by the legal advisor of legal advice to the person. And we have the same gamut of protection and defenses that occurred before. So then we have subsection 5, which says it does not apply in relation to an intimate image or other matter which is shared with a view to furthering any criminal purpose, and subject to subsection 8, an internet service provider which provides a conduit for the transmission of information shall not be responsible for monitoring the information which it stores on behalf of another in order to ascertain whether its processing would constitute or give rise to liability under this act, or actively seeking facts or circumstances indicating illegal activity in order to avoid criminal liability. And notwithstanding subsection 7, an internet service provider shall comply with any court order, injunction, writ, or other legal requirement which obliges the internet service provider to terminate or prevent an infringement based on any written law. How much time do I have left, Mr. Vice President?
You end at 1:31.
Thank you. So subject to 44.1 says, subject to subsection 3, a person commits an offense if he knowingly shares an intimate image of a depicted child in circumstances in which the depicted child has a reasonable expectation that he was doing a private act, his private parts would not be visible to the public, or his intimate image would not be shared, regardless of whether the intimate image of the depicted child was taken in a public or private place. A person who commits an offense under subsection 1 is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years, or conviction on indictment to a fine of $750,000 and to imprisonment for 5 years. And the usual offenses for officer of the law and security monitoring and so on. And it talks here about adequate compensation, which shall be a charge on the property of the person so convicted, and take reasonable action to remove, retract, recover, delete, or destroy any intimate image taken or shared by the person within a period specified by the court. And again, I would say that it is very difficult to retrieve all of the images once they are out there. The provisions of subsection 1 shall not deprive the complainant of the right to claim compensation in any other court, save that the court that awards further compensation may take the order under subsection 1 into account when it makes a further award, and so on. So this bill really brings us into the 21st century. Long after the internet horse has bolted, we are trying to recover. But it fails to take into consideration, I said before, that sexual offenses are committed by children also against other children. Now, Kingsley Napoli, in an article titled Sexual Offenses Committed by Children Against Other Children, he says is on the rise, shocking or inevitable. This article was published on 10th of February 2017. I will make it available to Hansan. And the author revealed that the number of children that the police are investigating for committing child sexual offenses had almost doubled in the last 4 years. I sought to get statistics from our people here in Trinidad, different agencies, without success. Now, he wrote that as far as youth offending is concerned, it is evident that one of the main causes behind the reported increase is the ubiquity of modern technology and smartphones, and the increasing simplicity by which users, including children, can use it to interact with others. Whilst the ease with which people can interact with each other in the modern era is broadly perceived as beneficial to society, it has also undoubtedly opened a Pandora's box when it comes to the commission of sexual offenses. So taken together, he says, with the falling average age at which young people are first exposed to technology, recent research indicates that on average, children get their first smartphone aged 10.3 years, just in time to be criminally liable for any errors of judgment committed by these digital natives. And Bernardo's evidence, Bernardo, they have a charity, a very well-known charity in the UK, confirms our experience as youth crime specialists that the use of this technology has led to many young people and children finding themselves in difficult circumstances, and these can arise as a result of having committed an offense, having fallen victim to an offense, or in some cases, to both. Now, we come here in this parliament, and we have a sacred duty. I think we were provided with a book called Child Protection, a handbook for parliamentarians. And there's a checklist for action which states what parliaments and their members can do. And it specifies that national legislation sets the principles, objectives, and priorities for national action to ensure child protection and creates the machinery for carrying out that action. And it is therefore crucial that members of Parliament take the following step. And the first step is to ensure that Parliament adopts national legislation that corresponds to the international legal instruments to which our state is a party. And I have been urging for all the time I've been here for government to pay cognizance to the fact that we have in fact ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child since 1991, and there are things that are outstanding. I would also urge that we adopt the optional protocol to the CRC on the sale of children, child prostitution, and child pornography, and bring our laws in accordance with these provisions so that we will really be where we are supposed to be. The guidelines for policymakers on child online protection states that Internet, a decade ago, approximately 182 million people access the Internet globally, and almost all of them live in the developed world. By early 2009, there were over 1.5 billion Internet users worldwide, with over 400 million of those having access to broadband. Today, while not ubiquitous, Internet users are truly worldwide, with over 600 million users in Asia, 130 million in Latin America and the Caribbean, and 50 million in Africa. So we really should follow the guidelines of policymakers on child online protection. We should take as our sacred duty bringing our laws in line with the convention, and we must always remember that children are children. And we have been pussyfooting for years not providing sex education for children, but they are getting it anyway, and they are getting it many times from the wrong people. We pay lip service to a number of things, including restorative justice. But what the world is showing is that they're moving towards restorative justice, and especially in terms of child justice. And we ought to be looking at that. we ought to be looking at not criminalizing children. So in addition to raising the age of criminal responsibility, we ought to be looking to do the best that we can for children. A few days ago, we celebrated, and just yesterday there was a big celebration of the life, not the death, but the life of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. And we remember him for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. And one of the things that he was celebrated for was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And we ought to look to see that we treat with children and other people in the society in a way that will bring healing to everybody, all the persons who are affected by the crime, the perpetrator, the victim, and the members of the society. So it is time that we stop talking and do something about it, and try to understand that in the society, punishment is not getting us very far. And we have to understand why things are happening, why people are acting as they do, and how we can bring about a change. I'm very grateful for the youth ministry and the work that they're doing, but much more needs to be done. So let us stop talking about restorative justice, see what is happening in other parts of the Caribbean. They're going full speed ahead while we are just talking. And let us get on board to try to stem this tide of criminality by looking at every person as a potential good person whose life can be turned around. Trying to understand not why you do that, why you're so bad, but what happened to you? How can we heal you? How can we help you, especially the children of our nation? Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Allow me to extend best wishes and the abundance of God's blessings upon you and everyone in this august chamber. It augurs well for us, Mr. Vice President, that the first piece of legislation before the House this year is to protect the most vulnerable amongst us, including our women and children. It is a new year, and we on this side have come with renewed resolve to do what we have been called to do, to serve the best interests of those who are unable to defend themselves, to be the voice for the voiceless, and to represent the collective conscience of our nation. Mr. Vice President, there were many people in this society who breathed a deep sigh of relief when this government outlawed underage marriages, thereby offering a measure of protection to our young girls, who in many cases were being forced to marry men who were more than twice their ages. Similar praises resounded from some women's groups and associations when the profound amendments to the Domestic Violence Act were successfully piloted through this chamber and the other place. The passage of the Electronic Monitoring Act, which gave women and their children an added layer of protection against potential harm, was the icing on the cake for many, as now victims of domestic violence could be forewarned as to the possibility of their attacker being in close proximity to them. In fact, as stated in a media briefing on November the 5th, 2021, by the manager of the Victim and Witness Support Unit, there were 669 domestic violence reports by women in 2021, which was an increase of 2020's figure of 649. Furthermore, The reported number of rapes, incest, and other sexual offenses increased from 661 in 2020 to 842 in 2021, according to statistics obtained from the Crime and Problem Analysis Branch of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I want to once again categorically state that one case of violence against a woman is too many. These amendments to the Domestic Violence Act, Children's Act, and the passage of the Electronic Monitoring Act are evidence enough of a government committed to protecting the most vulnerable amongst us, to doing right by the thousands of victims who previously had no legislative recourse for their suffering, living often in a perpetual victimhood, unable to embrace the possibility of new life opportunities, as their attackers often remained too close for comfort. So, Mr. Vice President, the sacredness of life, honored in every religious tradition represented in this chamber, grounds our belief in the ultimate meaning and value of our women and children. Indeed, this sanctity of life compels us to be a voice of conscience. When we fail to protect women and children, we betray their trust in us, deny our humanity, risk our future, and abandon these beliefs which we have long held sacred. It is for this reason that I encourage all members of this chamber to give their unequivocal support to the amendments being proposed here today. The amendments have been drafted to deal with current realities, with scenarios in mind that were thought impossible 10 to 15 years ago, but which have now become commonplace. These amendments bring us in line with legislation enacted in the United Kingdom in 2019 and Singapore in 2020, and are consistent both with the Sustainable Development Goals articulated by the United Nations and the Vision 2030 National Development Strategy of this government. The Sustainable Development Goals target 5.2 and 5.3 call for the elimination of all forms of violence against women and the elimination of all harmful practices such as child, early and forced marriage, and female genital mutilation, respectively. These proposed amendments, Mr. Vice President, are aligned to Goal 6 of Vision 2030, which speaks specifically to the protection and support of the family. Not unlike the rest of the world, our institutions and communities make regular use of the internet and the associated information and communication technology that are now part of our everyday life. Social media platforms like Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, and the plethora of other channels are often used to communicate and to showcase events, projects, and gatherings online. This positive and creative use of the internet cannot obscure the threat posed by the misuse of this medium and related technologies to harm women and children. And when we examine the threats, particularly those contemplated in Section 22B and C, they are perpetrated in large measure by persons in whom victims invested copious amounts of trust, to whom victims shared their most vulnerable selves, only to have that trust betrayed for selfish gains. Reports from our women and girls suggest that this is an all too common occurrence, but without legislative backing, many victims suffer in silence. The success of the Me Too movement, for example, which focuses on the experiences of sexual violence survivors, is largely due to the fact that sexual harassment, sexual assault, and sexual exploitation in their many forms impact persons every day. By sharing their own experiences, the movement's proponents highlight just how common sexual exploitation has become, affecting all strata of every society. Clause 4 of this bill seeks to amend Section 2 of the Parent Act by inserting definitions of the following: computer data storage medium, computer systems, device, internal service provider, intimate image, law enforcement officer, private act, private parts, sexual act, share, and visual recording. At first glimpse, it would appear that such granular detail is unnecessary. But, Mr. Vice President, it is absolutely imperative that these definitions be included in the legislation so as to remove any doubt and empower the enforcers of the legislation with absolute certainty about the legality of their actions. We are of the view, Mr. Vice President, that by clearly defining these terms and enshrining them into law, there will be no room for doubt on anyone's part regarding the various elements of the offense. In this way, it will facilitate a more efficient interpretation of the law and thus make enforcement more practical. Section 22A is what we would refer to as the peeping Tom section. This amendment seeks to criminalize a practice which many in the past have deemed normal behavior for some men. And you may recall the song by Super P, Everybody Peeping. While this song hilariously expounds on the behavior we colloquially call macoing, the fact remains that some people in society have now evolved to taking photos or recording videos of others in a state of undress. Most smartphones now come equipped with high-resolution cameras that enable photos and videos to be captured from a distance with astonishing clarity and can be wielded as a weapon in voyeurism. Consequently, many live with the fear that these recorded videos and images can be taken and posted online or disseminated to others without their knowledge. Mr. Vice President, voyeurism is not new to Trinidad and Tobago, and there are many stories of schoolboy pranks of what we now know as upskirting. And this was referred to by Senator Thompson-Ahye, where mirrors are placed on shoes to view under the skirts worn by their female colleagues, or mirrors being placed in strategic locations in bathrooms so that others get a first-hand view of persons in their nakedness. And such practices often preclude later assaults when some of these boys grow up. And according to some psychiatric studies published by the American Psychiatric Association, 20% of people involved in voyeurism will go on to commit more serious sexual assault offenses. In November 2016, the regional Life in Leggings movement saw countless women recounting harrowing daily experiences of sexual harassment and assault, which included occurrences of such peeping Tom behavior on Facebook. This new section, 22A, would establish, amongst other things, that a person commits the offense of voyeurism if he knowingly observes another person doing a private act without their consent to obtain sexual gratification for himself or someone else, or to cause humiliation or distress to another person, specifically in situations where the other person would have a reasonable expectation of privacy. As tiny hidden cameras have become more readily available, crimes of voyeurism have become easier to commit. Such acts have been known to occur in public transportation, bathrooms, and dressing rooms, in schools and workplaces, with the targets being primarily women and children. It was reported in Trinidad and Tobago Newsday on January the 13th, 2018, that 300 employees of a state enterprise based in Point Lisas walked off the job when one of their colleagues discovered 3 hidden cameras in electrical wiring in a room used by female employees to change. This discovery highlights the very real and pervasive threat to privacy in our society, which remains unpunished in the absence of the necessary legislation to prosecute the offender. This new section of inclusion of Section 22A is in line with the United Kingdom's Voyeurism Offences Act 2019. The act in the United Kingdom came into force to amend the Sexual Offences Act of 2003, where 2 new offences were inserted at Section 67A, criminalizing certain acts of voyeurism. The Act adds clear and explicit protection against the offense. Guyana also has the Sexual Offences Act, number 7 of 2010, and this act has similar provisions protecting vulnerable adults and children against sexual offenses, including the offense of voyeurism. Mr. Vice President, the criminalization of voyeurism in this sexual offenses bill, number 3, is very important to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, which has the responsibility of overseeing the protection of the vulnerable in society, such as the elderly, those who are underprivileged, exploited, and abused, and persons with disabilities. Victims of voyeurism often speak not only of their humiliation, but more so of the violation of their private spaces, or spaces in which they believe they were safe. Cognizant of this, the ministry applauds the Attorney General and his staff for this bold step in making voyeurism a criminal offense, as it will certainly help improve the social protection of women and children. Mr. Vice President, the days of the peeping toms are numbered. In a Protecting Ourselves blogspot, an article entitled Protect Yourself from Voyeurism, dated April the 5th, 2017, the author stated that in Trinidad and Tobago there were no laws that criminalize voyeurism and urge persons to protect themselves from same. The author recounted an occurrence of voyeurism at a popular bar in Woodbrook, where a peeping Tom was lurking around and taking photos of women whilst they were using the bathroom. The person was caught and handed over to the police, but was not charged, as the Sexual Offences Act at that time did not encapsulate voyeurism. Therefore, this proposed amendment would ensure that women who find themselves in these situations can finally get some form of redress and justice. Mr. Vice President, the second and more substantial amendments are contained in the new sections 22B and C, or the revenge porn section. I believe everyone in this chamber grew up hearing the old adage, hell hath no fury as a woman scorned. And I heard Senator Thompson-Ahye changed it to, hell hath no fury as a man scorned. And many have used this to describe a woman's behavior after she was jilted by her lover. But Mr. Vice President, the author of that phrase never contemplated the Trinbagonian man of the digital age, nor some men of the world in general. Because this is neither to trivialize its occurrence nor condone it, but the instances of women engaging in revenge porn are few and far between. Revenge porn is generally defined as revealing sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet or any other social media platform, typically by a former sexual partner, without their consent, and in order to cause him or her distress or embarrassment. And it is for this precise reason that through this move to criminalize revenge porn, the government has demonstrated yet again that the protection of women is of paramount importance, and no stone will be left unturned in this process. Section 22B creates the offense of taking and sharing or threatening to share intimate images without consent, while Section 22C deals principally with the sharing of intimate photographs. And this new Section 22B provides for 5 categories of offenses: where an intimate image is taken and shared without consent, where an intimate image is taken and shared for the purpose of humiliating or causing distress to a person, where an intimate image is taken and shared for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification, where there are threats to share an intimate image, or where a person knowingly alters an image of a person to make it appear that the image of the depicted person is an intimate one. So, Mr. Vice President, whilst it may not be common practice among the baby boomer generation of the 1960s and 70s, it appears that it's now the norm for couples to share intimate images and videos with each other during the course of their relationships in an activity known as sexting. In some circumstances, though, when the relationship ends on a bad note, these images and or videos are disseminated to others in a practice termed revenge porn. The proposed Section 22B, therefore, covers revenge porn and makes it an offense. In essence, this new offense seeks to criminalize revenge porn, where one of the parties to the relationship, sometimes for revenge or to humiliate the other party, may circulate the intimate images on social media platforms. Women in these situations often feel betrayed, sad, depressed, ridiculed, and could suffer great reputational risk. As such, this proposed amendment is critical in protecting women who find themselves in these vulnerable situations. Mr. Vice President, under the current legislation, a person finding themselves in this predicament only has recourse through a civil action suit, wherein they would seek damages and other reliefs for breach of confidence, harassment, or defamation. This chamber would undoubtedly recall the famous case of 2015, which was mentioned by Senator Lutchmedial and Senator Thompson-Ahye. This case was adjudicated by High Court Justice Frank C. Prasad. The court heard evidence that the parties were engaged in an intimate relationship, and during the course of the relationship, several photographs were taken by them. And some of these photographs depicted the claimant nude, and 2 of the photographs show her intimately engaged with the defendant. After their relationship ended, some of the photos were allegedly shown to other persons. The claimant testified that she took nude photos of herself and sent same via WhatsApp to the defendant's phone for his private use when he was out of the country. And she stated that she had concerns over the future of the relationship and ended it. She claimed that the purpose of the subsequent disclosure of the images was to embarrass and shame her. In his judgment, the learned judge lamented that, and I quote, "While it may appear that an individual's sexual exploit should be afforded some protection on account of privacy, the law in the jurisdiction has, however, not developed so as to recognize any such right." Justice C. Prasad went on to state that, and I quote, "The law has to be dynamic and has to develop in such a way to ensure that it remains relevant, and it must be recognized that there is an obligation of conscience which requires that videos, photos, and recordings that capture private, intimate relations should be clothed with a quality of confidentiality." He also stated that online conversations and the dissemination of information over the internet initiate an open-ended forum. The internet is a comprehensive and cohesive database, and there is really no anonymity in relation to the use of same. Photographs uploaded onto the internet can be retrieved forever. The impact upon an individual's privacy is tremendous, and the absence of clear and cohesive legislation to protect our citizens' privacy and to punish those who violate the rights of others can cause us to descend into a bottomless pit of anarchy. End of quote. Mr. Vice President, fast forward to today. The exercise in which we are engaged is to ensure that as a society, we do not descend into a bottomless pit of anarchy, and that the law retains its dynamism and relevance to the current realities of the 21st century. Section 22D provides for monetary compensation to be paid by the perpetrator to the victim, separate and apart from a fine and term of imprisonment. In the case alluded to earlier, Justice C. Prasad ordered the defendant to pay the claimant the sum of $150,000, inclusive of an award for aggravated damages. He also granted a perpetual injunction so as to restrain and or prohibit the defendant, his servants, and or agents from disseminating, uploading, posting, and or publishing nude or sexually explicit photos of the claimant, and or photos that depict her performing any sexual act, whether by way of the internet, cellular phone, or any other form of social media, or by any other means whatsoever. So, Mr. Vice President, the intent of Section 22D is to accomplish in the criminal domain precisely what the learned judge ordered in the civil domain. Section 22D demands both compensation to the victim and destruction of the photos and videos by the defendants. We on this side believe that the inclusion of this amendment is a critical pillar of this new legislation, as it will deter detractors, it will deter perpetrators from sharing, publishing, disseminating, uploading, and posting sexual images of persons without their consent. While the amendments to which I have already spoken are profound, both in their substance and in their potential impact, the inclusion of a new Clause 6 in this amended legislation is proof positive of this government's declared intention that no child should be left behind. Clause 6 of this new bill sets out consequential amendments to the Children's Act, Chapter 4601, to insert a new Part 8A, which would provide for the offense of voyeurism in relation to children. The provisions of this new part will be similar to the proposed sections 22A, 22B, 22C, and 22D of the Sexual Offences Act. So, Mr. Vice President, this proposed amendment is also of paramount importance and receives the Ministry's full endorsement, especially as it recognizes the absolute need to protect our nation's children from predators. This is important because there appears to be a very casual practice of sharing inappropriate images and videos of children on social media platforms. This amendment should make society more aware that the innocence of children ought to be protected and not exploited. The proposed offenses make it difficult for an adult to claim innocence or lack of knowledge if he or she willingly shares inappropriate images and or videos of children. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services stands ready to continue providing the necessary psychosocial support to persons in need and victims of sexual offenses through its National Family Services Division. The Ministry will continue to collaborate and network with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that once this legislation is passed, it will be the catalyst for reducing the number and frequency of offenses identified in this bill. The Ministry will redouble its efforts to advocate for the protection of the rights of our society's vulnerable persons. And we believe that this bill, once passed and enacted into law, will be one of the keys through which their rights will be protected. Mr. Vice President, the case for strengthening the current Sexual Offences Act has been clearly made by the Attorney General in his presentation. Voyeurism or peeping Tom behavior and revenge porn cannot be tolerated in the modern society we are trying to build. I urge all my colleagues, therefore, to lend their support to this bill so that when there are no more tomorrows in our lives, we can say with truth and pride and no regrets that we left Trinidad and Tobago a better place than we met it, and that the privilege of our time here was not in vain. Martin Luther King Jr. said...
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Martin Luther King Jr. said, and I quote, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." And Mr. Vice President, the amendments to this bill matters. I thank you.
Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the privilege of joining this debate. It is unfortunate, however, that we are debating this amendment bill, and given the subject area, without the benefit of national discussion. And that was raised by, I think, Senator Lutchmedial and Senator Ahye. And I think the Attorney General has indicated that will be addressed because the bill is supposed to be presented to a Joint Select Committee. That will be welcomed because in light of what is happening in our society, and I must say every contribution so far has been very, very good, solid contributions addressing these matters. So there's a lot of interest on all sides of the House relative to addressing these issues. Mr. Vice President, sometimes we have to protect people from themselves, because a lot of these young people, as Senator Cox inferred just now, the baby boomers did not have this problem. But with the rise in digitalization and social media, these part of the national landscape or the global landscape is the sharing of these photographs. These things are normalized. It's normal behavior, but it can end in such pain. So, to ensure that people who are inclined to the behaviors that one is trying to remedy or mitigate against with the amendment in these bills, I think it is very important, and everyone should work very hard with respect to ensuring that a message is sent that these behaviors are not to be tolerated, and a broader conversation is just as important. Mr. Vice President, our women, girls, and even men need to feel safe. And again, I think the Honorable Attorney General, through you, has missed an opportunity by continuing to come with these legislation a little piece at a time. I don't know if it is in line with what he thinks is the evolving scenario. But it's not that there is no urgency. Indeed, there is a crisis. But, you know, what is the point in not having that wider conversation, because there are several points on areas of other deviancy that has been raised by the senators as this debate has progressed. Mr. Vice President, I have just on every occasion I've stood in this parliament asked, where is the messaging? The public campaign to treat, to teach, to inform. You know, how are we proceeding with these bills when they are passed in terms of educating the wider society? Because the sort of sexual deviancy that this bill highlights is important for society to think about more generally or more specifically. Because if there is to be a real change in the attitudes towards women, it will be because we have changed people's attitudes and towards that kind of behavior or normalizing that kind of behavior. I hope that in his response, the Honorable Attorney General, through you, may be able to tell us how he's working on, or how the government will take forward sex and relationship education, which should be made mandatory for all school-age children. Mr. Vice President, the implementation could also further the cause of ensuring that people understand why sexual harassment, sexual deviancy is wrong, as well as it being wrong in law, as what is being proposed here today. By inserting the new sections 22A, 22B, 22C, and 22D, and all of the contributions today would have addressed the various these various sections. So, Mr. Vice President, I wouldn't read them again, but it is rare today to find a young person, or anyone for that matter, without a mobile phone in their hand, and this was presented earlier today by the various senators. The trend is to record everything from pictures of meals to recordings of altercations and upload them to social media platforms, or to share pictures and recordings of daily experiences with friends. Mr. Vice President, in these circumstances, it is increasingly important for people engaging in sexual activity to understand and respect the private nature of intimate relationships or relations. Failing to respect the privacy of a sexual partner potentially can go beyond being insensitive or inconsiderate to being illegal. In the absence of our local data, sometimes you have to go to see what is happening internationally. But technology can be misused by those seeking to harm or frighten people. So, for instance, the same technology that allows you to find your lost smartphone can be used by someone wanting to track or stalk someone else. Many victims are tracked and monitored through their phones or tablets by spyware. So actually, stalkers don't even need to physically be in the space. They get a tracking device on the victim and they can monitor them. And the proliferation of tracking devices like Apple AirTag or the Tile, which helps you find your wallet, your keys, your luggage, has also led to an increase in the fears of stalking. So peeping Tom is a lot more sophisticated. Nobody has to pull any curtains anymore. They're right there, and with a little device, one can be stalked or spied upon. So this small, inexpensive tax can potentially make it very easy for a stalker to hide one in the victim's car or personal possessions and then be able to track their victim's whereabouts. So, Mr. Vice President, the issue of safety cannot be solved by technology alone, because whilst technology such as safety apps on phones and smartwatches can play a role in helping women feel safer on the streets, etc., these interventions are temporary sticking plasters which ignore the real cause of male violence against women. And I mean, it is reported widely and too frequently, women feel unsafe on our streets, not because of a lack of street lighting or safety apps, but because of the culture of sexism and misogyny, which makes violence against women and girls all too common, and it must be tolerated no longer. We must not tolerate this. Because far too often, many women in our society continue to suffer at the hands of violent men. They are belittled, disbelieved, and dismissed, sometimes even by our own, the persons who are there to protect them, and the very services that are supposed to protect. So, Mr. Vice President, we must focus on challenging the sexist attitudes that are deeply rooted in various services and systems, so that women can walk home feeling confident that they are safe and protected. Just, I think over the the Christmas holiday, I was looking, I think, on Sky TV, and I saw this ad, is this okay? And, you know, they are enacting several scenes, and the voice of the announcer said, if your behavior is making women feel uncomfortable or unsafe, our message is simple: it is not okay. And I felt that it was a simple message. It resonated because it was it was true. And we need more of that. We are not seeing, well, we need some of that, because we are not seeing any of it in Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, just like that, you're looking at the news, and this just came on, and it just resonated with me. This is not okay. I think sometimes our men and boys need to be told this is not okay, or be reminded, because some of these things, they don't do it sometimes because they are bad or wicked, but sometimes it could be a prank. But they don't realize the harm that they are causing, and it's only education will cause them to understand what the consequences of their actions are. So, Mr. Vice President, the amendment to the bill that we are discussing, that is, it makes it this voyeurism an offence, and there are two ways to define voyeurism: as a behavior and as a sexual disorder, and it really tells you who the person is within the bill, and that the type of behavior may extend not only to the making of voyeuristic images, but may include distribution of visual representation to others. And that is, Mr. Vice President, appears this is normal behavior where people share personal, intimate pictures of themselves via social media without thinking that there will be a day of accounting until they see this thing being shared very widely. They just send someone any kind of pictures as if they're saying good morning. So the voyeurism offense broadly has three elements which need to be proven, actually. One, disclosure of a private sexual photograph or film. Two, without the consent of the person depicted, and with the intention of causing that individual distress. So some guidance is given in the case of R versus Richards, in a case in England, and the courts of England and Wales, the appeal court of England and Wales, settled in January 2020, in which the appellant was found with recordings of himself engaging in sexual acts with 3 women in their bedrooms. The issue at trial was whether or not there had been a private act on each occasion which involved a reasonable expectation on the part of other person of privacy from being filmed. The Court of Appeal stated, whether a person is doing a private act in a place which, in the circumstances, would reasonably be expected to provide privacy will depend inevitably on the context. So, Mr. Vice President, I did not hear the Honorable Attorney General reference this one, but another term which has entered our lexicon, and today I heard it repeated here by several of our senators, is obskirting. where, well, I never knew that is what is called, because when you're going to school, just I think Donna Cox described, there are boys who will put glass on the mirror on the shoes and so on. But in 2018, 2019 in the UK, there was a law which had been passed, and the term was upskirting. The act of upskirting is generally defined as taking a sexually intrusive photograph of someone without their permission. This is not a recent phenomenon. There have been incidents in which people, invariably men, have placed cameras on their shoes and photographed, well, when I was going to school, it was a mirror, and photographed up a woman's skirts for voyeuristic purposes. Other instances have involved placing cameras on the stairs where women in skirts or dresses are likely to pass. So the broader category of upskirting can also include indecent filming of anyone without their knowledge, covertly filming women undressing in their bedrooms, or installing cameras in a dressing room, public toilet, or changing room. So this, I think, with the Joint Select Committee can be a subject on the agenda and be considered to bring into this, this particular piece of legislation. So with Mr. Vice President, with every new electronic device that comes on the market comes the possibility of inappropriate use, and thus the creation of a new criminal offense or new criminal offenses. We saw that with the advent of small listening devices. With this technology, it is now possible to record private conversations. So legislators have had to create offenses under the law to deal with any inappropriate use. The same thing happened with small drones, which made it possible to capture images of people in compromising positions, even from a distance. And in recent years, lawmakers have been faced with the same potential for inappropriate use with mobile phones. Such devices are ubiquitous, and improved technologies has allowed people to record and photograph others at a moment's notice, often impulsively, without proper thought. And what is happening here is we are going to bring it into that, into the law as an offense. So there have been legislators all across the globe working on similar pieces of legislation to criminalize the same kinds of behavior. As I said, in the UK, they have the Voyeurism Offences Act of 2019, where they created a specific offense of upskirting, where the purpose is to obtain sexual gratification or to cause humiliation, distress, or alarm. So it basically mirrors what is being done here today. Mr. Vice President, so by taking decisive action and working with other campaigners, we can ensure that more people are protected from this degrading and humiliating practice. Section 22A2 speaks to a person who commits an offense under subsection 1 is liable to, and it speaks of the penalty for carrying out this offense. But of course, one will have to have a conviction. Just now, 22A2. In premises where there are signs prominently displayed informing persons that these premises or designated portions of the premises are under surveillance, that is in the proposed law now, these are some common activity in society, which include visual surveillance of others, because security cameras are very commonplace and are used in public and private facilities as well as commercial establishments, such as retailers and restaurants. So it can be argued that including a mental element of intentionally committing the offense for a sexual purpose would prevent individuals who use surveillance for a legitimate purpose, such as to protect property, from being convicted of a voyeurism offense. This is not to suggest, of course, that surveillance for security purposes is justified in any and all circumstances. The question for discussion, however, is whether or not there should be a defense for the commission of voyeurism offenses, such as a public good defense. And earlier today, Senator Lutchmedial would have referenced that, because such a defense has been used in other contexts and may or may not be appropriate for both branches of the voyeurism offense and or for the distribution of voyeuristic materials. So a public good defense is set out in subsection 22A3D that acts that the person reasonably believed were necessary for the purposes of 1, preventing, detecting, investigating, or prosecuting crime, or 2, legal proceedings, or 3, the administration of justice, or 7E, in the public interest. Mr. Vice President, in a settled case in the Supreme Court of Canada, R versus Sharp Chief Justice McCutcheon on January 26, 2001, they released his judgment in what will probably be always known as the kiddie porn case. John Robin Sharp had been charged with 2 counts of possessing child pornography, contrary to section 163.14 of their criminal code, and 2 counts of possession of child pornography for the purposes of distribution or sale, contrary to section 163.13. Sharp argued that these sections of the code infringe his freedom of expression as guaranteed under their Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The trial judge accepted that there was an infringement of freedom of expression and that the infringement could not be justified in a free and democratic society. So there are always pros and cons in these issues, and the penalties here, some people may say, I think I heard Senator Ahye argue that maybe for the children it should be a little more, given, I suppose, their innocence and the fact that people are really preying on them. So, Mr. Vice President, today, in debating this bill, which really borders on sexual harassment, consensual sexual behavior, and in particular issues to do with image-based sexual abuse, we must be clear about it because the law is still wanting in many of these areas, but it is very likely a step forward if only we are not only passing these laws, but also there's implementation, and there would have been reference to the pepper spray and even the sexual offences registry. And these are all work in progress, and nothing much is being done. So a review of all non-consensual taking and sharing of private intimate sexual images, including threats and altered images, such as revenge porn, and that was referenced, and what is known as deepfake pornography, as well as further legislation to future-proof and modernize the law, because we have to kind of be working ahead of what we now have. This will protect more victims in an age when the present legislation simply fails to reflect the prevalence of such offences, their impact on victims, and the nature of technology and how it is moving ahead. The primary test for legislation is for it to be effective. I believe it can be strengthened, and if we consider motivation factors, notification requirements, and the distribution of images. Mr. Vice President, just this year, I think I saw a headline somewhere where we had 33 women murdered in 2021. That can in no way, shape, or form be good. And a lot of these crimes, our young girls, little children, literally, are just disappearing. And a lot of it has to do with some of what we are talking about here, sexual harassment, sexual offenses, and so on. And it is really a blot on our society that more is not being done in terms of, yes, we come and there are some very good contributions, etc. We are very aware, we are very passionate, but we are not going that distance in ensuring that we can protect or mitigate from the same thing or other young women falling prey to the same ills. We might be too late to help persons like Andrea Barrett, Ashanti Riley, Sade Emmanuel, who I spoke to her father just yesterday, because in preparing for this debate, I remember this young girl who in 2018 never left home and never returned from Mamaral. Last year, during the whole candlelight episode, her father had called me to say they were going to do a march they don't even know if to do it in memory of the poor lost Sade. But they were doing this to just keep her light burning and to keep an awareness in their village in Mamaral, because the father was called and there were certain items found but up till now they are waiting on a DNA lab, I think, that is non-functional. And these are the things that are very, very challenging, disturbing, and vexing, because, you know, we are here talking about new laws to help, to prevent, to mitigate, but the existing laws are not really being used in any way to really assist us in not having 31 young lives lost. So the Honorable Attorney General would have referenced a song he claimed as their party song, Never Get Weary Yet. You know, I've heard that song growing up in Tobago in the Pentecostal church also. But I want the Attorney General to get tired of hearing about young girls disappearing. You know, we may not be able to save all, but, you know, if it is the law could really work and we can have these discussions and young men can be taught that things are not okay, or what is not okay, because sometimes they really need that guidance, we may go a long way in ensuring that, you know, we are not crying over Ashanti or Andrea or Porshadi, you know, because we got tired of hearing about it and we did something about it. Mr. Vice President, I thank you.
Senator Dillon-Remy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. On this, our first meeting for the Senate for the year 2022, I just wish everyone in the Senate and also all of our nation a very productive 2022. We have indeed come out of the two very difficult years, 1920 and 1921, and we are facing a 2022 that right now does not look very good, but I am absolutely certain that the way we handle ourselves as legislators here, both here and in the House, would go a long way in making things very, very much better for our nation, and that is my wish for Trinidad and Tobago for the year 2022. I am going to, as usual, be very brief. I have a few comments to make about the bill. I am very happy that this bill is being brought so early in the new year, and I understand that the Attorney General intends to have it sent to a special select committee for further prosecution, let's say, so that they would get something better. Going through the bill, I realized that there are some things that recurred. And the first one I would like to mention is in the definition, clause 4. It was mentioned by Senator Lutchmedial, and clause 4, the definition of at least it was said visual recording. I too agree that because of the reason that she gave, you can have audio recordings that can cause people harm because, as you said, as we all know, that people's voices can be identified. and they can be, and you can have very sexually explicit things being said in an audio recording. So everywhere in this bill that the word visual recordings, I recommend that it be changed and that it's considered that we also include audio recordings. And that would occur in several sections further down in the bill. The second area I would like to mention is so we are dealing with Clause 5, that Clause 5 just 1 second. Clause 5, subsection 3, dealing with exceptions. So Clause 5, subsection 3, and the exceptions that I want to talk about here is actually exceptions that deal with the internet, the persons who carrying out for the purpose of security monitoring, that these persons will be exempted from legal proceedings because they are the reason for the capturing of images would be for security monitoring, either by the person monitoring his or her home or in premises where the signs are prominently displayed informing the persons that the premises or designated portions of the premises are under surveillance. My concern here is these people storing the images may just use these images not for the purpose for which in other words, they are just asked to store the images. What happens if they use these images for other purposes? They should be, in other words, they should not be given a blanket protection just because they are carrying out for the purpose of security monitoring. That they should be exempted because they may be able to use these images for other things. I have one other concern about the persons who are carrying out the monitoring and being exempted. And the question here is, what happens if you collect images not for your own area that you are monitoring? In other words, I have a security camera in my home, but my security camera can pick up images in another person's compound. And in that person's compound, that person may be in a position of, well, in a position where they are compromised, and my camera picks it up. I am picking it up for security. I am using my camera for security monitoring, but I pick up images in another person's compound. And we know that that kind of thing is used right now for criminal activity. Cameras are used when criminal acts are committed, that the police gets images from the persons whose cameras they are, that they may be in the area, and they may be used for that purpose. If that happens, and it is not for criminal activity, but the images are captured and can be used for other purposes, will these people be considered exempt from a crime? And I'm saying that should not be, and therefore this particular exemption should be looked at again. The exemption also for authorized medical, forensic, scientific, and educational purposes. I understand the reason why this could be there, but when these images are captured and shared between these people, I think it has to be made very clear, particularly for medical persons. I know it was mentioned already for among legal personnel, but also for medical. Images should only be used for those purposes, and if it is not, for instance, I may want to share medical images with another colleague and that colleague has no right to access those images because they are not involved in the case at all. If that is done, I should not be protected for that. And therefore, it should not be a blanket that, well, it did say, yes, it is an authorized person for medical forensic. So the person could be authorized, but using the images for a different purpose, and therefore it should not be a blanket exemption. We talked about, at least other persons who went before talked about sharing images for legal purposes. I have one question. How would these images be shared? And it can be shared, for instance, the Attorney General talked about on his phone and many things being shared by WhatsApp. Again, it was mentioned, if I'm sharing with different legal personnel and I share it with several persons, I have no idea what happens to those images when they go to that person, who they share it with. And therefore, is there some way of saying, I know, I think it was Senator Lutchmedial talked about asking that people should have to apply for permit from the court to have these things shared, but I'm not too sure how that would work. In a situation where you're actually working and you need to share information that you have to go to a court to get permission, I am not sure, but I'm concerned that it has to be done in a way where you can guarantee that there's some kind of tracing as to what is happening and that the people who are concerned, who are getting these images, are indeed authorized to do so. So both the medical, forensic persons, also the law enforcement agents, the same thing can be said for them. They may be lawfully executing their duties, but just in case they go outside of that, then they have to be not protected by the law. And that goes for both as it deals with the voyeurism and also as it deals also with the children, because the Children Act repeats the same exemptions for those purposes. The other area, Mr. Vice President, I would like to deal with is the one that the section, forgive me, right. When you're talking about penalties, and I think Senator John mentioned it in her presentation, the penalties here for both the children and for the adults are the same. In other words, what you say, a person who commits an offense under subsection 1 is liable to summary conviction for a fine of $200, and I'm dealing here with the clause 44A and subsection 2 about the offense commits an offense under the Children's Act. A person who commits an offense under subsection 1 is liable on summary conviction for a fine of $250,000 and imprisonment for 2 years, or conviction on indictment to a fine of $750,000 and to imprisonment for 5 years, which was the same penalty that you had for adults. I too agree that you must look at this in a bit different for the children, and there must be, I think, a higher penalty here because of the impact that this is going to have for the children's lives, and not the same. Mr. Vice President, the other area I would like to just mention is the right. Section, right, I'm dealing with clause 44A again. Section 44B, actually. (44B), Section 5, Clause 5, a professional legal advisor does not commit an offense under this offense if he shares the intimate images. Well, actually, that point was made already because of the fact that we are talking about who is authorized, who this person is authorized to share the images with, and making sure that they are not shared with anyone else, to make sure that the person's rights are not being violated. Mr. Vice President, I think that's all I want to make. I would be very interested in what happens when this goes to a select committee of the Parliament, because there are many other areas that should be discussed here, and this is a very important area for going forward for all legal representation of children. I thank you very much, sir.
Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the bill that appears before us today. You know, I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Vice President, to particularly speak to the population and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, as I, of course, stand by the government in support of this bill. Now, laws are not static, as we are aware. Laws are very dynamic. And it is my personal belief, Mr. Vice President, that we will be failing miserably as legislators if we adopt a strictly conservative approach when drafting laws. And this is, of course, my personal opinion. Mr. Vice President, it is also my view that offences such as revenge pornography, which is dealt with in Clause 5 of this bill, does not only try to shame women, but what it does, Mr. Vice President, is that it also tries to silence women. And as responsible legislators, it is, of course, our responsibility to stand against this. Mr. Vice President, to my mind, consent is what happens when you give permission. Theft and assaults are acts which happens when people take it from you despite saying no. So, for example, Mr. Vice President, a young lady has taken a nude photo and she has chosen who gets to see them. So yes, that is the fact. But I submit that this action does not make that young lady a fool. And that action does not mean that that young lady is asking for trouble or is deserving of an assault, especially when we examine, Mr. Vice President, sometimes the circumstances and the context in which certain photos and images may be shared by a young woman, especially in a romantic relationship. And this is one of the fundamental reasons, Mr. Vice President, why I stand in support of the criminalization of voyeurism, the criminalization of what we have termed in the Senate today as revenge pornography. Women are not to be silenced. Women are not to be blackmailed by decisions that they took relative to sharing photos and sharing videos in confidence. And we stand in support of protecting vulnerable women. Mr. Vice President, what I want to do before I get into the crux of my presentation, to this end, I want to join with the Honorable Attorney General and, of course, put on the public record a sincere thanks and appreciation to our young, our dynamic, out-of-the-box thinking attorneys of the Criminal Justice Unit of the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs. To the CJU unit, I respectfully say, and I place on the record, you certainly understood the assignment. And this bill, of course, is in its embryonic stage, but it is the beginning of something that I am certain that if we work together as a Senate, we can produce something that we will all be proud of. Madam President, I heard the comment being made by the Honorable Senator John relative to consultation, and I can say I also know that the Attorney General, in his piloting of the bill, he would have focused on the numerous stakeholders whom the Office of the Attorney General would have written to during the preparation of this particular bill. What I would also like to add is that a national survey was also conducted by the Office of the Attorney General, and there was wide feedback. Now, this survey ran from May 26 to November 26, 2021. And what I actually have in my hand is the survey report. The results of this survey is also still present on our social media pages, and anyone who may be interested in having a look at it is there. So, and this is just for me to clear the air on the point being suggested that, again, we have come to this Parliament without consultation and presenting a law. This is furthest from the truth. So we would have written to key stakeholders, those who were interested. They chose to write and respond to us. And then we would have also made a conservative, a sincere attempt to reach out to the members of the public by that survey that was available to the public for the duration of the 26th of May to November 26, 2021, in which we were able to solicit the views and the opinions of the public. So just to clear the record on that point, Madam President, it is furthest from the truth to even suggest that we have come to this Parliament with a legislation in the absence of consultation. Now, Madam President, before I get into the crux of my debate, my contribution, and my contribution is at least if I set out what I hope to achieve today in my contribution, I would try to look at the practical aspect of compensation. And this is, of course, for the benefit of the listening public, and how compensation would work and what would be operating within the court's mind when granting compensation in a matter such as this. But before I do that, Madam President, I want to address address some concerns that, of course, were raised by my colleagues in their individual presentations. Now, if I could firstly turn to the Honorable Senator Lutchmedial, I recall noting in her contribution, she made the point, she was speaking of, the Honorable Senator spoke about legal proceedings. And she indicated that legal proceedings would include, and this is her words, I'm concerned whether family law proceedings such as divorce will be captured here. She would like to hear if we had a view on family law proceedings, not involving children, but for matrimonial proceedings, if there will be an if there'll be a provision, for matrimonial proceedings. Now, Madam President, the reason why I want to spend some time looking at legal proceedings and the protection that is provided for evidence that is led in legal proceedings, especially matters that are sensitive like this, like those offenses that are created in the bill that appears before us, is simply because oftentimes, remember, the purpose of us introducing this bill and this legislation is so that victims of this offense are encouraged. They're encouraged to go to the court and to bring a claim, or they're encouraged to go to the court so that we can have a successful prosecution of offenders. However, if the man on the street or a vulnerable person is fearful that by instituting legal proceedings, the candle is going to cost more than the funeral, and by that, I'm referring to not the cost of the proceedings, but I'm referring to then all my business is going to be out there on the road. What you may actually have, if that is the perception of the public, what we may actually have is that even though we create good law, persons may actually be afraid to still use the law and the remedies of the law that are available. And this is, at this point, Madam President, and of course for the benefit of the public, I want to look at protection for evidence that is provided in other pieces of law, so that those who may, if and when, and of course when this law is passed after the select committee stage and so on, that the members of the public can rest assured that at least evidence will be evidence and information. There's a layer of protection that is provided by the law as it relates to these matters. Now, the Attorney General and several of my colleagues in the Senate would have looked at the Lyndall-Simmons case. And the Lyndall-Simmons case, of course, it was taken in a civil arena. But in that very case, the dicta that came, and this of course addresses also the concern, and I'll get back to Senator Lutchmedial's point and question about matrimonial proceedings, but I'm starting looking at civil proceedings. In this particular case of Lyndall-Simmons, the dicta that came out of that case, I recall, Justice Frank C. Prasad, he ordered, and I could read from the actual judgment, from the case, he ordered that all photographs, exhibits in the matter be placed in a sealed envelope until the limited time for filing of an appeal. Upon the expiration of same, if no appeal has been filed, the photographs are to be destroyed by the registrar. If appeals are filed, the photographs shall remain sealed until any further order is issued by the appellate court. And I'm saying this, as I said before, for the benefit of the listening and viewing public. So what the honorable judge in this matter did is that he is what practitioners of the law like myself, we call sealed the proceedings. And sealing the proceedings is that the evidence in that proceeding is actually sealed so that there's a layer of, and it's kept by the Registrar General, so that is an effort to protect, of course, pictures, to protect evidence from entering into the public domain. So, for example, in matters like the Lyndall-Simmons case, there would have, of course, been photos, all kinds of photos. And, of course, a person pursuing this matter, the inherent fear is, okay, I go to court with this matter, the court staff has access to it, and then eventually there's a leak into the public. A court has the jurisdiction from the civil standpoint that they can, a judge can order that these proceedings are sealed. And that is a layer of protection that while there's no specific rule in the civil court, it has been a long-standing practice. And even if we revert to Rule 1.1 of the CPR, which is the overriding objectives and so on of the CPR, the court has to deal with matters, of course, in a fair manner. And that is by sealing proceedings, of course. It's one way in which the general public can be rest assured. Do not be afraid if and when this legislation comes into being. Do not be afraid to evoke the jurisdiction of the court, because it is only when you do that you can take a stand and we can bring an end to these perpetrators. Now, so that is from the civil point of view. Now, the bill that appears before us, on the other hand, Mr. Vice President, what it does is that it criminalizes, and we all know that, it's different from the civil threshold because it criminalizes voyeurism, revenge porn. And the question now is whether in a criminal setting, if I have decided, if I am a victim of revenge pornography, if I am a victim of voyeurism, if I decide to pursue this matter, and I'm now a VC, a virtual complainant in this matter, what layer of protection am I provided with? And layer protection, again, is as it relates to the evidence, as it relates to the public having access to the evidence that is led in that matter. And I'm saying this especially because I was a practitioner for many years, and that is usually one of the fundamental fear of a VC in a matter, that I decide to pursue this matter, and I made reference to it already, that I just don't want my business out there, and I don't want my photos being leaked by a court in legal proceedings. So to the members of the public, as we look at the criminal law now, this is where we look at the interoperability of law arguments with this bill that we have and the criminal proceeding rules. In the criminal proceeding rules, Madam President, there is particularly Rule 14.2. And this Rule 14.2, again, in criminal proceedings, it deals with the sealing of proceedings. And this is very critical, and the rule actually states that the prosecution shall disclose material under Rule 14.1b unless the magistrate or judge orders that such material should not be disclosed in the public interest. So for those, even if you have criminal matters in which this evidence is given and you're fearful, a VC is fearful that, oh my God, my information may be leaked, an application can be made pursuant to the criminal proceeding rules, Madam Vice President, so that, Madam President, that the evidence and the matter itself can be sealed. And that is another layer of protection that is provided to the virtual complainants. And I cannot emphasize again the reason why I'm taking the task of going through this is because I know for sure, if and when this law comes into being, there are going to be vulnerable young women, young children, there are going to be people who are still afraid to use the law. And I'm saying to you, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid, because it is only when you use the law and those provisions provided in the law, you will be protected, and we can bring an end to some of these monsters that exist in our society. Now, to answer the Honorable Senator Lutchmedial, who focused on matrimonial proceedings, I had the benefit of course, practicing in the family court. And at the family court level, Madam Vice President, there is also that layer of protection for evidence and sensitive evidence that is provided. So, for example, if we look at, not for example, the law is, Madam President, Section 25 of the Family Law and Children's Act. This was a 2016, it was proclaimed on February 27, 2018. This also, that section, Section 25 of this law, what it does is that it allows for a family court, and I will read, it allows for a family court judge master to also seal a proceedings. Also, there's a restriction on the publication of proceedings involving children, which we are aware of. The court can order copies of a ruling to be redacted prior to publication. Similarly, it can seal the copies of transcripts and other relevant documents. This is within the discretion of the judge or the master of the court. And so, to answer the Honorable Senator's concern, I don't believe it was necessary in this bill that appears before us to actually prescribe a process whereby this evidence, a process for legal proceedings, because there are other areas of law that will protect evidence even in the family law arena, whether it's divorce, whether it's a matter involving a child. And as I said, I've placed on the record the parts of the Family Law Act that also provides that layer of protection for evidence, sensitive evidence that may be entered or may be adduced in a matter as evidence. And again, Madam President, as I said, and I know I may sound repetitive, but this is simply, I want the members of the public to understand that there was no need really, at least as it relates to legal proceedings, for us to go through the task of giving additional provisions to protect the evidence, because we have to bear in mind there is the criminal proceeding rules. We have to bear in mind that there's the Family Law Act. We have to bear in mind there's the civil proceeding rules, and all of this deals with this what we term in practice as sealing proceedings. So you can seal evidence, and sealing the evidence would, of course, it refers to protecting the evidence from entering into the public domain. And I respectfully believe that that this was critical, at least to the members of the public, to understand the layer of protection that is provided by the law. Now, the other areas of the law. Now, I know the Honorable Senator Lutchmedial, she also spoke about whether or not, she questioned whether or not the police would have the ability, for example, to shut down the cybercrime unit, to shut down the sharing of images and all of that. And of course, that is a procedural point, and I agree there. With respect to it is, we have to make sure that there's an alignment, as the Attorney General always says, with the plant machinery, people, processes, and the law. But the bill that appears before us also provides, apart from the police physically taking down images, the bill that appear before us in its current incarnation provides an injunctive remedy that can also be granted by the court. And that injunctive remedy is found in proposed section 22D1B. And that is where the court can actually then order the court can make an order that the defendant immediately takes down whatever images and all of that are provided. So yes, the police plays a part, and the cybercrime unit will play a part in whether they have the technology to shut down. But we are not here to discuss the police at this point. We're here to discuss the law that appears before us. And in the law that appears before us, we are giving the court, the judicial officer, the power to also grant an injunction, which will result in the immediate removal of these documents, of these any kind of sensitive evidence, these pictures and so on that would be shared on social media. So that was the extent of certain points that was raised by the Honorable Senator that I wanted to address. Now, Senator John, I know in her contribution, Senator John spoke about, she spoke about the necessity for sex and health education. And, she questioned the government on its position as it relates to sex and health education. And the reason why I want to address this is because I had the benefit of course, serving with my colleague, the Attorney General, in our recently Universal Periodic Review with the United Nations that dealt with human rights. And this was actually one of the major, this was something that in preparation for this Universal Periodic Review, I had the benefit of, having to read and bring myself up to speed with laws and our policy documents as it relates to sex and health education. Now, I agree that there is not a sex and health education curriculum in Trinidad and Tobago just yet. But what we do have is a health and family life curriculum in the Ministry of Education. Now, of course, there is a distinction between health and family life and sex education. I understand this. But the benefit I had in preparing for this Universal Periodic Review, when I myself questioned, why is it if we are moving towards modernizing laws, and I myself am an advocate of laws not being static and dynamic, laws not being static but rather dynamic, I myself would have questioned, but where are we at on introducing sex ed into school? And then you would think I would have remembered this because I was a teacher for umpteen years. One of the major challenges is with the consultative process and the stakeholders involved, because the education system, and let's not be blinded to that fact. We exist in a multi-diverse society, and in Trinidad and Tobago, for example, if you look at the education sector, we have different boards, the Hindu, the Muslim, the Presbyterian, Catholic, just to name a few. And if it is, we have to even look at the introduction of sex education into schools. That's a consultative process that is going to have to be exhausted. And more than that, you're going to have to get persons to be in alignment. You're going to have to get persons to look beyond traditional views and opinions and support such legislation or support such policy. And certainly I'm not expressing the view of the Ministry of Education at all, but this is just from a legal perspective. When I was preparing, as I said before, for the Universal Periodic Review, on that point as it relates to sex education. And I believe it was necessary to address it because, you see, I know the undertone of that again. That comment is as if we are just sitting idly as a government and we are not introducing legislation. So we bring a bill on voyeurism, but yet we have not done something as simple as sex education in school. And it is not a simple task. And that is what I wanted to address, the fact that these things, they require serious consultation. So that would have been the extent of certain comments made by my colleagues, Madam President, that I wanted to address. Madam President, if I may respectfully ask, how much time is full time? How much minutes? How much time I have again?
You finish at 3 minutes past 3.
Okay,
so you have about 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Now, I know I would now have to speed through my presentation, but as I said, my focus really now is on the compensation aspect. Now, Madam President, again, the case of Lyndall Simmons, Teresa Ho and Lyndall Simmons, it is before, it was spoken about already by the Attorney General. And yes, I know Senator Lutchmedial and the Honorable Attorney General went into some detail with this case. So of course, to avoid tedious repetition, I wouldn't get into detail. We already know, and the Senate is aware and the public is aware, that this is a civil matter. In the Lyndall Simmons case, however, the honorable judge, would have also focused on an Australian case, Giller and Prokopets, and in that case, he would have used that case would have spoken to what operates within the court's mind when assessing damages and when assessing compensation for a matter like this. Now, the Simmons case, as I would have earlier explained, and those before me, it is a civil case. The present law, on the other hand, that appears before us, Madam President, what we are looking at is that the redress that can now be found is in the criminal law. And of course, it can either be tried indictably or summarily. Now, despite this matter, Madam President, being heard summarily or indictably, the proposed Section 20 of this bill, Section 22, D of the bill, allows for an approach in that a person who has been convicted, a criminal court can then put on a civil hat and determine compensation in this matter, and can determine compensation, of course, for the VC in the matter.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, I want to look at a very practical approach. I want to look at this very practically as per how compensation is going to operate in the court. Now, firstly, understand that what we have done here by giving a criminal court the ability to grant compensation, it is not novel, it is not new. It already exists in other pieces of law, right? So, for example, if we look at Section 30D of the Offences Against the Persons Act, you have a criminal court having the jurisdiction to grant compensation. Section 25 of the Summary Courts Act, you have that there. Section 4 and 4A of this said Sexual Offences Act, the court has the ability, a criminal court has the ability to grant compensation. Now, how does compensation and how will compensation work? Madam President, you're looking at a person has now been convicted of an offense. So you have been convicted of the offense, and at that stage of the conviction, at the point of sentencing, the court can ask the question to the parties available, to the parties present, to the prosecution and the defense. So tell me, what is your position on compensation? If the court does not raise the issue, then the prosecution can, of course, raise the issue of compensation. And it is at this stage, Madam President, that the court is now called upon to make that decision on compensation. But how is this decision? How does the court arrive at determining what type of compensation in criminal proceedings. How does the court determine this? Now, upon the prosecution, Madam President, making an oral application, as I would have earlier alluded to, the magistrate can call upon the prosecution to assist the court by disclosing documents that can be used to assess said damages. And again, to explain this, we have to look at the criminal proceeding rules. Madam President, if we look at Rule 3.5, for example, of the criminal proceeding rules, it says that each party shall actively assist the court in fulfilling its duty under Rule 3.1, whether or not the court has made a direction. And Rule 3.5.3 of the criminal proceeding rules also states, each party shall make an appropriate arrangement to present any written or other material. So the criminal court, in other words, after a conviction is made, is now called upon, as I said before, to make an order on compensation. The criminal proceeding rules indicate how do we start this process. And the court can therefore, but pursuant to the rules, can make any other request from the prosecution and the parties available to present any evidence that would, of course, assist the court in coming to its decision relative to how much compensation ought to be given. Now, Madam President, one of the differences, though, in this particular bill that appears before us and other pieces of law in which a criminal court can grant compensation is that issue of a cap, right? So, for example, Section 24 of the Summary Offences Act, it speaks to the offence of fraud. This particular section, Madam President, it speaks to the offence of fraudulent conversion. And it says that a person liable under this section may also be ordered to pay the party aggrieved a sum not exceeding $2,000 by way of compensation. So, this is a criminal court, and a criminal court that can grant compensation. But in the Summary Courts Act, there's a cap that is provided, meaning that a magistrate can't order beyond a certain amount, right? However, this bill that appears before us, there's not a cap, and that's not a bad thing. And the reason why I'm saying it's not a bad thing, Madam President, is because there are other guidance. For example, the Petty Civil Courts Act, Summary Courts Act, that allows the court, that gives this court, Madam President, the opportunity to decide on compensation based, of course, on the evidence that is presented. Of course, time did not permit me, Madam President, to address all of the issues that I would have hoped to speak about. But, Madam President, again, I wish to reinforce that I stand in support of this bill. It is good law, but certainly with the work at the select committee stage, I'm sure we'll be able to produce a piece of legislation that we will be proud of. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President, for recognizing me this afternoon and giving me the opportunity to also contribute on this bill, which is engaging the House's attention, the Sexual Offences Amendment Number 3 Bill of 2021. Now, a lot has already been said on the bill of itself, so that I would focus on specific areas that I think are extremely important for persons within the chamber to take into consideration, and also for the listening and viewing public at home. The bill deals with a lot of behavior and seeks to criminalize a lot of behavior that we are all too familiar with in Trinidad and Tobago. Some of it we've known since growing up within our Twin Island Republic state, loosely being called peeping Tom, as other senators would have coined it and repeated it. And for the younger persons within our society being aware as to this upskirting situation as well too, and the revenge porn situation that has been spoken about as well. These particular issues, however, Madam President, what this bill seeks to do, and I listened to what the Honorable Senator Sagramsingh was saying, the bill, in essence, provides for a larger opportunity for persons within our society who would have been disenfranchised because of the reliefs that previously existed or currently exist right now. So if someone would have found themselves in this particular situation, generally they would seek some type of advice. And I believe I would have heard the Honorable Attorney General, I think also Senator Sagramsingh and one or two others, touch on the fact that some type of relief could in fact be found under the Offences Against the Persons Act, particularly Section 30A and 30A1AI, which states, for the purpose of this section, harassment of a person includes alarming the person or causing the person distress by engaging in a course of conduct such as following, making visual recordings of, stopping or accosting the person. I haven't been practicing that long as some other persons within this chamber, but I can attest that I've seen many persons attempt to bring matters like this to the criminal courts with little success because of some of the demands that are made pursuant to this particular act. So if that fails, what is left for someone else in this particular situation as we currently sit here today? The Honorable Attorney General spoke about it. You have to go and retain a lawyer. You have to go and check a firm. And firm and lawyer is big money. So many persons who are victims of these particular acts, by merely being unable to purchase justice, are shut out. And even if we go as far as considering that someone gets the ability to retain counsel to begin to prosecute a matter against a defendant, there are other hurdles to cross. Procuring the services of expert witnesses to give evidence in matters like these are extremely expensive. Because from what I've been told, there are finite persons within this country who are poised and capable of producing that evidence within a court of law. And many senators here today would have spoken at length about the dicta and the judgment in the Theresa Ho and Lendell Simmons case. But there's also another case that recently engaged the High Courts of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is the Ornella Budu and Vishal Singh matter. And what was the common thread in both matters, or what was highlighted in both matters, is the need for certain types of proof and evidence to be illuminated. Evidence and proof, as that I would have mentioned before, that comes at an extremely high price. And so we are in a very plausible position to offer to many persons within this country another avenue where justice can be had that wouldn't cost $1, except all our tax-paying dollars to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. But what is tethered directly to the nature of the evidence being procured in a civil matter, in the Ornella Budu or the Theresa Ho matter, may very well run within the presentation of these matters if and when they do come to a criminal court. And that directly brings me to a discussion that has been touched on by Senator Lutchmedial and also touched on by the Honorable Senator Sagramsingh. What needs to be proved is that whatever sensitive information, be it in the form of video or pictures, it needs to be proved that it is in the possession of the potential, or in fact the defendant, and that the defendant used these particular sensitive information, whether he transferred or shared or whatever, without the consent or permission of the victim. We live in an age and in a time now where nearly every single crime perpetrated within this country, every single crime perpetrated within the world has some form of digital footprint. And it brings into question whether the capacity, the ability, the resources are present at the cybercrime unit of Trinidad and Tobago to treat with an added function, a welcome added function, but whether the resources are there. Apart from physical equipment, whether the human resource capability is there. Because woe would be unto us as a country if legislation like this is birthed and many persons, young and old, would visit the TTPS seeking assistance, seeking justice, and because of a lack of proper assistance and implementation with respect to building up the resource infrastructure at that particular unit, these matters would fall to the wayside. The Honorable Attorney General would have touched on the detection rate associated with these sexual offenses. And I must admit it was a low figure that was presented. I suspect that there may be many things that would have blended into presenting such a figure. But if that particular rate is currently low, then one would naturally assume that the conviction rate is also equally low. And unfortunately, those will not be comforting words to victims who would be lining up in front of the cybercrime unit looking for assistance. And then when we check on these issues years later, we recognize that that conviction and detection rate still remains low. So in terms of a wrapping up presentation today, I would really want to seek some type of guidance, some type of clarity from the Honorable Attorney General that steps are being made to ensure that the TTPS cybercrime unit has a fighting chance once this particular piece of legislation is implemented to bring about real justice for persons so affected. Now, as I would have mentioned at the genesis of my presentation, much has been said on this particular piece of legislation, this well-intentioned piece of legislation that I think everyone in this chamber intends to support. But there are, in fact, and the Attorney General made it quite clear in his presentation, there are some moving pieces, some variables that needs further discussion, and hence the introduction or the indication, rather, about shifting this particular piece of legislation, this bill, to the select committee, special select committee. When I looked at the legislation, I paid close attention to particular clauses, and so I would draw the Honourable House's attention through you, Madam President, to Clause 5, Section 22B, 22A, sorry, A through C. And these particular sections are what can be loosely considered the defenses that may become available or that would be available to a potential defendant who runs afoul of these particular actions. And so it says, a person does not commit an offense under this section if the acts that are alleged to constitute the offense are, and I go straight to C, because the first two deals with the actions of a law enforcement individual, the actions of an authorized person, and C specifically speaks to carried out for the purposes of security monitoring. Now, when you read the entirety of C, it is the manner in which I read it and what I took from it, it is split up into two particular sections. You have one which appears to be standalone, which states by a person monitoring his home, and then you have or and two, in premises where there are signs prominently displayed informing persons that the premises or designated portions of the premises are under surveillance. So I may very well be correct in saying that there are two separate situations there. My difficulty is that it is in fact disjointed. And if you read section 1 alone, which says by a person monitoring his home, I have a problem there. Throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, many homes within this country have CCTV cameras, recording everything, every nook and cranny of your house. And in some of those homes, there are also CCTV cameras in the interior of the house. That's fine. That is your house. If you want to monitor what's going on inside the house, you're free to do so. But if a visitor comes into your home and intends to use your bathroom to commit a private act, relieve themselves or whatever, it should be that you, the owner of the home, who has a camera for whatever reason in your bathroom, has to indicate to that visitor that, listen, the bathroom is an area that there's some type of recording. But the manner in which this is, or it appears to be disjointed, this homeowner does not have to indicate that to you. And for whatever reason he may wish to advance that he has his camera there, after you have relieved yourself, let's say you recognize that you are being filmed, really and truly, there's no action that can be meted out to this homeowner for what I would want to say amounts to him spying on you whilst relieving yourself. And I think what should happen here is that this particular section should in fact be amended to read, by a person monitoring his home where there are signs prominently displayed informing persons that the premises or designated portions of the premises are under surveillance. That it isn't one or two. It's just one alone. Following on from that, at D, I know that, I believe it would have been Senator Lutchmedial and also Senator Dr. Dillon-Remy had some brief discussions on this particular point. And it speaks to an individual who reasonably believed that what they were doing was necessary for specific purposes, preventing, detecting, investigating, or prosecuting crime. And when I read that particular section, I was a little bit confused, because the actions that are being spoken of here equate to law enforcement actions. Actions that would be adopted, would be pursued, would be executed by law enforcement officials. And if that is the case, located a bit further up at A, there's already a section that treats with actions that are to be executed by law enforcement officers. So I'm wondering whether or not this really speaks to a private individual doing matters or actions like this. And if so, at what point in time does a private citizen recognize that their recording of a situation is unnecessary in terms of furthering whatever detection or investigation that they are doing? I believe that is a bit too wide as well. And then, well, we have the issue with respect to public interest, which I think many persons have spoken on. And I too have a bit of a difficulty with that, and I would hope through the fleshing out of that issue in the select committee, some type of expansion can be made there, and it is even more specific than just indicating in the public interest. Now, moving on to section 22B, which treats with taking and sharing of an intimate image without consent. Specifically, when one traverses and peruses the defenses again that are available for that particular section, there is the introduction of a part 4, which treats with relationships or a professional relationship between the potential defendant and his or her lawyer. Now, the first thing that I recognize here is that that particular relationship as a defense is not found anywhere else, which I thought to be extremely confusing. I would want some type of reason to be advanced as to why specifically in the offense of taking and sharing, as opposed to voyeurism, as opposed to upskirting, as opposed to just sharing, there's not a defined position or an expanded position on a relationship with a legal professional. And I will say how I feel about that now. I have heard from many other persons today speak about their difficulties with such a relationship being built into the law. Your relationship with your lawyer is a confidential relationship. And so I appreciate that there are other offenses that can come out. There are other sections that would, or activities that protect sensitive material that can come out of a court matter. But let's get this straight. If a lawyer, your lawyer, breaches your confidentiality, and your confidentiality comes about where you have been charged with an offense, under the Constitution, you are allowed to have a legal representative. And whatever that offense is, be it voyeurism, taking and sharing, or sharing, whatever it is, you have the material that would have been given to you pursuant to disclosure when the matter comes up. How else are you going to properly defend yourself? Not by furnishing the same lawyer with that information. And he or she has a duty to keep that information confidential. There are consequences and sanctions against lawyers who don't do that. And so that I don't understand the flurry of discussion respectfully as to why this has been placed within the law. I mean, initially I thought that legal proceedings and the administration of justice covered this situation, this relationship with a potential defendant furnishing his lawyer with information that has been disclosed to him by the state pursuant to the charge that has been brought against him. Why do you need to specifically talk about that relationship? Under 4, I understand the need for 5. The lawyer has to prepare your defense. Documentation has to be filed. There are going to be interactions with the lawyer and his staff. There are going to be interactions with file documents with the lawyer and court staff, and the GSO, and the magistrate, and the judge. So all of these people will have access to that sensitive information and material. And it isn't something new. Yes, we are dealing with sexual pictures and video and whatnot. But what about other gory material that these persons have to interact with on a day-to-day basis? So I don't understand the craze, the obsession, the issue with a lawyer or persons within that realm having to treat with this material. They've been doing it all the time. They'll continue to deal with it. And you have a right to liaise with your lawyer concerning those issues. But specifically here, why is it placed here alone? And if it is in fact placed here alone for a specific reason, well, I expect that it would be advanced. And how different it is to place it here. And what is the explanation or the definition then for legal proceedings? Which brings me to an entirely different situation. Legal proceedings. There was a matter in a private institution where an employee of that institution would have taken out certain pictures of herself. She was in a relationship with another employee at the institution, and she shared those images with that employee. Now, when she took the pictures, she was clad in a uniform belonging to that particular institution. The relationship came to an end, and those pictures found themselves on the phone of the CEO of the organization. Now, when you're employing people generally, good industrial practice dictates that you'll give these people their contract, their job description will be there. They'll have an employee code of conduct, which will dictate what the company will stand for and what you could in fact be sacked for. And so the CEO now, in possession of this material, he has to make a decision. So what does he do? Most large, middle to large organizations have an HR or an industrial relations department. And the CEO would have to be guided by advice coming from that department. So he had to go and liaise with them and share that information, share the picture. Based upon what we have here, that CEO could be charged because the HR and IR department, from what I've read, appears not to be covered here. It's not a legal proceeding. It's an issue, an industrial relations issue that arose. So we need to really drill down and look at this holistically. So I would really want some assistance there as to why this section is specifically placed here. What is the difference with the section and legal proceedings which is littered throughout the bill and administration of justice. Now, I also looked at section 22. Well, not section 22. 22C1. Now, 22C1 is an attempt to criminalize sharing an intimate image. And I want to place this squarely on the record. I am totally in support of taking a stronger, more stringent approach to the activities, the actions within this particular bill. I, growing up as a young man, would have been friends with some persons who've been properly well affected by individuals committing these types of acts. Now, 22B treats with taking, criminalizing taking and sharing of the image, whereas 22C treats with sharing, criminalizing sharing of the image. It is understandable that, or expected that, a person who takes the image should reasonably know or actually know whether or not he has consent to take and actually share the image. There's a nexus there between the person taking the image and the person depicted in the image. A very, very close nexus. Real close. But when you deal with situations where things go viral, as the young people say, and an image is shared hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Senator Sobers, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, please, Madam President. Right, and an image is shared hundreds, if not thousands of times. The nexus or proximity between the 400th person who shared the image and the person depicted in the image does not exist. It is extremely far. And I'm wondering whether or not real justice would be served in criminalizing someone found within that particular situation. That is just my 2 cents on the issue. Now, the Honorable Attorney General also touched on the issue of carnival and whatnot, and built into this 22C1, there's this issue with C1B3, which states, his intimate image would not be shared without his express permission, regardless of whether the intimate image of the depicted person was taken in a public or private place, which is totally different from what we've been dealing with all the time. Actions taking place in a private place. This particular section widens it greatly, because you're talking about private acts or acts in a public place as well. And based upon definitions found earlier on with respect to how persons could be clad, the Honorable Attorney General is right. Some persons are clad accordingly around carnival time. And these are actions and activities that are taking place in a public place. So what would be the situation of someone taking a photo of someone during carnival time and sharing that image? We have to look at that. Now, just trying to wrap up quickly, I also look at section 44A, which deals with penalties, the same types of penalties, but as it relates to children. And I am a young father. And prior to being a father, it is and has always been my position. Any actions that have consequences, and those actions that are being meted out against adults, the consequences are X, that's fine. But when you have the same actions being meted out to children, the consequences should never be the same. They should be exponentially higher. And so a sanction being carried across from the previous part of the bill of 250,000 or 750,000 and being mirrored for children should never stand. We have a real opportunity to, well, persons involved in the select committee would have a real opportunity to, again, as I mentioned at the genesis of my contribution, to bring hope for the disenfranchised persons within the public and give them the justice that they deserve, that has escaped them solely because of economic circumstances. With these few words, Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Deyalsingh. Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, could you tell me what time I will be finishing?
Well, if you take your full 30 minutes, you should finish at 3 minutes past 4.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Madam, I am very pleased to be partaking in this discussion today because, you see, I have dealt with persons in the past that have actually a disorder called the voyeuristic disorder, where it's a psychiatric condition. And I've also heard the plights of the community, you know, members of the community who sometimes have to deal with individuals like a person who actually is in the community, a peeping Tom, causing distress. So on both sides, I have had the knowledge that what could transpire. But I would like to start by looking at the words of the mighty Sparrow when he sang this calypso, Carlton, the peeping at me. At this calypso, I just want to quote a few things. Murder, murder, help save me. This girl started to cry. A man in the keyhole peeping. Look, I see he eye. Well, I ain't here no longer. I am going away. I got no privacy in here. I, Carlton, move from there. Carlton is a peeping Tom. Where he get this habit from? Yes, I come inside to rest. So it goes on. I regret the day I came to live in Laventille Hill. All the time she quarreling, Carlton peeping still. Where he get this habit from? Well, I didn't know that this woman had 2 Bajon sons, always beating people with iron and walking with gun. So you see, since then, people had guns. It's not just a recent thing. Well, they come and they got news. They didn't care whether true or lie. Soap water with salt and pepper, and they threw it in Carlton High. So this 1959 Calypso from Mighty Sparrow showed that since then, peeping Tom was a problem. Now, the peeping Tom term is not a local term. It's from England, where some tailor peeped at Lady Godiva traveling on a horse naked and driving the horse in nude. She resisted her husband's attempt to raise taxes. So she told all the countrymen that she's going to ride naked, and don't look at her, but she's doing this as a protest for her husband raising the taxes. Her husband was a governor. And Tom peeped. And since then, I think the legend had it well. He went blind or something, and his peeping Tom came. So it's an old problem since 1959. And you see, the thing is, this problem has caused two reasons here. The Calypso actually asked why this is so. And this is so because some people may have the disorder, and it's in a minority. And also, it actually shows that the sons wanted to go and teach this guy a lesson. So it showed that you would have had violence if we don't put things together in place. And so I welcome this piece of legislation because it would actually help us now, help the police in their activities to try to see if the law is now behind them, they can apprehend the peeping Tom. So the AG said he wanted it to a joint select committee. A few members said so, but we need this as soon as possible. I remember 4 years ago in Plipdeco, in one of the changing rooms, 300 persons walked out the job after the union leader, I think it was Mr. Anisette, he actually said they found 3 spy devices, hidden cameras, in the plugs in the changing room. So since then, persons were upset, don't know what's happening, where's the legislation, but finally it came here. And the fact is, the peeping Toms were there. I have an instance where this gentleman, he actually goes in and peeps at individuals, but he also, actually shows people his private. He's an exhibitionist, so it runs in a trend. And he went into this area, and he harassed 8 families. Our grandmother was looking out a window, he flashed her. Then he went peeping at a young child, and it actually caused problems where the police held him, and the neighborhood eventually got together and they beat him up because they find that he was a nuisance. When he came to our hospital and we treated him, actually went to the magistrate, and the magistrate set him home and said, come to the clinics for treatment. So he would come to us and we would start to treat him. But, madam, what I'm saying is that even though we were treating him with antidepressants, which we SSRIs, which is part of the treatment, we found that some people are resistant to treatment. And yet still, we had him back in the community, causing great community distress. And why I brought in this is because part of the legislation, where in terms of the fines, you're going to fine them a certain amount of money, and the jail sentences, some people were asking for more. Because you see, sometimes the villagers say they couldn't sleep. They kept, lost a feeling of privacy, anger. All these things they described. And the anger was also sometimes meted out to the doctors when they came to complain to us why we can't do something with this gentleman, why we can't keep him locked away, why we can't keep him from society. So, we as doctors also would look at the police and say, listen, hold him for another crime. He might have been trespassing, he might have been sometimes, indecent exposure, all these things. So it kept like we kept throwing the ball in each other's court. And, it's sometimes as a psychiatrist, it is difficult to treat individuals who sometimes are resistant to treatment. And sometimes we have to go far out and even give anti-testosterone treatment in some individuals if they decide they want that treatment. It's a kind of bargaining, but it has a lot of blood tests after. So therefore, when I look at what is offered here, I saw Senator Lutchmedial also mention she too was a victim of a newspaper where they had her in a sort of situation where she was not so pleased. And, madam, it's not just here, it's worldwide. In December 3, 2021, a Florida man threatened to leak a politician's topless photo, which he somehow got from her social media page. And it was a Democratic Senator, Lauren Book, who actually had to carry this guy to court and try to get some sort of legal sanctions. And why I mentioned this case is the gentleman was placed on a $60,000 bond, and he also was ordered not to have any contact with the senator Plus, he was prohibited from not using the internet. And this is something, why I'm bringing this is probably the Attorney General may have to say, is that also something we can also have in our legislation, somehow that the judges now would be able to put that sanction on these individuals, which can have a plus or a minus, because I'm going to the negative side, yes. Or plus, you would not be able to get these individuals, you would not be able to put out any sort of porn, any sort of photos, but the negative is, we have found that in Google, millions of people now go to the voyeur sites, millions from a few years ago, so it's increasing. So some physicians are of the view that, is it that having it there will prevent people from actually going and doing the act? Or will it encourage individuals who go into the act will now want to go out and make their own photos? So that's up for debate. But what I must say, Madam, it's a very important issue because even the Times of India, March 8, 2021, there was the state there, Karnataka government planning law to protect politicians from blackmail, where a politician was actually blackmailed by a lady who he called a honey trap, who actually tried to bring disgrace to him and prevent him from, running for office. So it's all over. So it's needed. It's needed to prevent the sexual exploitation of citizens, but we have to balance it with the patients afflicted with the voyeuristic disorder to see how we can also help a victim, because those persons who may have this disorder, though in the minority of the majority of persons who have voyeurism, just a few of them will have this disorder, but those persons we really need to help treat them with whatever way possible. So, and this, madam, this crime, I must say, is far more common than all of us will think, because a lot of cases the victims do not know they have been reviewed or recorded. So I want to say to the AG, most respectfully, that there was a case in Tampa where a husband actually taped his wife sleeping. And he used that, she found it actually in his computer, and she carried it to the police. And it was a case where they were going to split up, but he had this on her to blackmail her. He drugged her, she was sleeping. But what was significant about this case, the police investigation revealed that 14 years before, he did a similar thing with his ex-wife. And why this is important, there was a Williams rule evidence where the judge said that you have permission with these individuals to go back into their computer, to go back into their system to see if they had done this act before. So I do not know if this would be covered here, if it is something that be able to have the leeway to look at these individuals. And it was mentioned by the Attorney General that even though you have, another senator, that even though you have this crime of voyeurism, it also is on a spectrum of disorders where it can be a gateway to more serious crimes like rape. And this is something why we have to take it serious. This is why we have to set the sanctions. So we would not be opening the gateway for somebody to move from this into another disorder. Their literature has shown that in certain cases, people get more emboldened and move on to other things. So I want to say that this piece of legislation here looks at certain definitions, and I want to start out with some of the definitions I saw and that the thoughts that I had with it. So I must look at the fact, madam, that when I looked at the definition of law enforcement, so the law enforcement officer would be the one who may be like a constable, a police officer appointed under the Police Service Act, a constable defined, a member of the Special Reserve Police, an employee of the Strategic Service Agency, a member of the Municipal Police Service, and a member of any other agency or state in which investigative and intelligence gathering powers are similar to those exercisable by police officers appointed under the Police Service Act are lawfully vested. So it's a lot of persons who may be able to have images or get images or, in their possession. And I feel a little uncomfortable with this in the sense that, granted, the police officers have to do their jobs. They may have these pieces of footage available, given to them in some cases by the victims. But in the United States, madam, some time ago, it was alleged, and I think our Senator Ahye mentioned that we have to make sure the police officers are not are very cautious with their footage, because you see it could get out of hand, and she made mention that you may have the Public Service Association, the Public Complaints Authority having more work. So we have to make sure that we do not have any sort of police overreach, and we have to have safeguards in place where police officers themselves may not be able to obtain footage causing problems causing a misuse of the problems. And what I make mention is the fact that in the United States, I think it was a president at the time, President Ford at the time, had to actually have a commission of inquiry where he looked into the activities of police officers, and he looked into the activities of the CIA, claiming that it was in 1975, madam, that President Ford said that the CIA was engaged with getting illegal activities as large-scale spying on the American citizens, engaging in illegal wiretaps, aiming their illegal activities to Americans who openly disagree with the government. So we have to have safeguards in place that police would not overreach, would not overextend. We have to remember in the past, madam, there was cases where there was information, was gained from people's phone, from I think it was the SIA. It was where the last president of, I think President Max Richards, the Chief Justice then, a few journalists, a few judges, and a few politicians themselves were under some sort of illegal surveillance. So we have to ensure that if we are going to allow police and all those other persons under them to be engaged in any activity, we must have some way to protect individuals from not just illegal spying, but if the police may be using information like that to their benefit. And you have to remember, make mention to the fact that the word sexpionage is a term where it is used where individuals may use, agencies, state agencies may use footage that they obtain from politicians or anybody else to sort of blackmail them. So we have to be careful. We have to be careful to make sure that those operations do not exist, that people would not be in authority, would not be using those footage. And I was trying to question why would we want a member of the municipal police also to be given those powers. But I see cases where there were cases, I think, even in the United States and Walmart, where a gentleman came in and he actually started to take pictures of young girls. And he took pictures of young girls, and it was really one of the guards were able to apprehend him and look in his phone and said, hey, this is illegal, and call the police, and they got the gentleman from that case. So in cases like that, I see there even, there may be a need to have other persons there, but we have to just be assured that there's no sort of abuse. So if we are going to even, in cases where police officers may want to monitor activity, and I think it was mentioned in the United States, sometimes they may have a case where they are looking at sex images of prostitutes engaged in their trade to try to entrap them when they are actually paying their money to get them. So police may apply for a warrant to do certain things like that, but the individual involved should also be protected where it's clear when you're getting that warrant, it's to get a particular purpose, and and destruction of any other evidence of other persons involved should be something that we have to be aware of. Madam, I looked at also the definition of a private act. And a private act means an act done by a person where the person is in a place which in the circumstances would reasonably be expected to provide privacy. And, we are looking at, a home, sometimes a home, probably an office may be a private act because, certain people may have affairs there. But when you're looking at the actual private act, we have to understand there was a case where it involved actually a Trinidadian. It was, and I just want to quote from this this article came from a Giant Bomb Forum. Peeping Tom Olympian from Trinidad gets 21 years for rape. And why I quote this, madam, is two things. It shows that a former Olympic sprinter has been sentenced to 21 years in prison after pleading guilty to raping a woman in New York Park. And the prosecutors say 31-year-old Alvin Henry was dubbed the Lover's Lane rapist for secretly recording a woman having sex in the park with a boyfriend. So, madam, what I want to say here, we say here that he was a voyeur, but then he went to rape. So therefore, it can't go on to more serious crimes. So this is why to nip it in the bud is important. This is why this piece of legislation is important. But we also see that in Alvin's case, it was a park. So we have to see is if somebody tapes somebody in a car, if somebody tapes them in a, as I say, in a park or Lover's Lane. I remember long ago people used to park up in Lady Young Hill. That was a known area, and cars were there, the windows were all steamed up. But, so we have to, clarify public, private, what you intend to do. And I just need some clarification after. If somebody's in a car in certain designated areas, sometimes you could have been in a drive-in cinema a long time in Kedona, if somebody takes a picture. Now, we have to balance what you're doing in public. We're exposing persons to, to your body, to exposing people to sexual act, exposing children to sexual act. But so we'll have to look at, I think it's a manner of looking at the timing, when you're doing it, where you're doing it, what you're doing it, where you're doing it. All these things are important. And why I mentioned this case is the fact that he did attack women in the park. And actually what he did, he showed women, he followed women and threatened to show the video on so the last victim. He threatened to show the video, make it public unless she had sex with him. So these things could definitely get out of hand. But the definition of public, I think I just wanted some more clarification. If it would, the private or public, where will this take us further? Some people mentioned carnival time. It would be, people will be in the road. You have to kind of balance what's going on there. And I want to mention also the fact that when I looked at the definition of private parts, and private parts meant the genitals, the public area, the buttocks of a person, or the breasts of a female person, whether or not breasts are sexually developed. And this was important because one of the first cases in Canada where someone was charged for voyeurism involved a teacher who had a pen who was taking cameras of girls' breasts, girls in his class. And, we really call that, you call that down blousing. And, madam, that case in Canada, he got away in the first instance where he said it was for security reasons when the girls want to fight and answer back. But when it went on appeal, obviously they got him there and they charged him and they said that that was a case where he invaded their privacy. So I was happy to see the breast of a female person included, but I wonder if, for instance, we want to encourage breastfeeding and somebody is in a mall or even in a corner of their place breastfeeding, would that somebody taking a picture there, we have to clarify, probably certain guidelines where you could breastfeed if it is certain areas. So all that comes into play. What could happen if someone takes a picture of somebody breastfeeding? What's the intention? You see, madam, parts of the legislation here cause me some concern where, if I looked at Section 5, the Act is amended by inserting after Section 22 the following sections, and that is 22A1. Subject to this Section 3, a person commits the offense of voyeurism if for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification for himself, and sometimes that's hard to prove. I mean, if you catch somebody in the act with a napkin or having himself, in the act of self-gratification, you can catch that. But again, sometimes you may not know what's going on in his mind, or even providing it for another person, or causing humiliation or distress to a person. And this is where I was happy that last section was added, because it moved from the normal definition of voyeurism for sexual gratification of yourself or another, and it went on to now the victim being humiliated. So again, probably that was the victim shaming that we would have seen, the necessity for this to come about, where you can use this piece of footage to humiliate persons. And madam, quite honestly, there, as the AG mentioned, there are cases now where a lot of young girls globally, they are committing suicide when persons take photos of themselves. So the adult males or sometimes young guys will induce them to take photos of themselves topless. They put it on social media, and they think it's private, and it comes back to haunt them where they threaten them. They would expose them to the school, their father. So definitely this part of that, adding on this to the legislation, it's something that will somehow stymie this, I would call it an epidemic, because it's very common in cases of cyberbullying, where you would have the young girls now being put under that sort of stress, where they are willing to kill themselves and rather than get exposure. So, and I also looked at, again, 22A-B, where it looked at views, whether with or without the use of equipment beneath the clothing of that person or so. Again, it looks at the what we tend to call, upskirting, where it looked at the underwear or under the skirt. And I think Senator Ahye did mention that in schools, children sometimes do that for fun. But we have to, they do it for fun, sometimes to the teachers are there or whatnot. But we have to know that children have to learn that society is frowning on this. So if you want a dare that you could take a picture, you could take a mirror and whatnot, this piece of legislation serves to educate persons that, okay, you have a prank, it's not acceptable, and sometimes it's a sickness where people go out in public and actually look up people's skirts. And we have to show that we would now be taking this serious in society. And when I looked at the fact that in cases of voyeurism, if I have a patient coming to me, madam, we would have seen in the past where most voyeurs really, they engage in at least one other sexual deviant behavior. And there's evidence that it occurs at an early stage among a continuum. I mentioned that. And approximately 20% of voyeurs have committed sexual assault or rape. So it's dangerous, so we need to put it in its place. The AG has every reason to put it and to try and stymie this. And I just want to make mention that there is a piece of research coming out from Harvard Review of Psychiatry, 2004, where they were trying to say that we have now like a voyeur world, a voyeur nation, where 63% of persons are voyeurs. They were trying to say when they did a research and a sample study. So they say it's in a majority, and a lot of persons don't see it as a problem. So they were now saying we have now started to question the ethics and the logic behind it. And some researchers say that another set of researchers, so 65% males claim they would enjoy this activity, and 50, and then it was most common sexual law-breaking behavior. But of the persons who engage in this activity, madam, it's not many really, because I think Senator Lutchmedial was saying that what sort of defense do we give? It's not many who we would consider.
Senator Deyalsingh, you have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, thanks, madam. Not many who would consider belonging to this disorder. But the prevalence of this disorder is 12% in men and 4% in women. That is the disorder I'm talking about. And the disorder is simply different from the act, because the disorder tends to last over 6 months, where persons have a distress, and being at least 18 years old, where they have a distress where they think it's difficult to have this urge, and they can't help it, and they're going and they're actually distressed about it. We have to appreciate, while we may want to go after certain individuals, those with the disorder definitely need help. And some of those would have been people who are sexually abused, have substance abuse, have hypersexuality, and those with hypersexuality, this is part of their spectrum where they would now go and look and show themselves. Madam, I want to make reference to the fact that when we were looking at the part with the children, when it was made mention that the children itself, there should be a greater penalty, and I think Senator Sober said that. I agree with him, and I must say that with the cyberbullying and suicide, it is very important that we have this. And I just want to make mention to a case for the Attorney General how far-reaching this could be. There is a case, and I was trying to look at it. There was a case recently in the United States where, for those who like rock music, there's a band called Nirvana, and there's an album called Nevermind album, where there's a little baby dipped underwater, there's a dollar bill next to that baby. And that album, it's a well-known album, it's a well-known, for those who like that sort of music from Nirvana. But what is strange is the little baby there is now an adult, and it was in August 25th, 2021. He decided that, he was now he's now 30, and that 4-month-old child is now an adult, 30 years old, and he's now trying to sue the record company and making damages for also the band members, saying that he has, it has affected him and caused extreme permanent emotional distress since the photograph was taken, and he's asking damages from the defendants and band members. So why I mentioned this case, madam, obviously this child could not have given consent, and so long after, he would now bring this. So is it in any way here there's some sort of limitation where a child who probably have gotten a picture taken years ago and is misused would now be able to go after the perpetrators? Now, granted, the parents in that case got $300, I think, for that photo. But I guess the child now decide on his own he would have, if he had some parents who were misplaced in their guidance, if he wanted to take action or a child wanted to take action, if there's any way that this, he can still take action under this piece of legislation. I want to just make mention, madam, that there is cases where persons who have been victims of this have never recovered, in the sense that they go through life not being able to have a good relationship with their partners. They go through life with an anxiety, thinking they're always watching. They go through life, even not respecting authority because they think they were in their own home and the safety. So it is really a traumatic event for the individuals who have been spied upon, individuals whose images have been put online. And some of them, they have to take therapy because they never recover. Some of them would always be in that level of stress. And when you have to now balance the individuals who have been victims of this, as well as look at the rights of the few people who have the disorder, not the general one out there. Sometimes we really have to see what's best for the population at large, because the community out there may be getting beaten up from other social events. And if somehow we could get these laws here to at least take some of those individuals off the streets, give them treatment, those who may have to get some sort of a punishment. And I found that the punishment, again, imprisonment for 5 years was a bit, small, in the sense that when I looked at other places in the United States, I see 35 years, in some cases 20 years, people get in prison for accumulated
Senator Deyalsingh,
judgment.
your time has expired.
Yes. Thank you, madam. So at this stage, madam, I congratulate the AG for bringing this, and I look forward to it in a committee stage.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on this bill in respect of an act to amend the Sexual Offences Act. Madam President, I'll open with 3 very quick reflections on the matter of sexual offences. The first is to say, growing up in Enid Village, Rio Claro, as early as a 3-year-old, I knew that one of the things in life I was not likely to be was a peeping Tom. Because I grew up in a village that was serviced by outdoor bathrooms made of, the one to bathe in was made of galvanized. And as a 3-year-old, I heard the adults talking about the village peeping Tom peeping over one of these galvanized bathrooms and falling losing an important body part, small but important body part in the process. And I vowed that Peeping Tom was not for me. I still have all my body parts intact. The second reflection is, and I'm sure, Madam President, you may also recall, when I was at Cave Hill Criminal Law, and we got to this issue of rape, we covered some cases which pre-independence in the region, in particular cases out of what was then known as British Guiana. And it was common in these cases, many of them addressed on appeal, for what I would describe as she look for it defense, where even then judicial officers were thinking that a woman clad in what I would summarize as sexy clothing attracted such attention that in rape cases, a judicial officer could say, she looked for it. And the third thing I would reflect on is something that I think we should pay careful attention to. For that period when I lectured in Canada in law, to students drawn from countries around the world, in constitutional law, I knew that I had one area that was going to be very problematic for these students. And that has to do with an important constitutional case dealing with child pornography. I think there is no question amongst us the way in which the law should treat child pornography. But in the case of R versus Sharp, a Supreme Court of Canada judgment from 2001, the court ruled that the possession of child pornography should not be contrary to criminal law. The court ruled 6-3. 6 judges support and 3 judges dissenting that having child porn in your possession was covered under the freedom of expression protection of the Canadian Charter. It was very difficult to explain that to students whose cultures were different. And I'm making the point that it varies across the world and it varies in our country as we deal with legality and we deal with culture and we deal with the way our society has evolved. And the work on the Sexual Offences Act, which is now 35 years old, really reflects an evolution, but quite possibly a very slow and painful evolution. That 1986 legislation has seen 4 or 5 amendments so far. 1994, in 2000, 2012, an amendment made very recently by us. And as the Honorable Attorney General pointed out, that 1986, as I've said in a previous debate, legislation attracted a lot of attention over what was then referred to as Clause 4. In fact, the whole bill became all about Clause 4, and it represented a significant evolution in the law and very controversial. You would not think, it is unthinkable now, that in a marriage or a cohabitation arrangement, a wife or spouse could not be protected in the manner in which Clause 4 set out to do and eventually did. It's unthinkable now. But at that time, 86, 35 years ago, it attracted a lot of controversy. And thankfully, the existing bill in Section 4, subsection 5, deals with the issue of spousal rape. The amendments contained in Act 31 of 2000 were very far-reaching, the work of then Attorney General Ramesh Lawrence Maharaj. Far longer bill than this one, 20 clauses, and dealt with three important areas: the introduction of the offense of grievous sexual assault and placing that new offense on the same level as rape. 2, the power to arrest without a warrant in respect of certain offenses under the Sexual Offences Act. And thirdly, and very importantly, the mandatory reporting of suspected abuse of minors. That was 2000, 22 years ago. And Madam President, you will recall that on this issue of reporting of abuse of minors, it's an area that we returned to in a previous sexual offences bill and eventually passed it to amend the legislation. But it is something that was initiated in that amendment of 2000. In fact, a significant part of that bill dealt with the process by which the gathering of evidence and presentation of evidence and so on in the prosecution of the offenses for failure to report was covered. And then, Madam President, in the 2015 to 2021 period, there have been 3 significant attempts at further amendment of the Sexual Offences Act itself. The one most familiar and memorable to many of us would be the work we found in Act number 19 of 2019. And so contentious was that bill, it was eventually referred to a committee for further consideration and for further consultation. My recollection is that I chaired that committee alongside some of the senators who are still here with us. And the most important thing we did in that amendment was once and for all to deal with the issue of the National Sex Offenders Register. And it attracted a lot of discussion. In fact, in that debate, I reminded all of us that Trinidad and Tobago was actually one of the first countries to establish a National Sex Offenders Register, but never managed to operationalize it. The law was there, but it really had no effect. And what we were doing was to, in the context of a modern environment and with the practice available to us from around the world, was to establish once and for all a working National Sex Offenders Register. The next piece of work, and I would say, Madam President, for those who may not recall, one of the most controversial parts of that bill was this issue of going so far as to place a stamp in the passport of a convicted sex offender so that those countries for which there are prohibitions on the entry into that country of convicted persons convicted of sexual offenses, the country will be alerted. I remember my colleague, Senator Choate, being adamant, very strong in her opposition to it. The next piece of legislation we've considered in this period, Madam President, the next piece to be considered, I should say, so I wouldn't go into it, is what we call in Sexual Offences Number 2 bill. And that is to clean up some work that had to be done on our previous work so that it meet the requirements based on advice of judicial officers. That bill is in the other place and intends to deal with some aspects of the register and the website. And the third component of our work in this 2015-2021 period is this bill before us. And I would say, Madam President, that this bill has three objectives. From the outset of the bill in the definition section, I would say that the bill seeks to modernize the existing legislation. And as I've traced the evolution of this 35-year-old act, you would see that on every amendment, there have been improvements to the definition section. And this suite of improvements really deal in the main with the technology. I would say as a second objective that this bill puts in place an additional level of protection, particularly for minors. And thirdly, I would say, when you read the language of the bill, you would see the bill works hard to strike the balance between public interest and the work that we would like to do in protecting the public. It tries to strike the balance. The offenses that are created are not strict liability offenses. You would see present there, in the creation of the offense, you would see several hurdles that a prosecutor must go over in order to establish the existence of the offense. And you would see exceptions, which are meant to, in some cases, preserve the status quo, in some cases allow people to do their jobs that they're lawfully supposed to do. So I would say these are the three objectives: modernization, additional level of protection, and striking the balance. In respect of modernization, I've already referred to the definition section. And the definition and the changes are not strange. Everywhere we've touched on creating criminal offenses in a modern environment, whether it's in the SSA legislation, the cybercrime bill, some of the anti-terrorism and some of the money laundering bills we've had to deal with, we've had to cater in the definitions for the technology that is now available. And that is part of the modernization that I referred to, and that is what is done in Clause 4. The second element of modernization is in respect of modernizing the public policy. And I would say this, Madam President. What this bill tries to do, compared to our previous amendments of the 1986 Act, most of those amendments were squarely on sexual offenses, an act committed by one person in respect of another person. In many cases, the offense being created because of the age of the person or because of the lack of consent. But this bill really deals with a combination of sexual offenses and privacy consideration. So from a public policy point of view, the government, for example, we could have dealt with some of these offenses, the cybercrime legislation. There are things in this bill that could easily fit into cybercrime legislation. But the cybercrime legislation has languished in the Joint Select Committees, has languished. And despite the prosecution of that work by the government, after, in my time, in my 7th year now, we've not been able to bring that legislation forward. It could be dealt with in specific legislation dealing with privacy. And dealing with privacy in the context, not the civil side, but on the criminal side. And we've not sat and twiddled our thumbs or wondered what we could do, but we found a way of bringing this bill number 3 that is a combination of dealing with sexual offenses and privacy consideration. And the third thing in relation to modernization is what I referred to as the additional level of protection. Because we could go back, we could go through the summary offenses, the ancient, over 100 years old. We could go back through the summary offenses and we could go through other elements of criminal law, including the common law, and try to find protection. But the point is that, as I said, culture is important. And there are behaviors that we believe are cultural practices in this country that we don't see it as being offensive, and I forgive anybody for thinking that some of these things, it's easy to think that this is too far-reaching, it is too broad, and some of these things are cultural. So I could understand that our first look of this with the Honorable AG and his team, this year of Carnival came up. And as we drill down into how legislation like this will work, different people involved started to flag things that may not have been objectionable. But in 2022, a lot of things that were not objectionable, when the peeping Tom was climbing the galvanized in the bathroom, are now not only objectionable, but require protection. The public requires protection, and people require protection from themselves. And we've wrangled with it, and we've come to the point where we feel comfortable that the bill before us really strikes the balance and introduces that additional level of protection where some conduct is set out in a way that the offenses that are created are very clear, the elements of the offenses are identified, the penalties are identified, and the public will not have much difficulty of understanding where in 2022 the line is supposed to be drawn. And the risk in this legislation is always that it is too broad or that it creates offenses that are unenforceable. In fact, I wouldn't wait for you to do that. I will tell you that those offenses which use the expression for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification carries a huge burden of proof, and practitioners would know that. But it is there to strike the balance. There must be a purpose. There must be a complaint that is being addressed, a mischief that is being addressed, an improper practice that is being addressed. And I know that is going to be a significant burden that a prosecutor takes on. The other element of that, for the purpose of causing humiliation of distress, I think is likely to be less burdensome. But similarly, the purpose has been identified. What requires protection? Because we know that when these things are done, when they're created, and most importantly, when they're shared, the intention is to humiliate. And humiliate persons, including persons who hold public office. That is the extent to which humiliation goes, and the intention of causing distress. So that level of protection, critical, important, but I dare say it is likely to be burdensome at the level of prosecution. And perhaps that is why the AG in his presentation has suggested that it's the sort of bill that should go to a committee for not only wider but deeper consideration. And perhaps that is the best approach for dealing with it. Because as a team, we wrangled, and I raised a lot of questions about, for example, private parts. Now, 25 years ago, I think I knew what private parts were. But what about those that are artificial? What about those things that are used to enhance, to give you more or less than God gave you? Where does that fit in? On a simple issue of buttocks, for example, we spend, an Honorable AG, we spent hours on whether the buttocks could be shown or not shown, and if should have a difference between the adult buttocks and the baby buttocks. Well, honestly, if it was fashionable for parents to take out nude photos of babies and display them all over the place, 25 years ago, as a baby, as an adult, we didn't even have access to a camera at home. For us, a baby, thank God.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
In 2022, the thinking has significantly evolved to the point that in some jurisdictions, you would not even contemplate having a device visible, that device capable of taking photos anywhere children are bathing in a public pool or on the beach in a public place or so on. Because photos involving children in underwear are considered in some jurisdictions to be child pornography. And the taking, possession, and sharing involve the risk of significant criminal liability. The question is always, should we go there? Should we go there now? Because things that we thought were funny are no longer funny. And people who we thought did not require protection, like newborns and 2-year-olds, bathing in a little pool at home, in 2022, there's a significant view that these things require protection. And the last thing I would go to is something that I taught my children very early. This thing called sharing. And when you go through the offenses, you would see in many cases taking and sharing go together. And that is really meant to, for now, leave this issue of taking as mainly a private act, though in some cases we've made some elements of taking to be criminal conduct. But by and large, taking remains in some aspect a private act. But sharing, when my children were young boys, my first two children, boys, I said to them, you know, it's a joke among friends to have photos and so on. But the moment you have control of it, sent to you, and you send it on, you're now in the realm of not only child pornography, but a distributor of child pornography. Sharing. Because very early, they teach you in life, do not create it in the first place. Do not create the photo. Do not take the image in the first place. And if you take it, do not share it. But you know, when you take it, unfortunately, the intention is always to share it. And throughout this legislation, you see taking and sharing going together. And it is in the taking and the sharing that the problems lie. So, Madam President, I'm happy to have had the opportunity to contribute to this debate. It is a very important debate because it is part of the evolution of this 35-year-old legislation. This bill takes us, in my view, onto further new ground in dealing not with core sexual conduct, but also with element of privacy. And it raises significant public policy discussions that if we settle it now, we would know how to chart the further evolution of the Sexual Offences Act. Thank you very much.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, an act to amend the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 11, 28. Please permit me, Madam President, to use the opportunity to also thank the Honourable Political Leader, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, for placing confidence in my ability to represent the United National Congress in yet another role. Madam President, my journey into activism began very accidentally when a playdate with my daughter resulted in the little girl coming to me and saying, "Auntie, I've been raped." I had said to her, you know, one, do you know I now have to report it? Two, did you tell your teacher? You know, I started to ask her questions. And people said to her, when you started to question her, you're joking, you're looking for attention. And that began my journey, because it was beyond me that we could laugh it off, play it off, think that she's just seeking attention. In my view, if someone said that just to seek attention, then give them the attention they need. So that was my journey, my start. So of course, to be asked to sit in the Senate today and to then hear that this is the bill that's being amended, you can understand that I could only call this God's providence. So thank you to the Attorney General for bringing such an amendment. It is a bill that is dear to me. Madam President, now that I've given you that bit of context, it is my hope that you'd understand why my first point of contention with this bill is actually the consequential amendment to the Children Act, Chapter 4601. Of course, many great points have already been raised in this debate, so I will try my very best not to commit the offense of tedious repetition in my maiden contribution. Firstly, where the bill deals with the punishment of those who commit the act against children, which would be clauses 44A, subsection 2, and as my colleague, Senator Sobers and Senator Deyalsingh, they both raised the concern that the penalty for an act committed against children certainly cannot be the same as an act committed against an adult. I think it's fair to say that in certain forms of adult entertainment, in today's culture, it's common and fairly accepted. That same entertainment with children, I hope and I think, still brings on a certain amount, a fair amount of public rage. So that alone is an indication to us that we must ensure that our legislation reflects the differences and the severity of the act being committed against children versus adults. Madam President, through you, I would like to recommend to the Attorney General, the Honorable Attorney General, that the penalties suggested in clauses 44A, subsection 2 of the Children Act be increased to send a strong message that voyeurism will not be tolerated against children in Trinidad and Tobago. And I would like to add that once, of course, the National Registrar of Sexual Offenders becomes fully operational, that in the Act, we ensure that that forms part of the penalty. Perpetrators of such an act, various stakeholders, I know myself as a parent, I need to know. I think that this Senator Lutchmedial called this act an act of sexual abuse. I think anyone that commits this act against children is guilty of committing an act of pedophilia. So we need this to go into that registrar. Our stakeholders must be aware, our teachers, everyone must be aware of these perpetrators. Staying on the sections which relate to penalties, which are sections 22A, B, C, and of course subsection 3 in all those cases, I wonder if these penalties would lead to an overall improvement in our society. And I know that this has been something raised. Of course, just the last presenter spoke about that culture issue. The late Desmond Tutu, he urged us that we must not simply pull people out of the river, but we must go upstream and we must find out why they are falling into the river in the first place. And there comes a time when we simply must say enough is enough. And these laws that try to take into consideration our culture, sometimes we need to look at our society and we need to say, maybe, just maybe, some parts of our culture has not served us well. And we have to take that bold step to say enough is enough. Permit me at this time, Madam President, to read an excerpt on voyeuristic disorder, which of course that term was raised by Senator Deyalsingh. It's an article dated January 4th, 2022, so it's very recent, and it was published in Psychology Today. I quote, Madam President, "No specific cause has been determined for voyeuristic disorder. However, certain risk factors tend to coincide with a person becoming a voyeur, including substance abuse, sexual abuse, and being hypersexualized." Of course, that speaks to us going upstream and looking for the causes. So we must try to match one with the other and figure out how can we prevent. And this is where we need to get to as a society. Sorry, that was an end quote. I'm quoting again now. "Voyeurs rarely admit themselves to treatment, but may be referred by a parent, spouse, or the legal system when they're caught breaking the law. Treatment for voyeuristic disorder typically involves psychotherapy, support groups, and medication. Early treatment may also include the voyeur socially appropriate behaviors, teaching the voyeur, socially appropriate behaviors, such as respecting others' privacy and training them to avoid locations where they will be more tempted to engage in the act. End quote, Madam President. The article further went on to suggest various treatments, possible causes, etc. But from this article and from all the various contributors here today, what is clear is that these clauses must empower the courts to not only administer justice, but a type of discipline that would leave our perpetrators in a better mental state and thereby benefit society as a whole. Our law must go beyond seeking to protect the most vulnerable, but treat and help heal those who in the first place we failed, because they were once the most vulnerable and they've now become the perpetrators. So we must move past just protecting the vulnerable, but admit that sometimes we fail them, and we are prepared to say, I'm sorry. We're not going to just call you a monster and lock you up in jail, but we are going to commit to healing. And that's where I would like to see our laws push that type of sentencing. Too often, it's lock you up and throw you away, forget about you. Through these laws, we would like to see an official diagnosis of voyeurism disorder, so we can determine whether it's one-off, how far it is, etc. And Senator Deyalsingh would have spoken about that, so I will move on from that point very quickly. But one thing that is clear, I do think, and I would urge all my colleagues here today, that we do have an opportunity to pass law that would really, really see a better society. When one person is abused, whether we want to admit it or not, if we failed one, we failed all. One person impacts the entire of society in some form or fashion. Madam President, with your permission, I now move on to clauses 5, section 22A, B, and C, subsections 3, and the consequential amendment of section 44A, subsection 3 in the Children Act, where the bill deals with exceptions. Again, of course, coming this late into the presentation, we would have had a lot of discussion. I know divorce proceedings came up, teachers recording in school came up, people relieving themselves in bathrooms, and I've had many different examples, very similar. So permit me, Madam President, to just give some of my examples. Imagine a former beauty queen having her personal acts leaked to the public, and while in the hands of our law enforcement officers, their viewing moves from lawful execution of their duty towards personal gratification, quite subconsciously. It's a human thing. Even though its viewing is permitted for purposes of the investigation, it is my humble opinion that this clause be amended to allow for a conscious or subconscious addition to the purpose. We see a similar handling of public meetings, and you all know I know about protesting. We see a similar handling of public meetings in the Summary Offences Act, whereby any public meeting that turns into a march, you now commit an offense. You went there, you thought you were in a public meeting, you didn't need the permit, but for whatever reason, if this public meeting becomes a march and you have no permit, you've now moved from a very legal activity to committing an offense. So there must be something in these exceptions generally, and I mean, we see it in clauses A, B, C, and whatnot, so I'm not gonna go through each one. But there must be something that allows for us moving from, okay, this is what it was designed for. If you find yourself moving into personal gratification, cease or realize you're moving into an offense. And I would suggest, I mean, I am not a lawyer, but I would suggest, maybe words like solely, and I know that, I support the committee stage idea as well, so we can flesh it out there. Madam President, I'd like to clarify how the Attorney General envisions subsection 3C2 working. I know Senator Sobers raised this, so I'm just going to give a little twist on it. I will quote just this section. In premises where there are signs prominently displayed informing persons that the premises or designated portions of the premises are under surveillance. Permit me to, again, use an example to explain my concern. What if my partner, at the time, has a general sign outside his home, as many of us do, premises under surveillance? At that time, it didn't dawn on me that the bathrooms would be under surveillance. Would he be within his right to assume I gave consent, considering he had a sign letting me know that the house was under surveillance? And with a partner, it may be more than just relieving yourself. Picture a lady having a shower. How would the courts treat with the issue of his word against mine? With me, yes, okay, there's a reasonable level of me thinking I have privacy, but then he gets to say, but I put a sign. She should have known that my house has cameras. So I would be interested in hearing from the Attorney General as to how we would deal with that. And possibly, I may have a suggestion, can we replace where we see consent, can we possibly include the word written? Because our last presenter would have said, we are in an age where, and many people said it, this idea of sharing, taking pictures, it seems to be very commonplace. What we would have defined as private years ago just does not seem to be private anymore. I have a 2-year-old and she runs around in diapers. And we do not take pictures of her in her diapers because she's female. And it just seems to us that that's inappropriate. Having said so, there are diaper pictures with little girls exposed all the time, and it seems to be cute. So we definitely see that there is a very vast difference in our perceptions and in what we define as this privacy. So, that reasonable expectation of privacy could very well be vague for the year 2022. What is reasonable to me clearly is not reasonable to some. One final point on these clauses, Madam President, but this time specifically as it relates to 44A subsection 3A of the Children Act. I wonder if a person with responsibility for the child, that's the quotation, so it speaks of a parent, a guardian, or a person with responsibility for the child. Can this be defined further? Or, of course, the Honorable Attorney General can clear it verbally. Does this line allow for teachers during school hours, for example? Because we would have heard the teacher with the taking pictures from Senator Deyalsingh. I'd be definitely interested in knowing exactly who are these people. And of course, maybe we should flesh out some examples, really give this bill. And I understand the Honorable Attorney General's plight with, the need for perfection sometimes stops any sort of execution, But we certainly, it's such an important bill. We really, really, really need to spend the time to flesh these things out. We do not want loopholes. I mean, in working things out, even with my own self, I thought to myself, in this situation with the police officer, what if he just puts his hand up in the air and you have a really good defense lawyer and says, but the law said he was allowed, even though it's admitted, he's not even trying anymore, but the law said I'm allowed because we realized that there was a loophole, And finally, Madam President, my final question to the Honorable Attorney General deals with 22A1, where it states, and I read, subject to subsection 3, a person commits the offense of voyeurism if, for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification for himself or another person, or causing humiliation or distress to a person he knowingly And of course, the Act goes on to list everything. My question, Madam President, is this. Inasmuch as we've taken the time to define private act, private parts, sexual acts, and so on, should we also consider at this point defining personal sexual gratification? And of course, we've just heard that there is a huge burden of proof. Maybe it is time for us to just be detailed. I know the lawyers will have to guide as to why, but certainly as a mother, as a female, we want protection. And these laws don't seem to give it to us, you know. They don't seem to get the desired outcome because it's just too vague, and there are great lawyers that seem to be able to find loopholes. I want to just give one more example as to why I feel it important to define. I taught a sexual education class a few years ago, and they were secondary school children. And when we were speaking, I could not believe the varying ideas of what the final act looked like in their head. Some were, thank God, innocently thinking this is what the act is. Some were thinking that unless, you know, it was absolutely completed, there was no act. We are in an age where definitions, where real definitions are needed. And anyone on the ground will be able to tell you that it's too far-reaching. As I close, Madam President, let me once again thank you and my colleagues for allowing me to contribute to this debate. Adverse sexual experiences can have a lifelong impact on individuals. Our domestic rates, domestic violence rates, our crime rates, our childhood abuse rates, they all stand to prove to us that this bill must be amended through meticulous, humble, open-minded, and cordial dialogue. Our citizens, our society, its potential rapid decay, it depends on us getting this bill right. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my colleagues.
Before I call on the next speaker, permit me to congratulate Senator Walker on everyone's behalf on her maiden contribution. Senator Richards. Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President, for recognizing me and allowing me the opportunity to make a contribution to this, the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill number 3, or number 3 Amendment Bill 2021, which includes 6 clauses. First, the short title. Second, the commencement. Third, the interpretation. Fourth, Section 2 amended. 5 new sections, 22A, 22B, 22C, and 22D inserted, and consequential amendments in Clause 6. I must admit that I am heartened. Unless I missed something, I haven't heard anyone who has made a contribution today opposed to this bill. And I think that's a good development to start the year, that we can all agree that this type of legislation is needed. Members would have had varying views on the applications of the clauses and the implications for those applications of these clauses, but I really have not heard anyone who is saying that this is not needed or this is inappropriate at this time. And I think that augurs well, because I will tell you that what I get from this and other bills of this nature is that society has realized that the definitions of violence and abuse are evolving, as they have to, as society has evolved, because we have now embarked upon the age where technology and technological advancements are integral and ubiquitous in every, not even almost, in every aspect of our lives. On a day-to-day basis, imagine yourself absent of new technologies on a daily basis. And I would add that we are middle-aged and older people in this honorable house. So one can imagine the ages 10, 15, 20, and how much more ubiquitous these technologies are in their lives. And while technologies have advantages, technologies have also presented us with serious challenges in society in trying to maintain law and order. And you know, what struck me during this is the presumption of many that moral codes and values are universal in this country or in any other country. And I'm saying that in the context particularly of the generational differences. Minister Rambharat, in his contribution, spoke about his advice to his sons. And several other speakers have spoken about the fact, and I know Senator Rambharat referenced it, don't take the picture in the first place in terms of persons and their own conduct of themselves. And don't take the picture of others. But in the age of Kim Kardashian and Cardi B, that's nothing to a 15-year-old. It is absolutely irrelevant. Nudity, selfies, whether partially clothed or naked, it means it doesn't have the same impact on them as it has on us. And yes, we have a responsibility as the elders in society to protect them from themselves. But I will tell you, if you speak to any 15-year-old or 12, unfortunately a 12-year-old, they will tell you, what are you getting on so far? It's only a picture. Why are you carrying on so? It's only a video. They go forget that in 3 weeks. And that is the challenge we face here. Because while we are trying to make and amend law to protect them, they are oblivious to the long-term dangers. And quite frankly, the long-term dangers to them may not be as relevant in 15 years because of how technology is evolving and how they view their lives in the context of their culture and their generation. Because to them, Kim Kardashian, and I use the term lightly, I hope I'm not offensive, went from a sex tape to a billionaire. Cardi B went from an exotic dancer to a superstar. So to them, they are making a connection between what we may consider immoral and unacceptable to that is a gateway to something, in parentheses, bigger. And we have to be aware of the differences in how we perceive these issues to the differences in how they perceive these issues. And that is not to say that we should shirk our responsibility to protect them as much as possible. But we have to be cognizant of these differences in perception in their sociology. They're a totally different generation. So to Minister Rambharat saying to his son, and he did the right thing, be careful when you receive the picture, it's a different thing. To them, it's almost normal, unfortunately, because of how social media and pop culture and what they are exposed to in a very connected world in their generation is concerned. You know, one of the things that struck me in doing research for this, and I will quote generally from two articles, let me identify them now for Hansard, because I know I give them some challenges sometimes, is one, the Oxford Journal of Legal Studies 2017, pages 1 to 28, and is titled Image-Based Sexual Abuse by Claire McGlynn and Erica Rackley. And I'll also be quoting from The Sharing of Intimate Images Without Consent, in parentheses, Revenge Porn, Legal Aid, New South Wales, Australia submission to the Department of Justice 2016. And one of the references in this that really struck me in terms of how we look at this and its impact particularly on girls and women, because a lot of our conversations and contributions here have centered on the abuses meted out to women and girls and the violations against them and their integrity, is a clause in the Oxford Journal of Legal Studies which focuses on violating personal and bodily integrity. And I like that phrase because we have a responsibility to uphold that legally and otherwise. And it went on to quote a paragraph, and I quote, the impact of the violation of this personal and bodily integrity. Quote, the impact of victim survivors is profound, with many fearing physical assaults, as well as suffering incessant online abuse. So, in addition to the initial trauma and abuse, the abuse continues because of the way society views, and society in some cases participates in the continued sharing of this image or this video, and further re-victimizing this individual. Not surprisingly, sustained and often serious adverse mental health effects result, including panic attacks and thoughts of suicide. A study by the U.S. Cyber Civil Rights Initiative found that over 80% of, and I kind of agree with Senator Lutchmedial's assessment of the term revenge porn, because revenge porn implies that someone did something in the first place, that someone felt they had to take revenge, when that is not often the case, or in many cases is not the case at all. And victim survivors experience severe emotional distress and anxiety. For young people in particular, the pressures of being victimized can be intense, with many examples of suicidal ideation, suicide itself, as well as extensive studies showing profound impacts on their educational and emotional development. The professional costs to victim survivors are also severe, and we've seen references to persons in Trinidad and Tobago who were the victims of such attempts and such violations, in terms of people deliberately trying to destroy them and humiliate them personally and professionally. Many are dismissed from their current employment and or struggle to find work as a result of an online presence dominated by private sexual images and abuse. Understandably, victim survivors often retreat from public spaces, both online and off. They leave jobs or are fired. They change schools. They retreat from public discourse. They refrain from expressing their opinions and withdraw from social and traditional media, all of which can lead to further serious adverse consequences for their family. In some cases, their family, by extension, is abused from social, professional, and even their sexual lives. So I indicated that, or I quoted that to indicate of the wide range of harms that come from intimate image abuse and the sharing and storing of such content. Madam President, I also want to focus a bit on the issue of defining private images, and in the bill itself, the term private images and private act and other definitional issues. First of all, device in the present context in this bill means any electronic programmable device used whether by itself or as part of a computer network or electronic communications network, or any other device or equipment or any part thereof to perform predetermined arithmetic, logical, routing, or storage operations, and includes an input device, an output device, a processing device, D, a computer data storage medium, a program, and F, equipment. And I know equipment is left to include a plethora of other possibilities as technology evolves. But I want to suggest we also include, because it's very commonplace these days in terms of this kind of invasion, drones and or infrared surveillance devices. There is also a definitional disparity in some jurisdictions and a differentiation made between intimate image and invasive image. And I think the suggestion or the position by the Honorable Attorney General in terms of his wanting to send this to a special select committee is fully endorsed by myself, and I know by several other speakers before me, because of the number of issues that need to be fleshed out in this particular bill. There's also in many of the jurisdictions quite a strong and fervent debate in the definition of private act, and they went as far as to define public space in the context of these issues as articulated in the bill here. So while we may think, well, a public space is a public space, we know what it means, I think Senator, and her name escapes me now, I apologize, who just spoke before me? Clark.
Walker.
Senator Walker, sorry, Senator
Yes.
Walker, I apologize. Senator Walker spoke of the need to be particularly specific and a little more overarching in terms of the definitions because of the intricacies and the evolution of the perception of these issues from generation to generation. So while we may think it means one thing now, another generation, the younger persons may think it's completely a different thing in their minds. And I think being very specific about the definitions, while it may not have been important before, it's even more important now because a lot of these issues are closely linked to technological advances, and technology is always evolving. Private Act, Part C. This is a grammatical construction issue. And a private act means, I quote, an act done by a person where the person is in a place which in the circumstances would reasonably be expected to provide privacy. A, the private parts of the person are fully or partially exposed or covered only in underwear. B, the person is using the toilet, showering or bathing. Or C, the person is doing a sexual act. I would change doing to performing or engaged in a public act. And also, the issue of, and this has come in the realm of New South Wales, Australia, and other jurisdictions where the abuse is tied, and I think it's a very important concept to start to be included possibly in our jurisdiction. The infringement of dignity and privacy, and they tie dignity to privacy very closely. And I quote, an individual's dignity is therefore dishonored through a failure to show respect through the treatment of others or by others as less than creatures of inherent worth. Image-based sexual abuse violates the dignity of victim survivors by its deliberate infringement of their self-worth and failure to treat them with respect. And why I think that's an important note to take, it's because it's very explicit about the connection between a person's self-esteem and a person's self-respect and self-worth and dignity. And I think in any society, if we want to change some of the trends we're seeing, it's important to underscore the importance and the sanctity of someone's personal dignity and sense of self-worth. Dignity, it goes on to state, is inherent in the individual. It has to be nourished and maintained by society and the law. And I think that is a profound statement, that society has a responsibility to nourish an individual's dignity and an individual's sense of self-worth, and maintained also by the law, which this bill is seeking to do in large respect. Waldron, one of the writers, argued, quote, we are required in our public dealings not only to act in a way that, that undermines another one's dignity, to provide assurance to all in society that they are deserving of equal respect and dignity. The dignity-based assurance is both a public good provided by all and for all to the benefit of every individual. And I think that philosophy that is explicit in some of the laws in Australia and New South Wales is very, it demonstrates their understanding of the importance of the individual person's dignity and the right that persons have for society to treat them in a particular way in the maintenance, the nourishing, and the furtherance of that dignity. Madam President, one of the other issues I have in terms of the bill itself is in Clause 5, 22C. And C states, and let me read the first part so it has some context. 22A, the subject to subsection 3. A person commits an offense of voyeurism if, for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification for himself or another person, or causing humiliation or distress to a person, he knowingly, and I have an issue with the lack of definition of sexual gratification. It may seem obvious, but as Senator Deyalsingh said earlier on, persons who are subject to some mental conditions may not be in full control of their faculties, and their idea of sexual gratification may be different to ours because of their pathology. And we need to keep that in mind. And as I said before, different persons would have vastly different interpretations of what sexual gratification is. So I think it may seem as obvious to us, but it needs to be defined more clearly in the context of this bill. And C states, takes, captures, stores, publishes, or transmits through a device or computer a visual recording of the private parts of a person without the consent of that person. Consent is clearly defined in the Australian and New South Wales law and in the UK law. That issue of consent is not left up to wide interpretation. Consent is either specifically written consent or verbal consent directly and in a very clear manner. So the issue of consent is also the subject of a lot of debate in terms of persons understanding what this law is intended to do and their responsibility as members of society, because as persons have said before, in the absence of that overt clarity, there can be loopholes which persons can exploit. One of the issues I also have is in Clause 5, subsection 22A, which focuses on law enforcement, and part 3 puts subsection 3 says, sorry, a person does not commit an offense under this section if the acts that are alleged to constitute the offense are performed by a law enforcement officer in the lawful execution of his duty, carried out, and C, for the purpose of security monitoring. One of my concerns, and I know it specifically says in the execution of his duty, what happens if the alleged perpetrator is part and party directly to the situation? One would imagine he'd be recusing himself, but because of what we've seen in the past in terms of altercations between various arms of national security, we have to be careful with leaving this as open as it is and not leaving it subject to possible abuse. Madam President, one of the other issues it would be remiss of me not to deal with, and I raise it quickly with the Attorney General, the Honorable Attorney General, when he was piloting the bill, is the issue of in the public interest and how the media may or may not be affected by this. And I had the honor to sit on the Joint Select Committee on Cybercrime, and I will tell you, we spent several sessions, hours after hours, interfacing with members of the media, of which I'm a part, trying to define, in the context of this in the public interest debate, what a journalist is in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, we know what a journalist is generally, by definition, but who qualifies, let me put it, to be a journalist? In the context of everyone with a cell phone and a computer being a reporter now, everyone who has access to Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, being a media practitioner, training or not, experience or not, and who would fall in this, in the public interest caveat? Because anyone, we've had a debate, I think it's last year or year before, as to who should qualify as a journalist in the Ministry of Health presses, because some people were considered bloggers, and some people considered quote-unquote legitimate journalists, and some big media houses wanting more space, etc. So in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, who would qualify to the issue of in the public interest? And according to the Freedom of Information Act, and I'm just trying to draw a parallel here, public interest, and I'm quoting from it, Part A, affects a large number of people, something that affects a large number of people in the country. 2, sheds light on public expenditure and how funds are spent. 3, deals with a matter of public controversy. 4, helps persons make more informed decisions by being more educated about a particular topic. In the general sense internationally, in the public interest varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but generally, it's furthered in the welfare of or well-being of the general public, which contributes to the person's ability to function as a valued and informed member of the community. Now, I will tell you, I have seen some things in the newspapers in the last 2 years. Conjecture, speculation, mauvais langue, bacchanal, pictures that purport to be one thing ending up on the front page that have no grounding in fact on the front page of major newspapers. So when it ends up on the front page of a major newspapers, it qualifies as controversy and in the public interest, whether it has a grounding in fact or not. When it ends up on social media, in the context of this bill we're debating and the protection of persons from intimate image abuse, anyone can create mischief if they so desire by making something, and you know how salacious we can be in our country. We love bacchanal. So imagine a public person, and as the Honorable Attorney General said, we signed up for this in many respects, but that doesn't diminish our rights to dignity and respect like any other citizen. It means that we are held to a higher accord and account, which is fine, but very often, because we are a public person, we are subject to more scrutiny and more bacchanal, whether true or not, whether accurate or not. So imagine someone feeling for a conversation, for our theory's sake, deciding they want to target somebody for whatever reason. And they create a fake picture, or they get a suggestive image or a suggestive video, and they share it widely, and they just describe it as, well, that is a public person, and this is in the public interest. On the other hand, media persons, because of the nature of their practice, have to be protected. So I understand the other side of it too, because we receive information unsolicited from scores of people who are seeking to protect the public interest. So imagine I go to sleep and get up 4 o'clock in the morning and they have videos of somebody, public person, on my phone, which is very intimate. And I have it on my phone now, so I have contravened the storage part of it. I take it to an editor or a lawyer in the company to see if it is worthy of publication, if the company can be protected, because that is how it works. Very often you go to the attorneys in the company and they say, well, somebody sent me this on, let me not call the name, on ex-minister, or an ex-politician, or an ex-businessman. And they say, well, it seems to show X and Y doing A and B. Can we publish it? I have now shared it with my editor, with the managing director, and with the company's attorneys. I have contravened several clauses in this bill. So I understand the media side of it too, in seeking to be protected, in doing very important work.
Senator Richards, you have 5 more
Thank
minutes.
you, Madam President. In the interest of building a democracy. So, again, I endorse the Attorney General's position to send this to a special select committee, because these are not easy issues to flesh out on the floor here or in a committee stage, you know? And in my last few minutes, and my colleague, Senator Deyalsingh, raised this, and I think Senator, I apologize again. Senator Walker, sorry, raised it also, is that we have to start looking, and I've raised this before, in terms of crafting legislation at not only being punitive, but including mandatory rehabilitation clauses. It makes no sense because someone is 19 years old and 1 year over the legal age of adulthood, legal adulthood in Trinidad and Tobago, or even a 15-year-old, or even a 32-year-old, commits a crime for whatever reason, because no behavior falls out of the sky. There's some antecedent behavior that would have precipitated or influenced his or her deviant behavior. And we, through the laws, sanction, punish, jail, with no clause for mandatory rehabilitative justice in here. And we are doing this over and over and over again and expecting different results when the people come out of prison or come out of confinement. It makes absolutely no sense in the long term because the person is going to come back out. That is why we have such high recidivism rates, because we are absent of a real rehabilitative program in our criminal justice system in Trinidad and Tobago. And don't tell me one exists, because you know I have done a lot of work in the penal system in Trinidad and Tobago and in the education system. It is all but absent in a real sense. And if we are making laws to protect people, part of the protection needs to be about protecting them from recurring offenses, from the persons themselves. And that cannot happen without an active, consistent, evolving rehabilitative clause in these bills. It has to be part of the law to make it mandatory and not optional. So, Madam President, with those which were supposed to be a few words, and I understand, this is a very passionate bill for many people because it addresses issues that relate to vulnerable sections of our society. So I appreciate this bill being brought now. I endorse it's being sent to a special select committee, and I look forward to us continuing to make law that positively impacts and protects the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, may I also join you in congratulating our Senator, temporary Senator, Senator Marsha Walker, on her brilliant contribution. Madam President, I would like to make a few remarks on this bill that is before us. And Senator Paul Richards, as well as my colleague, Senator Marsha Walker, made reference to the need for us to recognize and fully appreciate the need to drill down, to get to the root of the challenges that we face in our society. And we have argued time and time again that we have to be more developmental and less punitive in all that we do in an effort to bring about the kind of society that we all envision for our nation. So to do so, as I said, Madam President, we have to fully appreciate the importance of understanding and fully appreciating why these behaviors are what they are. They do not come out of space. They come within our domain. And we have to look at mental, psychological challenges, emotional challenges. We also have to look at power relations within our nation, among and between men and women, as the root cause of some of these challenges. So we have a bill before us today dealing with another attempt by the Attorney General to amend the Sexual Offences Act. Now I know that the Attorney General is an embattled Attorney General. I know he's under a lot of pressure, politically and otherwise. And he's attempting to bring about some justice, some equity and fairness in this particular area of our society, where we are trying to devise ways and means of ensuring that our women and girls and children are given and enjoy the greatest protection as it relates to their safety, their security, and to ensure equity, equality, and justice, particularly, Madam President, in the context of gender equality. Because all of these matters that we are dealing with, it comes under the broad rubric of the title of the bill, which is the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill number 3. So sexual offenses and sexual violence must be rooted and has to be seen as being rooted in the inequality, the gender inequality in our society. And until we recognize that herein lies the root causes of the challenges that we face, and come up with the relevant and necessary solutions and recommendations, and put the resources behind them to bring about changes, Mr. Vice President, we will be spinning top in mud. We'll be going around in circles. We'll be bringing bill after bill with draconian impositions, whether it's larger fines, longer jail sentences. It will not, at the end of the day, solve the problem. Mr. Vice President, it will bring some probably interim relief, because nobody can argue that in a society that is growing up, that is evolving, you may need to combine at times the punitive with the developmental. But in the final analysis, we must go developmental, Mr. Vice President. So here it is. We are on this new journey that the Attorney General did indicate in his previous interventions. He did indicate that he was going in this direction. We are happy that he is here. He has arrived and he's continuing his journey. not with the support of his colleagues, because I think they want to remove him from the cabinet. But you have my support. You can cross the floor and become an independent senator. Mr. Vice President, may I continue? Mr. Vice President, I want to indicate that, look, the Attorney General has done what he considered to be the best. So he has brought measure after measure to protect women. So we can't say that he has not made an effort, but he has fallen short. He has fallen short because enforcement, implementation, execution, operationalization of these measures are vital and crucial. We, Mr. Vice President, are debating the Sexual Offences Amendment number 3 bill. But do you know that in the other place, a bill that we have consumed already, we have debated, concluded, and passed, is languishing in the other house. But we are now in another part of the journey, dealing with another bill. So, Mr. Vice President, we would have thought by now, the Sexual Offences number 2, Amendment number 2 bill, would have been proclaimed and operationalized. So the public, the National Public Sexual Offender Registrar or Registry would have taken on its own life, so that women could have had that kind of sense of justice in our country. But alas, we are yet to arrive at that point. The Attorney General came to this Parliament. He got our support. We had some challenges, but we gave him support for pepper spray to help our women defend themselves against a segment in our society of men who take advantage of our women. They are literally, as Sagramsingh said, Senator Sagramsingh, literally living monsters among us who don't have any respect and appreciation of our women folk. And therefore, we supported the Attorney General, even though we had some reservations, to bring legislation, to bring into effect this measure. Up to this time, pepper spray remains, as my colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, said to us, I think he was talking about scorpion pepper. He said scorpion pepper more dangerous than pepper spray, I think, or what's that effect? So I asked the Attorney General, Mr. Vice President, as we plunge into another important debate, when is the government going to proclaim, operationalize, and make available pepper spray for our women folk? I would like to know when that will come.
I mean, we're not debating that bill. We're debating a different
So, Mr.
bill.
Vice President,
There's a standing order, Senator Mitchell, 46-1.
Please.
Okay, so Senator Mark.
Are you going to declare carnival for 2022 or not?
Senator Mark, I am on my legs. Senator Mitchell has raised a standing order. First and foremost, you don't point at any senator in this chamber. You address your comments to me when I'm on my legs. In relation to the standing order raised, I uphold the standing order. You've made that point. You are now invited to move forward.
So, Mr. Vice President, as I said, this is a very important matter before us. And I'm sorry that my colleague from San Fernando, I'm going to say East, but I think they removed him. He's no longer a member of San Fernando East. You lost your seat. Yeah. So, Mr. Vice President, let me continue, please. Mr. Vice President, let me indicate to you that, yeah, I think, Mr. Vice President, it was our justice. I think I want to follow in the footsteps of the Attorney General, because he did make reference to a very important judgment delivered by Justice Frank C. Prasad. And you know, he made reference on page 13 of this report, of this judgment. And we have to agree fully with him, Mr. Vice President. And that is why we are here today. Because legislation do not exist in our country to deal with this concept of voyeurism that we are now dealing with here today. So, coming on the heels of this judgment and the cry of the judge for us to bring legislation to deal with that matter, the Attorney General has answered the cry of Justice Frank C. Prasad, and we are dealing with this matter before us today, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I would like to ask the Attorney General, and I want to support him, not necessarily because we are friends. I want to see the back of the Attorney General and the back of the PNM. But I want to make it very clear, Mr. Vice President, that this particular measure that is here today, I want to tell the Attorney General that there are some areas I would like to suggest for his consideration. And I'm very supportive, which is rare, because I do not support the PNM. I want to see the back of the PNM. But in this instance, having this matter referred to a special Senate Select Committee, although I would have preferred a joint Select Committee of the both houses to deal with this matter, we will give him, limited support for this measure. Because I believe when we go into committee, Mr. Vice President, at the level of the Special Select Committee, there are areas that we would like this committee to pay attention to. Mr. Vice President, the measure in this bill is dealing not only with adults, but it deals also with children. And the Children's Authority Act is referenced in this regard. And I would like the Attorney General and whoever is involved in this committee to pay attention to Section 20 of the Children's Authority Act. I think there are three separate areas of that section of the Act that is pertinent and relevant to children and relevant to what we are dealing with today. Mr. Vice President, so I would like to ask the committee, even before it is established, to pay attention to Section 20 of the Children's Act. Mr. Vice President, I would also like to suggest that in Section 4, which deals with definitions, I would like to suggest after the word, and that is let me just get the section, Mr. Vice President. The definition, I should say, in clause 4, I think, of the bill. Mr. Vice President, if you go to clause 4 of the bill, where there are several definitions, on page 4 of my document, or my bill, there is a definition of sexual act. Because, Mr. Vice President, as you know, when we are dealing with this matter, we would want to ensure that the language is not vague, it is not ambiguous, it is not confusing. So I would like to suggest, after the word purpose, we add or stated intent. I believe it is very important to have that added to that particular definition so that there would be clarity in this piece of legislation. Mr. Vice President, if you go to section 22A, or I should say clause 22A of the legislation, I think it's important to add the words, and I want to propose the following words: or is under the age of consent. Mr. Vice President, it is very necessary to define what the age of consent is, because we are dealing with an industry, we are dealing with child pornography, which is growing in both Trinidad and Tobago, and it is a way of earning money, Mr. Vice President. So this issue of consent is very, very important in the context of parents, in the context of guardians, Mr. Vice President. And therefore, I would ask the Honorable Attorney General to pay attention to this particular matter. Because in this same clause 22A, subsection 2, where the person or where the offense, Mr. Vice President, is committed by a person under the age of consent, the parent or guardian or person responsible for that individual should be the one held liable. So again, Mr. Vice President, we are suggesting to the Attorney General that we pay attention to this age of consent and who will be held liable in those circumstances. So it's a matter I would like the Attorney General to pay some attention to in dealing with this section of consent. Mr. Vice President, we have some concerns, and I'm hoping again at the level of the committee we will address the matter of monitoring, especially in the home. We want to ensure that there is no exploitation, there is no abuse of this particular process, and therefore it is important that we pay attention to the whole question of monitoring as obtained in the legislation that we are debating before us, Mr. Vice President. There is, in fact, Mr. Vice President, a provision or a clause in the legislation that talks about a person does not commit an offense under this section if the acts that are alleged to constitute the offense are performed by a law enforcement officer in the lawful execution of his duty, is carried out by an authorized person for medical, forensic, scientific, or educational purposes. Now, these things, Mr. Vice President, need to be defined and clarified to avoid any doubts about their meaning and their application. Then there's the whole issue, Madam President, of carrying out for the purposes of security monitoring by a person monitoring one's home, as the case may be. Again, we need to have clarity on these matters because a lot of confusion can be generated if these expressions are not properly defined in legislation. And that is why I would like to reiterate, Madam President, that it is very useful to have this matter sent to this special select committee so that we can hammer out a lot of areas that remain unclear, remain vague, and somewhat ambiguous. And at the level of the Joint Select Committee, I believe that justice will be done to address these concerns and these matters, Madam Vice President. Madam President, rather. Madam President, this matter that we are dealing with, we recognize that it is important that for purposes of clarity and for us to ensure that whatever we do, it is clear to the legislator and to those people who are going to operationalize the legislation, that we put certain definitions in place. My colleague who spoke earlier made mention of concepts like sexual gratification. We talk about sexual gratification purposes. And nowhere in the legislation that I've seen thus far any reference or definition pertaining to this particular concept that is used so frequently in the legislation, in the bill before us. So that's another area, Madam President.
Senator Mark, you have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, Madam President, that's another area I believe that the committee would do well to pay attention to, Madam President. And Madam President, the whole question about private home ownership, because there's a provision that talks about homes and the monitoring of homes. And therefore, it is important for us to pay attention to private home ownership. And maybe in that context, we may have to notify visitors coming to our private homes of the use of cameras on those premises. So again, we need to clarify and bring to bear experiences on these matters, particularly in other jurisdictions, so that innocent people are not caught. The guilty ones are punished in that regard. So, Madam President, I think I wanted to make, as I said, a limited intervention to provide some clarification, but I think I have used up most of my time. I think I've made the points that I'd like to make. I believe that when this matter is referred, at the end of the process, we will take the opportunity, Madam President, to invite stakeholders to come forward. I know the Attorney General did indicate that discussions, comments were received from a number of individuals and organizations, but I believe it's important for us to give them another opportunity before this select committee to come forward in the event, Madam President, they would like to further clarify their submission. So, Madam President, with these words, these few words rather, I'd like to thank you very much.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, may I immediately express my profound gratitude on behalf of the government for what I consider to be a most refreshing debate today. Excellent submissions coming from all contributors on the government bench, the opposition bench, and also the independent bench. I wish to congratulate Senator Walker for a very strident and confident first contribution. I think that she acquitted herself in fine fashion, and it was certainly refreshing to listen to her in action today. I welcome my friend Senator Sobers back to the bench. He was missing in action in San Fernando West for a little while, but good to have him back with us. Madam President, we are, I think today, united in the purpose of providing protection for the most vulnerable. Senator Richards really brought it home that we're really dealing with a number of cultures all at the same time. What is normal for some, what is age appropriate for someone else, what is now viewed to be blasé, the intersection of the issues of the media core, journalistic core, how the young person views issues of nudity and sharing of images versus someone who's slightly older in the track is certainly something that we as a society are really wrestling with. I have to say that at the Legislative Review Committee, chaired by Senator Rambharat, we have a great deal of assistance in that we encourage all of the young people on that committee to speak up. And on this particular package of laws, because this bill is one of several bills that we have designed to treat with the vulnerable. Bail restrictions, there are other amendments to the Sexual Offences Act that we have carved out, 2 other amendments. This is only one of them. And in treating with it, we really encouraged people who were the youngest in the room to speak up. Because we didn't want to be wrestling with issues from just the perspectives that we have as older practitioners or as people who have been in the dance a little while. And if I may immediately just correct some of the misconception that Senator Mark put on the record, I don't think purposefully, I think it's because the Parliament records were not updated until today. Senator Mark made reference to the fact that we had passed law and he alleged that, that the laws were languishing, probably because the Parliament record had not been brought up to date. We pointed it out to them. For the record, the sexual offences amendments we did in 2019 were in fact proclaimed on the 31st of January 2020. That's in action already. And for the record, the other amendment to the Sexual Offences Act, and that is the 3rd amendment that we made, that is the 2021 bill that was proclaimed August 18th, 2021, and that is in effect. In relation to the work that is going on with the operationalization of those registers, I can certainly say that those registers are in proper effect. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has its online database. That's the private register. You'll recall that there are now 2 registers. There is the public website that you have access to for sex offenders. And then the TTPS has a register of all offenders. And I can tell you that upon the most recent release of a sexual offender, a serial sexual offender, that information went on immediately to the TTPS website, and there is a much better tracking mechanism going on. We've written to the Commissioner of Police to ensure that the websites are continuously managed, because we have a sharing of information from the judiciary. We constantly check to make sure that these things are being coordinated. In terms of the protection of vulnerable, I think it's a useful opportunity, a useful submission. Senator Mark asked about the status of the pepper spray. Permit me to put that into the mix in terms of operationalization. We have dealt with the pepper spray structures. As you know, we passed the parent law. We did the amendments to the Firearms Act. We established the committee to work on the contents of order, the subsidiary legislation, the rules, etc. They have all been drafted. They are with the Commissioner of Police, as is the build-out of the forms and positions. But at the Office of the Attorney General, we completed all of our work. We have written again, third occasion, to the TTPS to remind them that this is something for immediate publication, and I'm told that I should have a response during the course of this week. The order in respect of that, the order was published by the Minister of National Security. That is the 2021 order, and that he has already identified the strength of pepper spray, the volumetrics, etc. So let's get to the treatment of some of the very large issues that many senators raised. Are we just going to pass another law, catch someone else? Are we going to go upstream, as Senator Walker put it, in reflecting upon Archbishop Desmond Tutu, may God rest his soul? Are we going to find out what caused people to be in the river as opposed to just fishing them out? Senator Richards reflected upon it as well. Well, I'd like to remind that the combined approach for solution that we have taken in the government has been very much materially associated with the changes that we've made at the judiciary. Now, I want honorable senators who are practitioners to reflect upon the fact that in 2015, when I came in as Attorney General, we do remember as practitioners running to the registry to catch the cashier, because we had to pay a stamp to file documents. If you were statute limitation troubled and you were rushing to meet the limitation period and 3 o'clock passed you and the cashier gone, you're dead. When we were having the battle of going for a case management conference for 10 minutes in San Fernando, to drive back up to Port of Spain, to have another case management conference, to go to Arima, to get on a plane to go to Scarborough to attend at the magistrates' court or the courts in those jurisdictions, we were helter-skelter all over the place. And then came the criminal division, the family and children division, the criminal proceedings rules, the family proceedings rules that were amplified, the children's proceedings rules, the anonymization, the drug treatment court. And I'd like to remind honorable senators that in the criminal division, Section 24 of that act is where we birth specialist courts. And the same way the drug treatment court has been born and peer resolution has been born, so that we treat with the root causes of crime. It's the same way sexual offenses are intended, as the Honorable Chief Justice has said quite publicly, and as I say now, to be brought to life in a very different way in the specialist courts for sexual offenses. I can tell you that the judiciary has already begun the move of the civil division into Tower D, where the Parliament used to be. That court is being occupied. There are people already operating from that place. And as we move at the end of this month, all things being equal, into the civil courts being moved to the waterfront, the criminal courts come to life. I've heard people ask whether we need a night court. Well, what about night court? And I'll remind, we have night court as it is. Because you can access a judge from a laptop in a police station for a domestic violence order at Sunday night, midnight. That's Monday morning, 12 a.m. We go to court as it is right now, late in the evening, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, habeas corpus. Matters are proceeding now virtually. And I remember vividly when we were passing the Criminal Division Bill, and there was opposition to the Criminal Division Bill. Let me remind, the Law Association of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago wrote to me and publicly said that they did not support the Criminal Division. They raised constitutional issues with it. And I had to reply to them and say, listen, you accepted the Children's Division, and the only difference between the Criminal Division and the Children's Division is that under 18 goes in the criminal division for children, over 18 goes in the criminal division. What is the difference? And then we were met with silence. Now, practitioners literally are rejoicing that they can go to court in the fashion that they do from their offices, on their laptops, or from their homes where they have home offices now, without justice being interrupted by the difficulties of moving from place to place for 5 minutes at a time in appearance. And the sexual offenses are going to be found in a specialist court for sexual offenses. In 2015, we didn't have criminal proceedings rules. We did not have virtual appearances. We did not have the filing at midnight, 24 hours a day. We did not have the specialist courts. We did not have the criminal division for children. We didn't have pair resolution. We didn't have the drug treatment court. What we do have right now is an opportunity to further improve the system. And I'd like to say we have completed the parole legislation. We will be coming to Parliament with parole legislation. And associated with parole legislation is treatment in incarceration. For years, we've been talking about what goes on in the prisons. Senator Richards very correctly spoke about the recidivism rate. But if we're not going in to speak to the root causes in the incarceration cycle, then we're missing the boat, which is why we are there with the parole legislation. Much spoken about, but it will come the same way, and I'm sure the older practitioners will know this. You remember, year after year, decade after decade, we spoke about a public defender. We have a public defenders division that is prospering in Trinidad and Tobago. There are approximately 1,260 people in remand for murder. In remand for murder. Do you know that the public defenders represent approximately 788 of them already? And that approximately over 500 people have indicated to the public defenders that they are willing to plead guilty to murder felony? Do you understand the statistical impact of that on justice? Today, in our system, in answer to the questions on operationalization, in our magistrates' court, we used to have 146,000 cases in the magistracy every year. 12 divisions, 43 magistrates. Today there are 3 divisions, North, South, Tobago. We merged the jurisdictions of the High Court and the magistracy. We created district courts. We have magistrate registrars, no longer a functionary clerk of the peace. And in this administration of justice, that number of 146,000 cases, we took out 104,000 cases which were motor vehicle and road traffic. And what happened? By Section 20A, Section 20B, and Section 20C of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, we changed offenses to violations. And we had a 65-year low in road traffic deaths. 65 years ago, there were bull carts and donkey carts on the road. And we had less deaths last year than 65 years ago. But you see, our country does not sell good news. We don't appreciate the value of change necessarily, and that's okay. It just means we have to work harder at communication. Perhaps COVID got in the way. Perhaps the difficulties of our circumstances are there. But I'm saying all of this in dealing with the operational issues of the courts, in treating with this legislation, to say that the system is radically different. Now, Senator Thompson-Ahye and I have perhaps a difference of view on the treatment of children, and in particular, and I commend Senator Thompson-Ahye for her advocacy and passion on the issue of the age of discretion. In some jurisdictions, and the Honourable Senator raised it today, the age of discretion is certainly above 8, which is our law in Trinidad and Tobago. 7 going on to 8. The point is, if you raise the age of discretion, it means that your children are not going into the new system. Understand what the Children's Division does. It anonymizes records, it puts children into rehabilitative programs immediately, it takes them out of conflict with the law. And the question is, do we want to have no interaction with the law? Or do we want to have some interaction with the law? That's something we need to explore a little bit further. But I can tell you they're very heartfelt views for and against. And therefore, that is a conversation that will continue. But the important thing is that the system is radically different today. It isn't perfect, but it is radically improved today. The association in the specialist courts and the type and remedies that we have in particular for children, as we amend in section clause 6 of the bill, the consequential amendments provide for voyeurism, taking and sharing intimate images, and then compensation in the suite of the children's laws, the Children's Act. But in looking at that particular provision, I want to remind that in the Children's Court, the range of remedies in the Children's Act, section 54 of the Children's Act, other sections of the Children's Act, even when we're dealing with incarceration in child rehabilitation centers, there is an entirely different system in place. Because we no longer have the system of you are incarcerated and you can't get out. Lest we forget, we amended the law. As Attorney General, I piloted the law to ensure that the Commissioner of Prisons, the managers of child rehabilitation centers and children's homes can actually have children go out and go to school and receive treatment and receive counseling and receive care. We are in a different environment, Honorable Senators. I should add that we have further amendments as we treat with prisoners on the remand side. There are amendments to the prison's rules that we have drafted, and we are in a completion of an exercise in combination with the Canadian government for the work and structure in our prisons. It comes back to the maxim of plant and machinery, people, processes, and law. And what I can say, if you look at where the children's package is, if you look at the Sexual Offences Act as we amend it today, you look at the fact that we had a register for sex offenders since 1999. And for 20 years, because in 2019 we amended it, not one person was put on the register because the law was just not properly constructed. I can tell you that our systems are up and running. The digitization program is critical to where we go. And that digitization program is already working. You see it in the courts. That is a a remarkable achievement for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And the Honorable Chief Justice, who has been the architect of reform at the judiciary in driving that push, is to be commended. The government has done its part. The judiciary is doing its part. So let's get to a couple of the observations on the bill. So we definitely believe, whilst the bill has a great legitimate aim, whilst we're all agreed that we want to do more, there are a few four cornerstone issues that we have to address. We have to address the issue of the voice of the child. Who gives consent? At what age can consent be from the child as opposed to the person with responsibility for the child? Where do we deal with the issue of disapplication of the law? Do we deal with it in the individual sections, 22A, 22B, 22C? Do we carve out the disapplication? What do I mean by that? You shall not commit an offense if it's your lawyer who's dealing with the matter, if it's law enforcement who's dealing with the matter, if it is in certain circumstances appropriate. Those are matters that we can architecturally remove from the individual sections and put into sweeping clauses in the section to say, with respect to 22A, B, and C, you shall not be committing an offense in the following circumstances for the following persons. I think that the issue that is largest to canvass is going to be the public interest issue. Because if I give you the example that comes from Canada and from the United Kingdom and you blend it, the Law Association also raised the public interest issue. But I want to remind that there was a case recently of a child who was drugged, parts of the child visible, naked, in part, clothes falling off. The child's anatomy was visible. Teenager. In the video taken, the person who was with the child claimed to be the child's parent, if you recall, father. That video may or may not traverse some of what this law is about. But that video, which allowed law enforcement to go to work, was in the public interest. So we had to contemplate a provision of finding a way for circumstances outside the stricture of the law and leaving it to the discretion of the court. Now, Senator Walker asked for more detail in the law. What we have proposed is in keeping with the architecture of the Sexual Offences Act, and that is framework legislation where the actus reus, the elements of the crime, the acting part of it, is specified in the nature of how a crime should be specified, with mental intention of knowledge being required in these circumstances, because you have to protect against the innocent infringer. But when we get to the public interest argument, and you look to the Canadian and UK laws, we did note, particularly in England, that there was a code for Crown prosecutors, and that they did include some of the factors such as these: whether the offense is likely to be repeated, the extent to which the offense was premeditated, whether the victim was targeted, whether the offense was motivated by sexual gratification, etc. And I remind that in the Sexual Offences Act, we amended it in 2019 to allow the rules of the Supreme Court to speak, so that we can have rules of the Supreme Court to assist us on directing elements now that we have criminal proceedings rules. I want to remind that we had no criminal proceedings rules prior to my tenure as Attorney General. It was in this government's tenure that we developed these rules, and these rules make for important improvements in the law. So this law is intended to be further particularized by the rules of the Supreme Court, and there is also the regulatory provisions that we can have by way of subsidiary legislation. So this is not intended to be a vague description of law. It is intended to work in tandem with subsidiary legislation, either in the form of regulations or in the form of the rules of the Supreme Court, which already have been operationalized in the form of criminal proceedings rules, whether they relate to children in the children arena or adults in the criminal proceedings rules on the adult side. Madam President, the other submissions by honorable senators are specific. Nomenclature, technology, the inclusion of audio, the description of authorized persons, etc. These are things which we will traverse with proper explanation. For instance, we took the authorized persons from the concept of qualified persons, and we brought that from another piece of law when we were dealing with children, where we defined who the child could speak to as a person who could assist the child in difficult circumstances. So there are rooted, well-anchored explanations as to why we have taken the terms and conditions that we have brought forward. And therefore, Madam President, I believe that in the course of a special select committee, we can get into exploring those mechanisms. Now, why not a joint select committee? I respectfully believe that the Senate has it within its grasp to conduct this work in a more efficient fashion than an entire joint select committee. We've done it successfully before. If you recall the work we did on plea bargaining, we did a phenomenal piece of work on plea bargaining as a special select committee. And therefore, I think it well within the realm of tolerance for us to urge...
Attorney General, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. For us to urge the production of this work in a special select committee. We will not be losing any of our effort in that regard. There are a number of precedents that we will, of course, bring forward. We've had the benefit of a lot of stakeholder consideration, but now we really need to get down to some of the nitty-gritty. Is this, in its form, appropriate for Trinidad and Tobago? In our discussions at the Law Revision Committee, we were talking about our standpipe culture. As a scout at first presentation, Sea Scouts in San Fernando, I fed up bait on the standpipe. Literally, it was an experience of life in San Fernando. Is that appropriate? Are you in public? Are you not? What about communal areas? Senator Rambharat wasn't joking when he said we spent a lot of time on babies. Your child is without covering. The baby's bottom is shown in a picture. It was in a house. It's why we dealt with the surveillance for homes, because we live in close communities and somebody has a surveillance camera in their yard and somebody's in their other home nearby and the camera has sight of it. Well, that wasn't an actual purposeful infringement. Was it an innocent infringer? Are we going to go into private life issues and trigger 3/5 majorities? Are we going to require cameras to be identified in private homes if they are meant to be covert cameras for security purposes or not? All of those are issues that are not novel to Trinidad and Tobago. There is precedent and there is reason, but we have to look at this in a Section 13 type consideration of the Constitution. Is this reasonably justifiable, even though we don't need a special majority? Is this reasonably justifiable in a society that respects democracy in the way Trinidad and Tobago respects democracy? So, Madam President, it has been honestly a privilege today to sit amongst all senators again on, I think, a very unified purpose that we all share. I wish to thank honorable senators for their sterling contribution. I know that Minister Mitchell was itching to speak today because he did a lot of work at the law revision end of the committee, but gave way in the interest of time. So there were many others who perhaps wished to speak today, and I'm confident that when we come back out of committee, that we would have a better product. In those circumstances, Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 1128, be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 1128.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66.1, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 1128, be referred to a special select committee of the Senate hereby established to consider and report on the bill by Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, and that the following senators be appointed to serve on the committee: Mr. Rambharat, Chairman; Mr. Mitchell; Ms. Sagramsingh-Sooklal; Ms. Lutchmedial; and Mr. Richards. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 1128, be referred to a special select committee of the Senate, hereby established to consider and report on the bill by Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, and that the following senators be appointed to serve on the committee: Mr. Clarence Rambharat, Chairman; Mr. Randall Mitchell, Member; Mrs. Renuka Sagramsingh-Sooklal, Member; Ms. Jayanti Lutchmedial, Member; Mr. Paul Richards, Member. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill is now committed to a special select committee of the Senate. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, January 18th, 2022 at 10 a.m. On that day, Madam President, we propose to debate the bill for an act to repeal the Livestock and Livestock Products Board Act, the NAPA Bill, National Academy for Performing Arts Bill 2022, and the Southern Academy Bill for Performing Arts Bill 2022. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the first matter I would like to raise deals with the need for the government to provide reasons for the proposed recall by the licensing division of approximately 700,000 driver's permits in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I wish to refer this Honorable Senate to an article in the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian newspaper dated Saturday, December the 4th, 2021, entitled on headline, I should say, Licensing Recalling 700,000 Driver's Permits, Fraudulent Activity Tainting System. So in this particular article, we are being advised that because of fraudulent activities involving not only, according to this article, Venezuelans and Trinidad and Tobago nationals, we are told that by the Transport Commissioner that there is going to be a recalling of these 700,000 permits. In fact, according to this article, Madam President, Mr. Clive Clark, Transport Commissioner, indicated that the registered database at the licensing office revealed 700,000 registered drivers. And in terms of fake permits, we were told by Mr. Clark that there were roughly 700 fake permits. Mr. Clark, Transport Commissioner, proceeded to inform us that by the end of December 2021, all these permits would be recalled, and I guess by the end of January of 2022, the issuing of new permits will take place with more security features. Now, Madam President, I beg your pardon. the reality is that if there is evidence, and I am not the police, so I can't pronounce on the matter. But if there's evidence of fraud or fraudulent activity involving foreigners, including Venezuelans, displaying, Madam President, driver's permits with sometimes similar registration numbers of vehicles and ghost pictures accompanying those permits, then it is cause for alarm. And what is even more concerning, from what we have read, is that nationals of our country seem to be in collusion in this process. And even citizens from other CARICOM countries seem to be enjoying and accessing driver's permits. The question that I am raising this evening in the interest of the public and the driving population is exactly when is this going to take place? Because we were told by the Transport Commissioner by the end of December. And then something would have taken place at the end of this month. We are a little away from the end of this month. But by the end of December, there was no recalling of the driver's permit. I guess COVID-19 could be blamed for it. So I would like to ask on behalf of the United National Congress, can the Minister, Madam President, based on this report, provide this Honorable Senate with a status report, give us an update on what is taking place? Citizens are anxious because when they read this thing, they want to know, Madam President, if this is a rehashing of what took place with the recalling of the dollars, whether it is 20, whether it is 10, whether it's 5, whether it's $1, whether it's $100. Replacing the cotton with the polymer notes. So we would like to know from the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport, what is the status or status report on this development? Will the Transport Ministry, through the licensing office, be recalling the 700,000 driver's permits? And given the fact that the deadline has passed and there has been no recalling, has the whole matter collapsed? Or is the government pursuing the matter, Madam President? And when will the matter be pursued? When will it be concluded? Because not only, Madam President, are we experiencing these kinds of traumas with foreigners having access to our driver's permit, according to this report, but there are many other incidents taking place where foreigners have ID cards. So this is a very serious matter. And I have taken the opportunity on behalf of the UNC, Madam President, to bring this to your attention and to the attention of the general population so that the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport can provide this Honorable Senate with some update, some status report. Where are we with this particular initiative, given the serious nature of it? Madam President, may I indicate that we were told by the Transport Commissioner that there has been an upsurge in duplicate numbers where persons are having false driver's permits being created on the outside. That is what we are being told. And the Transport Commissioner went on further to state, and I quote, in order for that to look as close as possible to our records, they are basically using what we call our number range, but that is in no way on our records. Went on further, Madam President, to talk about ghost photos. I don't know what that means. Maybe the minister could clear the air for us on this matter. So, Madam President, I have brought this matter to the attention of this Honorable Senate through your good self, so that the people of this country can get a status report from the Minister of Works and Transport on this 700,000 driver's permits that are supposed to be recalled at the end of December. What is the position with that? And, Madam President, in closing, what is the status or status of the fraud, the fraudulent activity, and the fake work permits? Thank you very much, Madam
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm very thankful for the opportunity to speak on this motion brought by Senator Wayne Mark, and the motion is the need for the government to provide reasons for the proposed recall by the licensing division of approximately 700,000 drivers permit in Trinidad and Tobago. And in responding to this motion, Madam President, it is important to put on the records and to remind the population as to why there is this process taking place and how it came about at the license division. And we must go back to 2015 when the People's National Movement came into office. And what we met a license division that was supposed to be transformed with 3 separate offices, a head office in Caroni and a fully digitized licensing division. Unfortunately, a loan of, I think it was close to 300 million was taken for that purpose. I think close to about 280 million was spent, and all that could have been shown was a shell in Caroni. What we were faced with was a balance of $20 million to complete a project which would have brought the licensing division into the modern era. And we decided that we were going to do it because what we found was a note to be taken to Cabinet for additional $400 million to complete the project. We decided that there's no way we were going to do that. And we had to utilize that $20 million that was remaining to actually fully digitize the licensing division, open the Caroni office, and have other offices like Sandy Grande and an upgrade of the San Fernando, Arima offices done for that. And we set about to do that. What have we achieved so far? The digitization and centralization of the driver's permit records. Now that started sometime in 2012, and for some strange reason, that started sometime in 2008, and for some strange reason, it was shut down in 2011. And everything went back to manual. We had to restart that. We have been able so far to complete that. Digitization of the application forms. Now we can go online and pull forms online, whereas you had to go down to the license office and have physical forms. Digitalization of the application forms, implementation of an internal electronic processing for driver's permit and vehicular transactions, implementation of the electronic registration of vehicles, implementation of an internal point-of-sale electronic system, and implementation of the licensing mobile bus units. several initiatives to bring the license office into the modern era. And what we can look forward to this year, Madam President, is the online vehicle registration, meaning that you can register your vehicles online. No need to go to the license office anymore. Online driver's permit provisional system, meaning you can actually get your learner's permit and so online. Online vehicle transfer system. It means that you can transfer your vehicles online. And the issuance of a new driver's permit system. Madam Speaker, what the Transport Commissioner said was a validation of 700,000 permits. Unfortunately, it came out into the newspaper as a recall, and Senator Marks said, the Transport Commissioner said that will happen in 2021, the end of 2021. The Transport Commissioner said the process will start in 2021, the end of 2021. Unfortunately, because of some of the equipment that they had to get, they had to push it back to February. What does that mean, Madam President? A lot of the records at license office would have been manual in the past. There are a lot of permits. There are about 743,000 driver's permit currently existing on the registration list. 96,650 have not been renewed for the last 20 years. 302,814 driver's permit are due for renewal over the next 2 years. And you have about 344,000 permits due to be renewed subsequent to that. What this new permit that we propose to issue will do is that it will bring us into line where the driver's permit now will have specific security marks on it. It is not that you have to bring back in your driver's permit. When you go to renew your permit, you will get the new permit. And because this permit and the new systems at license office, we expect that 302,000 permits will be reissued within the next 2 years just by people coming in to renew their permits. The rest of the permits will be done online, so you don't have to come back with your permit. And that is why every transaction you do now at license office, you have to bring a utility bill to show proof of your residency, because the aim at the license office is to do your transaction online. You will only have to go to a license office if there is a problem with your records. So this is really a revalidation of the records at license office. So it is not to recall 700,000 permits at the end of 2021 and to complete by January 2022. It has nothing to do with that. This is to simplify the operations at license office, to bring it in tune with the era that we are living in, to finalize the computerization of license office so that transaction at license office could be made simpler. There are a lot of permits at license office that are duplicated, not at license office, but outside of license office because of the material and so that is used for the driver's permit. And this doesn't only happen here in Trinidad, it happens around the world. So what you're doing, you're using now a driver's permit that has security features in it. And you will, once you go in to renew your permit, will be the new permit that you're getting. When you have to renew your permit down the road, you don't have to necessarily go back to license office once your records are correct. You can do it from home. You can now renew your driver's permit from home with the new permits. So all that we're doing here is transforming the license office to where it should have been had the work that started in 2008 been continued. Unfortunately, it was stopped. We had to restart the process in 2017. And as I said, we have accomplished a significant amount of the processes online. This year, we will continue on that. I can tell you on Friday this week, the new mobile buses will be out in the rural areas where people will not have to move from Matlot to come to Sangre Grande or Arima or Port of Spain anymore. The license office will be going into these areas from Friday. That will be launched. And in keeping with the services, the Attorney General spoke about the U-turn system that was implemented. And again, I want to compliment the TTPS, the Judiciary, Ministry of Works, and TT Post. In 2021, we had the lowest road fatality in 65 years. In 2020, it was 50 years, and we were very proud of that. In 2021, we had the lowest road fatality. So the license office, they are doing their part to bring us into the new realm of how services should be provided. I want to compliment them, and I want to give Senator Mark and the population the assurance that the license office are on track to bring digitalization to the forefront in transport in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the second matter deals with the restructuring of WASA and the implications of this activity on the authorities' workforce. Now, Madam President, we need to have another status report from the Minister of Public Utilities as it relates to where we are. Madam President, I want to let you know and bring to your attention that there was a Cabinet Subcommittee report on WASA. And that Cabinet Subcommittee concluded, from my information, that WASA is too expensive to maintain, too dysfunctional to fix, and should consequently be phased out. And in its place, it is being recommended, and I stand to be corrected. It is being recommended rather, that a water management company will replace WASA, and that company will be registered under the Companies Act. And we are not too sure if it is going to be a private-public partnership, or is it going to be a privately driven arrangement. So we need the government to clarify whether their intention is to close down what we know as WASA today and have WASA replaced by a private company registered under the Companies Act, meaning that the government intends to privatize WASA and consequently, Madam President, privatize water in our country. So we need to get clarification from the Minister of Public Utilities on this matter. No, Madam President, in this so-called restructuring, the government has been less than honest. There is a report from the IADB that the government commissioned, and there were plans to borrow monies from the IADB in order to restructure WASA. Well, that is now history. The former Minister of Public Utilities has been fired. He left. He now works at Ansa Makal. The report from the IADB has been put on a shelf, and the government has put a new plan in place to restructure WASA. Their plan, Madam President, entails the removal of close to 3,000 workers from WASA. Right now, as we speak, Madam President, there are about 5,000 and above workers at WASA. My estimation is about 5,400 1,200 workers. The government is of the view that they don't need at least 3,000 of them. So is it the intention of the government to retrench, to fire, to dismiss 3,000 WASA workers? And Madam President, when is the government going to close down WASA? So WASA as a statutory body is going to be no more. Let the government tell us that is not so. Let the government tell Trinidad and Tobago that they have no intention, Madam President, of privatizing WASA and registering WASA as a private company. Who does the government have in mind to take over WASA from the private sector? We need answers. Workers need answers. The people need answers. And don't come and tell us that the process is ongoing. No, the process, you have a plan. The government has a plan for WASA. And their plan is not only to retrench 3,000 workers, but their plan also, Madam President, is to increase water rates in the country through the RIC. So not only are we going to face retrenchment, dismissal, firing of these workers, but the poor of our country will be called upon, Madam President, to pay higher water rates. So we would like the Minister of Public Utilities, and I find, Madam President, that this particular Minister of Public Utilities have a tendency, when matters are put on this agenda with your approval, he never appears. He's never in this parliament. So the question here, Madam President, whilst we will take from the Minister of Agriculture what he has to say, we want to get the Minister of Public Utilities in the parliament so he can answer. Don't hide behind the Minister of Agriculture, Madam President. So, Madam President, we are concerned because the government is not coming clean with the workers and the people on the future of WASA. And I hope that the minister who is lined up to respond to this motion, that he would come clean and tell the country what is the current status of WASA, whether the government intends to dismiss over 3,000 workers in the coming months, and whether in the coming months the government intends to privatize the Water and Sewerage Authority. That is why I have brought this matter to this honorable House, so that the people can get answers, get clarification, come clean, tell the masses, tell Trinidad and Tobago what is the plan of the government of this country to deal with the Water and Sewerage Authority. Madam President, I thank you very much.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President, for the opportunity to respond to this ludicrous motion. Senator Mark, I'm trying to get the words. Misrepresented, presented fables, misconstrued, confused, confuffled. I thought his experience and expertise in industrial relations would have helped him with the language. So let me just say, Madam President, in response. The first is that the former Minister of Public Utilities, I imagine that he is referring to my colleague, Robert Leigh Hunt, resigned his position. Was never fired and he never left. He resigned. Senator Mark refers to funding from the IADB secured by the government. Let me just remind him that it is the UNC. The UNC in the period 2010 to 2015 who secured funding from the IADB for the purpose of addressing the staffing numbers and the overstaffing through a separation program. And having spent the 260 million, they managed to have more workers on WASA's payroll than before the separation program. The third thing I want to say is the work being done in WASA by this administration is not a matter of guesswork. And I'm very disappointed in Senator Mark. It is a matter of public record that a committee was appointed to consider the operations of WASA. That committee reported in 2020 in the form of a report that is 134 pages. 134 pages. And it is not a report that is hidden away. It is a report that was laid in this Parliament and is available for anybody wishing to access the facts and not listen to the fables presented by Senator Mark. And that report in particular addresses 8 key areas in WASA. The governance issues, the org structure, the organizational culture, technical analysis, financial analysis, the issue of customer service, and WASA's use or lack of use of technology. It is difficult to summarize that report in 10 minutes, and I commend that report to every citizen of this country, in particular my colleague Senator Mark. And if Senator Mark feels that that is a political creation, well, let me remind him that it is his political colleague, the then Member of Parliament, Dr. Botiwari, who chaired a public accounts committee that also considered WASA. And in the 31st report of the PAC, in the 5th session of the 11th Parliament, a report was tendered, and that report deals with the financials of WASA for the 2008 to 2013 period. The report is dated July 1st, 2020. And that report, which preceded the government's subcommittee report, actually supports what the government's report says in relation, in particular, to finances for an authority that had historically failed to even provide accounts to the PAC. So WASA's challenges relate not only to the failure of our colleagues on the other side to use IADB's money to address the staffing issues as was required, but WASA's problems extend to technical issues, very apparent in the country today. The leaks didn't appear just like that. The failure, particularly in South Trinidad, to change up those asbestos pipes, particularly in the corridor from Princestown to Mayaro. Failure to deal with the technical issues and the infrastructure is at the heart of WASA's problems today. The government has not hidden the reality that it is not possible for WASA to continue the way it is going. And the government's intention is also not hidden The options are contained in that report. And the preferred option or the recommended option has been identified. And whether it involves partial privatization, complete privatization, reduction in staff, the use of the private sector, whatever model, the government has been very clear that it intends to be transparent. And the minister is not hiding. It is that Minister of Public Utilities who presented himself during the budget debate last year. He made his contribution in this House and addressed, among other things, the WASA issue. So he's been available, and as a minister, been very clear on what the direction of WASA will be. And the government has said consistently, and that minister has said consistently, the government will adhere to the requirements of good industrial relations practice, will honor the collective agreements, and will deal with not only WASA employees, but the issue of water availability and water distribution in this country in a manner that has not been addressed by successive governments. It is not going to be capricious. It is going to be transparent. And it is not going to be political, because this matter has plagued several administrations without regard of which party was in the lead. But it is the intention of this government to settle this issue, just like we were bold enough to deal with the Petrotrin matter, and we also dealt with that with the greatest of transparency and respect to the collective bargaining arrangements. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, January the 18th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, January the 18th, 2022 at 10 a.m.